dele, no pezinho!
And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. Today is day 4. 16 teams return once again to battle it out across 6 incredible maps. We have seen some outliers. We've seen some teams struggle, but we've also seen some teams uplift themselves. And that's what you want, right? You want recovery. This is a grueling test for all 16 teams trying to earn a portion of that $220,000 that's up for grabs, and maybe even potential future opportunities in the future. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, joining you once again, and back on the desk is Mustache Dave and Spider Tip Dave. Welcome back, brother. It's been a little bit. How's everything going?
Yeah, hey, one day, I know you missed me, but I'm back, baby, and I'm looking forward to another double points day. I'm ready out here, man.
Yes, double points day, right? So when you were here last time, I believe it was on Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken. So double points hadn't happened just yet. Now you get a chance to peek in on the craziness, which is double points. Tiff, you were here yesterday. It was incredible. Team Liquid finished off strong, and now you're going to be even stronger today on the desk. How you doing?
I mean, look, it's going to be a good day. I'm feeling absolutely fantastic, ready to dive back in, see what Group C is all about. But I love that you bring that up, right? You dabble with Team Liquid, 98 points in the last 2 matches of the day.
Wow.
What are we going to see today? That's all I'm asking for.
That's the question, isn't it? And only the teams can answer that. I hope we get a little bit more hype in the venue. We had that yesterday, though. NRG Galaxy been put in their place. Will that happen again today? Well, maybe so. I love those venue cameras. But let's talk about what today is all about and why today is special double points. If you're just joining us, well, hey, let's teach you what it's all about. If you have joined us, let's give you a refresher. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, it's double points day. Group A, they performed on Thursday. Yesterday, Group B, they had their chance to earn double points, and that leads us into today, which is Saturday. Group C, Influence Rage, Team Queso, Royals of War, and Titan Gaming. They get their opportunity to finally earn double points. And for all 4 of those rosters, Dave, they need it.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, all 4 of these teams, they couldn't come sooner when it comes to double points. All of them on like that second page with the overall leaderboards. And me being a fanboy, Titan Gaming, we saw them online. It's LAN, fellas, all right? It's double points day on LAN. Today's the day for Titan Gaming, all right? I'm going to stick with that story all day.
Okay. Hey, now, Tiff, if you don't know this, Dave's a little bit of a wizard himself, all right? So when he says a team's going to do well, you go back to Zombie Boys in the past, okay, Dave? Nobody was calling them out all of a sudden. They dominated anybody, all right? So if Dave is saying, today's Titan Gaming's opportunity, Tiff.
Hey, they were starting to warm up yesterday in the end of those drops, starting to pick up more eliminations, kind of finding themselves. When you think about it, they were already talking about playing without their key player, Crow, and now you kind of have to reestablish that identity, maybe transfer some of those roles around the team and get really comfortable with what you're dealing with. And they started to look really good. Now, granted, what are those points going to look like once we start multiplying them by 2?
Yes.
Hopefully enough to throw them up the leaderboard. We'll just have to wait and see.
That's it. We'll have to wait and see. Game 1 will be underway shortly. Let's take a look at a bit of a recap of how the standings are shaping up to be. Now, Team Liquid take a massive lead, 240 over 195 of Alpha7. Now, keep in mind, Alpha7 is Group D. Their double points will be tomorrow. So who knows what kind of havoc they're going to wreak with their consistency. But Team Liquid, off the back of 2 incredible games, 98 points, Dave, put them in first.
Yeah, that's huge too, because I was getting a little concerned for Team Liquid. I'm not going to lie. It was day 2 they were popping off. Then the earlier half of yesterday, we didn't see much from them. And they said, listen, Dave, forget about it. All right, we got 2 more games to go. Back-to-back chickens, and with all their elims, I believe 52 points in only 2 games. I mean, that's insane for Team Liquid.
Yeah. It's a really, really good result. iNCO Gaming holding on tight to what they got. Hotchuk said they were going to drop all the way down with there. They sit in third place.
Still there, baby.
They're still there, baby, and we'd love to see it in Hyper. They maintained the first page, but they didn't get there till the very last game yesterday, Tiff.
Yeah, there are some things, right? We've talked about their consistency when it comes to just their initial drop spots across a variety of our maps that we've been witnessing. And, Stars will be talking about a lot of things, and hopefully we get to hear from them a bit more later. But until then, it's more of just kind of correcting these small, cohesive mistakes, especially around communications through the decision-making. So once a lot of parts in particular get through that, I think we'll start seeing some real strong movements. But like I said, when you look at this, right, Alpha7 Esports, Deathwolves, those are 2 teams that have found themselves inside the top 5 despite not having those bonus points.
Let's take a look at 9 through 16 teams that desperately need points, and you'll notice all of Group C is on this page. So hopefully we'll be seeing Influence Rage, Team Queso, Royals of War, or Titan Gaming break into the first page for what could be the first time, at least for their roster. Super Laser Reflex, E7 down at the bottom, struggling as they have been. I'm really hoping that they make an effort today. We'll see how high they can go, but that drop-off, though, going from 11th place down even to 13th is starting to get a bit steep, so some catching up is needing to be done. But I want to hone our conversation a little bit more into Team Liquid, because they are a team that is really with their consistency. Old roster was Loops, then picked up by Team Liquid. So we know their survivability is there, Dave, and they are surviving, but more importantly, they're thriving. They can slay out.
Yeah, I mean, they are popping off. They're doing a lot more than just surviving. I was looking at the top 5 damage dealers in the lobby, and they have 3 of them. They got Chief, They got Mythic, and Ayala. Chief with 37 total eliminations and 7,000 damage done so far. Over the course of the last 3 days, right? And then Mythic right behind them with 35 eliminations. So Team Liquid, they have this lobby under wraps, right? If there's any other squad that can really put up a good show against them, I have to say is going to be Alpha7, but that's a tomorrow story, that's the double points tomorrow, right?
Right. And tomorrow's going to be wild, to say the least. Team Liquid, what I like about them, Tiff, is their ability to recover. We know they can be the best team in the lobby, but they didn't prove that in the first 4 games yesterday. But the last 2 games, when they finally woke up, they go back-to-back. Okay, the first team to do so. That showed volumes about their composure.
It does, and it's not like they hadn't won winner chicken dinners prior to day 3.
That's right.
So of no surprise, we knew they could lock it in when it came to Miramar and Erangel because they had won those maps prior. It's just they're the first team to go back-to-back throughout any of our days that we've seen thus far, kind of opening a new threshold for them. It's like, okay, look, maybe we just needed to have that slow burn start, maybe warm up a bit, and once you've really ironed it out, plus just the way that they were able to take control of a lot of those engagements across other teams on Everest during that last map, it was just really impressive to see.
And also, like you said, they're not the only team, right, to win multiple times in a day. Alpha7 is also there. Alpha7, Team Liquid, they are two teams who hold the most wins currently, both sitting at 4. And let's not forget, Team Liquid winning Erangel map number 6 was the first time Alpha7 had lost that map. They had a 100% win rate up until that point when it came to map 6, Erangel. But here they are, Alpha7. Dave, second place with 0 double points so far. The consistency is there. Why are they so strong?
Listen, they're a tried and true team. They got the experience underneath their belt, and they're taking advantage of that. Revo, the highlight player right now with 38 total eliminations. My dude's almost got 9,000 damage done so far. So they are popping off. They are a well-oiled machine, and they're not even in the double points yet, right? So hopefully a team could put a stop to their momentum here today. That way the run's not going to be that difficult tomorrow for these other squads, because an Alpha7 on double points day is an Alpha7 I want to stay away from if I'm these other teams.
Without a doubt, there are some teams that are getting bold and challenging Alpha7. You have to do that if you're competing today. Any of the other 15 teams, right, you got to go against them, but it's never an easy task, and it has to make your, the hairs on the back of your neck raise up a little bit when you see them right in front of them. But they're a competition the other competitors have to get through, and one of those competitors happens to be Influenced Rage. And Tiff, Influence Rage is a team that is competing today and also getting double points. They've been hit or miss, though, but let's give them the respect. They are the returning America's champions.
Yeah, they really are, and they've kind of dabbled with some of the roster swap outs. We heard that yesterday, and we were curious, will Milo get subbed back out for Law, or will Law come back in? So I'm really curious to see. We haven't necessarily heard yet, but when we got to hear from them in that interview yesterday, they were talking about how that player was taking a step back to really analyze all of the mistakes that they were making in these early days of competition. Yeah, I think that's brilliant, right? Because if you kind of come back in with that information on a day that you're getting double points, you're going to make the best utilization out of that. And when I was kind of going back through some of their prior performances, I think they're going to perform better on Miramar. That's just been what they've been consistent with on day 3. A 4th place, a 3rd place, with not necessarily double-digit eliminations, and I think that will allow them, if they can even take it a step further, go the distance throughout that game, throw some double-digit eliminations down, hit that ×2 bonus points. I think we're in for a good day for Influence Rage.
I think so. Dave, I don't know if you're with me, but out of the 4 teams, there's one more team that I think is going to perform well, but Influence Rage is the team that I think has the best chance to capitalize on double points.
You're trying to put me against Tiff already. It's too early, man. Influence Rage, all right, listen, today's your double points day, but me, being from NA, I have to go for Titan Gaming. I know
there it is.
They haven't been performing to everybody's expectations so far, and I'm going to chalk it up to it's a LAN thing, right? They need to get over that hurdle. Not only that, they lost one of their best players, so they're still trying to get that synergy going on the team. I was looking at the stats, and it looks like Rin and Redox slowly starting to pick up, their aggression here. Hopefully today's the day with it being bonus points day, baby, for Titan Gaming.
Hope so. Titan Gaming, one of their biggest things they made a comment on when we had a chance to interview them was they're making too many individual mistakes. Now, if you make too many individual mistakes, you can't come together as a cohesive unit, right? It's just not gonna work. So everybody needs to be on the same page, but everybody also needs to clean up their act a little bit. And let's face it, that roster change is not something they wanted to do, but it's something they're going to have to get through. After all, it is day 4. Today is the day to wake up, not only for double points, but you've had now 4 days on LAN. You should have had the jitters out of the way, and you should now be used to your environment and what's going on. Now, as far as another team that's going to be playing today for double points, it's Royals of War. And I think Royals of War is going to have a big surprising appearance today. And why is that? Well, Royals of War are one of only 9 teams, first and foremost, to get a win, to get that winner chicken dinner. Yesterday, they popped off on Miramar. 8 eliminations, okay? They were going against the best, but they only got 9th place, so their placement points need to improve, but they have showed that they can get the victory, and that was on day 2, map 1, Erangel. First place, 10 eliminations. That is a massive pop-off game. If they can get that today, we're talking 40 points, right? So if they can handle that, if they can start off strong, minus the curse, which we'll talk about in just a little bit, I think Royals of War is going to have a great day. So let us know in chat. Who do you think is going to perform well today? And they don't even have to be in double points. Are you rooting for Team Liquid, Alpha7, Royals of War, Titan Gaming, Influence Rage? Who's it going to be? Let us know, because we got to figure it out, and teams also have to figure it out. But yesterday we had these moments take place, and one of the conversations we've been having on the desk is timidness. And I'm getting tired of seeing teams be a bit too timid on the battlefield, right? It's like they're giving too much respect to the competition. And Be Bold is one of those rosters that had a moment of weakness as far as I'm concerned. Be Bold is a team that's been performing incredibly well. I know they can slay out with the best of them. In fact, you go to map number, I believe it was map number 8 yesterday, and Be Bold was slaying out with the best of them. I'm thinking this is going to be a standing ovation style of game. They take over Everest. They're at the top, but they've got All Glory Gaming in front of them, who had a wonderful day, or at least a wonderful day one. So, you got Be Bold, who's at the top. They've taken over the peak of Everest. You've got All Glory Gaming in front. And Be Bold knows the play to make here is to push onto AGG. They had shots from their off angle, so push up. So they start to do so. The smokes are out. They're making the effort. But then they realize All Glory Gaming's a little bit further than they were expecting. So what do? They stagnate. But the problem is, you see in front of you, iNCO Gaming starts coming behind them. Now you got AGG in front of you. You've got iNCO Gaming behind you. And you know that you're at the tippity top of Everest. There's going to be other teams rotating into you, especially with that new zone where it currently is. So Be Bold has to make a decision. Do we stay here or do we retreat? Well, they get into a vehicle and they decide to retreat. Unfortunately, they leave one of their teammates behind. So now, instead of being a 4-stack, they're now a 3-stack. They've got to battle against other 4-stacks, such as Team Liquid. They still got to deal with AGG. iNCO Gaming from behind. And ultimately, they end up getting taken off the rotation by Team Liquid a little bit later. So that's a tough break, man. If they weren't so passive, if they wouldn't have just stagnated in that moment, they would have been just fine. So please, timidness out of the way. Be aggressive, even if it's Alpha7 in front of you. Make that push forward. Be bold. Lessons learned, and I hope they come back even stronger today. Dave, there's been a lot of timidness, but today, all of that leaves the building.
Yeah, hopefully, and with Be Bold in particular, like, they got a lot of points from their bonus points too, right? So the bonus points today definitely helped them stay afloat on the overall leaderboards. It's like that mid-pack team. The thing with Be Bold is I am a little concerned. I think it was LaRosen, one of their top gunners, and always in the front line, you know, always looking for that first engagement. If they get knocked early, the rest of Be Bold are kind of out of luck at that point. So I'm looking for Be Bold just to kind of put a bow on it here, and maybe another player on the squad kind of pick up some slack here, so it's not all just on that one player, right?
That's right. Well, their Erangel, the Sandhawk, is solid, but Be Bold. They just need to be a little bit better, and I know they can be. Be bolder on the battlefield. Baby. Hey, Stars has been talking his stuff. Now, granted, he's a little bit quiet yesterday, but we did have a chance to open him up. Sarpak had a chance to interview Stars in Hyper. Let's see what Stars had to say.
All right, guys, here we are with Stars from Hyper. Your feelings from today?
Was a very, very rough day, to be honest. Especially, like, it's a lot of issues, to be fair. Almost all of our games could have been better, but yeah, it's a good learning experience.
Well, that's a good thing that you take it like that. I mean, what do you do when you have a day like this? What's tonight going to be like with the team? Are you guys going to talk it over? Are you guys going to say, just check it off? What's the conversation?
Mainly, it's about forget the bad mood and learn about our mistakes. That's it.
Well, I mean, we're just starting Stars, so we have chance. Yesterday, you had a great day. Let's hope you can keep having really great days in the future. We're just starting, so let's go.
That's a bit deceiving, isn't it? Stars, he seems so quiet there and just silent, but also he could be animated like he was here, unfortunately, being eliminated during Game 3, Tiff.
Yeah, it's really tough, right? You start looking in these moments, but something from the interview that's been relatively consistent with a lot of our players that we've been speaking to, it's how do you correct these mistakes that you are seeing in that day and then kind of apply it on your next play day? Because granted, these players are playing 5 days a week for 3 weeks in a row. So if you can iron out all of those mistakes within the first 5 days of gameplay, that is what I am looking for in specifically. And he already had mentioned all our games yesterday, they could have been better. You know, we're not happy with the way that we've been performing, and we would like to look at those individual mistakes, whether that's timing, whether that's rotation, making sure that everyone's in their correct roles, and maybe watching their backside to prevent people from rotating in, or giving those comms to let people know. So I think in a lot of those moments, once you start ironing them out, we are hopefully going to see some better moves, because granted, they did drop down the overall standings quite a few spots, and you know, most of that, they've already had their bonus points. They locked in 30 of them, so without those, they're sitting below triple digits. So I'd really like to see them kind of step up today.
Yeah, Dave, you could see how hard that Game 3 loss hit them, right? And we talked about their highest highs and their lowest lows. When you bring that intensity, right, like they did to E7 after battling them on Ruins, we knew there was a potential that if things started going bad, they were going to take that hit hard.
Yeah, we were kind of chatting about that, and right there kind of proves like what we were kind of going towards, right? And that's Star, the IGL. And if your IGL is getting tilted midday, that's not what you want to see, right? So hopefully Stars can kind of pull it together here and, you know, let those emotions show at the end of the day during the VOD review, and just keep laser focused throughout the game day, right?
Laser focus, that's the name of the game. We'll see how well they do. Of course, Hyper, one of the favorite teams out there, and I know they want to represent NA well. They were even given a shout-outs yesterday during their interviews. But, Dave, we have a special interview with Titan Gaming, and it's going to be Redox. We get to hear what he has to say. Sarpak, what's going on?
Hi guys, here we are hours away from match day 4, and I'm here with Redox from Titan Gaming. Redox, you're about to play double points today. What's the strategy going to be like today for the team?
We're going to try to play more aggressive and try to not get as many third parties. We are still improving on our communication. Our strategy also will be the same, but we are improving. Our synergy also isn't the best. We have one new player, and we hope for the best today and do as many points as we can on this double day.
Are you going to go for more kills or for better placement?
I think we'll go for more kills, but at the same time we'll try to play with a good position as well.
Well, let's hope everything goes as planned. We'll go back to you guys.
All right, Dave, so get more aggressive. I like that, because Titan Gaming, from what I remember from their online play, they were one of the more aggressive teams, right? So maybe they're going to go back to their bread and butter.
Yeah, I mean, this was a team online that would just farm every single lobby they were in, right? So I do like the game plan. They recognize the importance of those double points and how they'll play an effect. I think one thing he was missing, though, is just staying alive and moving together, rotating as a team. Because I know over the last couple of days, they always seem to lose one on these early game rotates. And maybe it's the communication thing he was mentioning. So hopefully today, stay alive. You know, stay alive, fight as a team, as a unit, and we might see them capitalize on these double points.
I hope so. Stay alive, Tiff, right? Be aggressive. That's their main things they're going to be focused on today. But they also said they want to avoid third parties. How do you go about that? I actually think aggression helps you avoid third parties because you're finishing the fights quicker.
I think there's two different ways to look at it, and that is definitely one of them. If you're hyper aggressive and you just push in knowing that you've already analyzed the wherewithal of where the 4 players are, if you're taking a fight where you have player advantage, you should be able to clean that up relatively quickly, whether that's getting a pick from distance or maybe mid-range to really allow your fraggers. But some of the players that we've seen, specifically, I'll go ahead and highlight All Glory Gaming and Alpha7. The way they've been approaching some of their engagements is they're kind of splitting around, right? They're going for an ultimate flank. We've even seen NRG Galaxy kind of do that as well. And if you can kind of force your enemy into a disadvantageous situation, I think that allows you to really collapse upon them and maybe end that fight. In terms of another way to look at it is maybe you're looking to be the team that's third partying or even fourth partying towards those rotations in the mid game so that you're on cleanup crew as opposed to the team that is getting third party.
I like that, Tiff, laying down the law, letting them know. And speaking of law, by the way, Law is back in, okay, for Influence Rage. They tried it with Milo yesterday. It didn't work out. Well, at least I don't know if it did or not. And the reason why I say that is because they did say that Milo was coming in because he was supposed to provide more gun power. And I don't necessarily think he did. But we do know the overall intention was to, scout out how is the team overall looking? How are the other teams looking? I do hope, Dave, by subbing out Law yesterday, Law's now back in, that he got the information that they were going for, that they could apply for today's competition.
Yeah, I mean, I know this is your team you're rooting for, so I'm hoping with you, but them swapping every other day, I just don't think is the play, right? I think if you're going to swap a player, do it once per week, just so whoever you're thinking about swapping out has some time to adjust to the environment, to adjust to just being on that LAN, right? So swap in every other day, like tomorrow if they swap again, like what are they doing at that point, right? So hopefully double points day, Law can show up, and the synergy will be there.
That's right, synergy. Milo, he only got 3 eliminations yesterday, and he was the guy that was brought in to slay out. And, it's never comfortable for me to just call players out like that, but it's true. At least if you're telling me you're bringing him in to slay out and he doesn't, well, he didn't do it for you, so Law's back in. But Dave, I love that point.
Bring him back.
Like, bring him back. Give him some time to adjust, and he's there for a reason after all. And Tiff, iNCO Gaming, who's been pretty on fire. I've been very impressed with them yesterday. A bit lackluster, but they did have that pop-off day too. They do sub in Gary for Inabete, so that's a big hit. I feel like we talk about Inabete quite a bit. They could be losing a lot here.
Yeah, it just depends, right? What are the overall vibes from the team after day number 3? Thinking of the long term for day 4, what's going to work best for them? Because they've only won 1 game thus far, and that was back on day 2, drop number 4 in Sandhawk, right? And we only see that map once. So what are we going to bring to the table? How are we going to seek to improve? Because that's the tough part, right? We're like looking at the overall standings, and yes, they're into that top 3. They're actually one of the teams that has made the most of those bonus points with 58 points. And granted, you don't have those, you're still sitting in triple digits, and the only real 2 teams that are going to be outliers to you are Alpha7 and Team Liquid. So if you show up today, start throwing down against maybe those Titans of the lobby, then maybe we'll talk after that. But hopefully Gary subbing in will go hard.
Hey, Gary, good looking dude as well. All right, if Luke's can kill, he slay out the whole lobby. He slay out the whole. I'm confident. He slay out the whole lobby. So I wish Gary the best of luck today. But big shoes to fill. Inabete's the real deal. Okay, so they're going to be hurting just a little bit, I think. But who knows? Gary's there for a reason. Erangel map number 1 is about to be underway shortly, and I am excited to start it. And the reason why. Who's going to pop up? We talked about this curse of the double points teams. First it was in Hyper. Pop off game 1, then they were non-existent. Then yesterday was AGG. Huge game. And then non-existent after. Will we see a return of Group C? Influence Rage, Team Queso, Rules of War, Titan Gaming, will they have a good game? Well, at least I hope they do. Without further ado, let's hop into map number 1, Erangel. Dave, Spider Tip, take it away.
Yeah, we're gonna do that, right? Because here, we don't want a curse. We don't want a curse. Dave and I will just kind of make sure that doesn't happen regardless. And drop number 1, Erangel yesterday, All Glory Gaming. Yes, they had that 52-point win, but a large majority of that came from their ability to take advantage and take space in that zone. They really threw down on that eastern side. So considering where we see the circle go today, Dave, we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, we'll have to see. No curses here, not yet. Now, if this team who wins this game gets a pop-off performance, and they are with those bonus points, and they don't perform today, then the curse is real, without a doubt. But I need at least 3 confirmations for the curse here.
Well, to be fair, I did not see Reflection's candle lit today, so I'm not 100% certain on how things are going. That was a whole bit yesterday, and we'll touch base on that. If you guys haven't seen it, go check the VOD. It was a good moment for y'all at home, but thank you so much for joining us here. And, well, it looks like that plane line with it kind of cutting from that northwestern side all the way ending by military base. You can see that Team Liquid landing down there will get those boots on the ground last. Now, hoping for a circle that will be advantageous for them, because we know just how those bridge rotations caught them off guard on Erangel yesterday.
Yeah, and looking at circle number 1, it does look like it will be favoring the mainland. So Team Liquid, they will need to loot, and they'll probably use the east bridge, right, and wrap all the way up there towards the north. So we'll keep tabs on them as they are not in the zone, like you mentioned. But getting into the mix here, we already got and Hyper. They're going to be up here in Zarky, and there's Death Wolves up here as well. Like, this is something that you don't normally see, but because of the plane path, we're going to be getting some spicy possible early game skirmishes here.
And that's my favorite thing, right? Like, if we're going to get into a map number 1 and start getting into that early action, throw me in. But for Team Liquid, it's all about separating out, making sure that they're kitted with the loot that they prefer to start things off with. Because, mind you, granted, they got 55 bonus points yesterday on those double points, and that's massive. But if you take those away, they would be in second to Alpha7 by about 10 or so points. Still very close, and one day alone could change that. But I would love to see them carry that momentum from the final 2 drops yesterday straight into this. Because if you guys think about it, they just won a map on Erangel, and we're returning here on day number 4. Let's see if they can run it back.
Yeah, without a doubt. And, you know, typically, too, when teams look to adjust, they kind of look at the top dogs in the lobby. I know talking to Shifon, one of the managers for and Hyper, they tell me that they look at Alpha7 bots all the time just to try to get like a game plan or replicate one of their play styles or plays or whatnot, right? So with that in mind, you have to assume some of these other teams that are down at the bottom, like E7, NRG, like they might be looking at Team Liquid now with the same sense, you know, of trying to really study them, learn them, and figure out that secret sauce. So we'll see what Team Liquid could do here today.
Yeah, definitely. FURIA on your screen already. You can see one nade, maybe some smokes. I don't hate what we're witnessing from them. And granted, when you think about their position in terms of where that circle is pulling, they're going to be on that western side, kind of situated around Entity 7 and Alpha 7 nearby. But we really need to get a good lay of the land, because we think back to drop number 1 on Erangel yesterday. Like I mentioned, All Glory Gaming was the team that was able to hold that eastern side of the zone, really start taking a lot of space. And well, currently SLR is sitting just on the inside of that zone in front of them. I heard we have an interview. We chatted with some of the team, and you know, honestly, I'd love to hear it.
Better than the first 2 days, but we still need to make a lot of improvement. We try to make some adjustment to our tactics due to the double point system. We try to play more on the edge and try to capture teams that are rotating in the first circle, but it didn't turn out so well because some of the detail problems, and we will definitely try to adjust it a bit better tomorrow.
Interesting there, Dave. Now, that's a lot of things that we're hearing about when teams grab those double points. It's their respective day. They try to be aggressive, whether that's kind of gatekeeping teams on that first initial, like, circle, right? And maybe it doesn't necessarily work out for you, where you should just stay in your lane, kind of play your own game, focus on your positioning towards the end game, and let those eliminations come to you. Maybe that's where some of our teams are making minor mistakes.
Yeah, definitely agree. You know, when you change up the game plan because you have those double points opportunities, maybe you're overthinking it, right? Maybe the team comps get a little chaotic and they're like, hey, there's 3 fights. Maybe we don't want to go for this. Maybe we do. Just because you do have those double points, it might kind of get in the way of what got them here in the first place, right? Mm-hmm. Because most of these teams were either invited from another lobby because of their performance or qualified. SLR, one of the teams to qualify, right? So they qualified for a reason, and all because you got a new point structure, you're going to change up the game plan. It might not work in your favor, and well, SLR are going to be at the bottom. So I'm really curious to see, like, next week when they do have those double points, if they will opt to go for that same plan when it comes to their double points and try to be more aggressive, or if they can just go back to basics.
Ooh, sometimes you just got to bring it back and work more simple than try and make things overcomplicated. Alpha7 on your screen. We saw them taking some shots at FURIA. It's kind of like they're mirroring each other as they work towards that next center zone. Death Wolves, though, have some good positioning here in the buildings and just kind of chilling. They're going to be around Influence Rage. And Influence Rage, a lot of our teams that have those double points are already talking about being hyper aggressive, right? Especially what Titan Gaming NA was talking about. They want to play more aggressive, focus on those third parties. So I'm really curious to see if they start doing that in drop number 1, or if they're just kind of limit testing the lobby, because that's how I always approach match number 1.
Just kind of get that snowball going. So it does look like they did some scouting. They still have a little boy out there in the distance, was on the high ground, might have recognized the Death Wolves did get to that compound before them because they got some vehicles outside. So if Fluent's Rage going to be just kind of trying to find the best spot up here in the north. And we still got Hyper. Remember, they dropped Zarky really early on. We had the Death Wolves right behind them. Now they're all the way on the east side of circle number 1. So they're also split. So if one of them was to get caught off guard and knocked, they're probably going to be thirsted as well. So Hyper going for a really risky split here early game.
That's true. I was curious to see where 9Z was going to put themselves, because there's been a lot of action surrounding these bridges. A couple solos hiding underneath them in prior drops yesterday, and they were just like getting angled out. At one point, we had 2 solos from opposing teams that were on either edge, just locked underneath of the bridge. And the moment another team comes by and tries to target one, you just see all chaos break loose. So I love that 9Z has positioned themselves surrounding that area, but inside the water here.
Yeah, 9Z,
or not the water building.
Don't believe they had their bonus day yet either. They are going to be in 14th place on the overall leaderboard, so they got some work to do here. And I think a lot of these teams on the bottom, just based on the last couple days, and you know, the interviews that we've been seeing and hearing, they all recognize, like, hey, we were just been messing up. You know, we've been making these micro mistakes, and it might be because they're at that LAN environment. You know, the pressure cranked up just a little higher. It might even be the first time they're meeting their teammates in person. Like, there's so many different factors. But now, as we get to the later half of the week, you would hope those kinks are you know, ironed out by now. So definitely looking forward to seeing how these bottom teams will perform and shake up the lobby here as we progress with the tournament.
Oh, 100%. And I love that we're hearing that they're trying to identify their mistakes. I'm just ready for them to be like, no, this is what we exactly messed up on. This is specifically what we're trying to change. But Titan Gaming, they said they wanted to get more aggressive, and well, a good warning shot there onto Entity 7, hitting that rotation on the vehicle. And you can see Rin just over there on the left, already extending out with the vehicle of their own, because when you think about Erangel, you think about all of these open terrain, these hills, and when you get to some of these end zones, right, they are just a few bushes, maybe a tree if you're lucky, and just having those vehicles that stay healthy, that can provide you some cover on these rotations, are so powerful.
Yeah, without a doubt, you want to keep your vehicles alive as long as possible, keep those tires safe, just so, like you mentioned, if we get to that end zone, there's only a boulder and a skinny little tree, you can build your own cover, essentially. So we saw right there Titan Gaming doing just that, making sure those vehicles are tucked away for the time being. E7 still out there in the distance on their rotation. Looks like FURIA from the mountaintops possibly taking some shots downrange at them, forcing them to not be able to safely make it up that hill. But a lot of teams right now, all in their vehicles, just anticipating this next circle pretty much. Just, you know, being ready to move out, essentially.
Ooh, we've seen this exact setup happen yesterday on Erangel, and it's going to be Royals of War here on your screen. Group C, so double points will be had for them. And, you know, once you kind of angle out and you've got essentially SLR just ahead of you, it's more of like, this is where we're going to sit here together, maybe decide how we want to approach it. But for Team Liquid, finally on that rotation, granted, they've got to keep on moving north, and for the fact that they've started at military base and have already catapulted just in front of FURIA and have sandwiched themselves in between where Alpha7 is sitting, I'm nervous about it, and it'd be interesting, right? Because we want to see them pop off in terms of those eliminations. You called it out in the top of show, right? 2 of the 4 players are inside that top 5 in terms of eliminations, with Revo just ahead of them only by 1.
Yeah, without a doubt. So we'll see. Looks like Team Liquid, they're going to be grouping up for the time being. And you pointed out Alpha7, they got a little 3-1 split going on right now. They got 3 of their squad mates in the cube. That's going to be north of the inlet, and Carrillo down south across the bridge. So they're pretty much just trying to claim the most optimal spot, depending on where this next circle goes, because it's still a coin flip. It can go north or south, and that water being a main feature right here. So I do appreciate how Alpha7 are trying to hedge their bets.
Speaking of hedging bets, FURIA here. They're sending 2 players down, kind of sitting on the top of the mountain right here, looking down the barrels at Titan Gaming, who has really split out on their rotation northbound. But what's something the other two members of FURIA have done, they've extended out on that main roadway and are putting pressure onto Entity 7, kind of scouting on what that next course of action is going to look like. More specifically, once that blue really finalizes and we see where we're going to be heading, if you can control a large majority of that zone and just start capitalizing on eliminations, it's only a matter of time. Now, granted, we didn't really get a lot of that early game action like we had seen on those early days of gameplay here. But I do respect this, because if we're going to have full, healthy teams moving into the later stage of this drop, oh, we're in for some action.
Yeah, for sure. And I do appreciate how FURIA, like you pointed out, they had a little 2-2 split going on right there, and then the next circle does pop, and it continues to favor Mount Everest, and they immediately grouped up on the hilltop. So they're going to be up there, the eye in the sky, I guess you can say, and it looks like E7 are trying to backfill where the duo from FURIA just left. So we'll have to see, that mountaintop, that high ground, how it plays in the favor of FURIA here in game number 1.
That's what we'll have to wait and see. SLR here in ruins.
Big chill.
Sean, and yeah, sometimes you just gotta go prone, just play off the audio cues. Maybe wait and see, try to catch someone a little unexpected, especially when you've got teams that are gonna be rotating in. All Glory Gaming gonna be one of those squads that usually comes in directly from that eastern side, but given the circle pool that we've witnessed, they're gonna actually be on that most southern side alongside NRG. Curious to see how that engagement will potentially look if they run into each other, but SLR can choose whether they want to go forward and who gets their attention. But for now, gonna be pretty patient here, and I really do respect the conservative gameplay of a drop, number 1.
Yeah, and a little surprised that our group, our double points group here today, Group C, we got Influence Rage, Royals of War, Team Queso, Titan Gaming. Not really that aggressive like we were promised yet, but like you said, it is only game number 1, so maybe they're just trying to warm it up.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair, right? I'm looking at resource management. If you're knowing that you're getting double points and you want to make sure that you go into that end game with as many nades as possible, making sure that you have plenty of ammo and just amp up for that, I think that's going to be where you want. You can see in that Elim feed over there on the left, that rotation we were talking about, All Glory Gaming and NRG, well, they've decided to butt heads, and iNCO Gaming is just going to decide to rotate on around them. They don't want to get caught up in this. And for now, you can see we're going to go ahead, potentially try to stick this res. Granted, we've got the smokes on the other side, but we want to use the car for cover. Maybe get your team out of there.
Uh-oh. Getting out of dodge right here, popping in the back seat of the buggy, trying to avoid the shots. I mean, that's just a death trap right there. No cover, but it does look like they had the high ground right there. So both NRG and AGG able to pull off for the time being. Next circle is going to pop, and it will favor both of their positions. So I guarantee you they're going to be taking this fight here.
Well, look at that. That's going to make way for them, considering everyone that was on the western side is going to have one of the wildest rotations of their life and will have to collapse probably on one another. iNCO Gaming, I respect it, right? They covered down to the left side and they'll be fine on that rotation. But for now, FURIA on top of the mountain is going to have to deal with Death Wolves. We talked about the aggressive nature specifically surrounding this mountain, and it looks like FURIA is going to keep those mollies flying, keep those frags going, wanting to let them do the brunt of that work. We're already grabbing Nox. You can see there, Arturson able to open it up, and let's see. The trade comes in, though.
Massive grenades right there, and Obscure in the back line right there, playing the Guardian Angel role. Meanwhile, in the front line, the SK-12, the shotgun to the face, and it looks like the Death Wolves trying to flush out. FURIA. FURIA, I believe they have one more player alive, but we're coming back for seconds here. Okay, so not opting to go for the survival strats here. We're looking for the revenge.
You're going to lay it all the line. You got a 1v3, and that's all that matters for you. Opening it up with the frag. Hopefully it does the brunt of the work, but Rataboy from Death Wolves has just been so powerful in a lot of these engagements elsewhere. Our first team of the lobby to fall will be 9Z. We'll check back in with them later on drop number 2, but for now, Arturson is finally disengaging from this, realizing that maybe this isn't the best play for them, but you have to be quite cautious, right? Because the moment you pop off this mountain, hit the open, you're just going to be like shooting fish in a barrel.
Yeah, exactly. And their back is going to be exposed too. I don't believe they had a vehicle to work with. So hopefully they can just kind of find a little corner, hide in, a little crack, and dip. And hope and pray that Death Wolves prioritize the zone in that situation. So we'll keep tabs because both of those teams are as far as possible right now when it comes to the next circle. And talking about the next circle, NRG, iNCO, got a little battle right now happening. Fate on the off angle. Trying to provide that support here. But Gary, the swap player here with the DBS, looking to show up here in game number 1.
Well, if you're going to show up, the building is the best way to do it. Just trying to get a line of sight in our jersey. No!
Okay.
We saw this happen yesterday, but
like
to
this.
break the ankles like that, ain't no way. Regardless, back on over to iNCO Gaming. Now, mind you, we just saw NRG Galaxy kind of going at arms with All Glory Gaming, but as soon as iNCO Gaming decides to rotate in, this is the natural course of action. Fate, though, had some really powerful moves yesterday, carrying that momentum into today, looking straight down at Nunes, maybe 10 HP, and needs to keep that moving. Pops in the whip. Honestly, if you run him over, I'm not going to hate it. I'm not
Last
going
one
to hate
alive,
it.
though. Last one alive. Getting shot from multiple angles, but it is going to be iNCO trying to flush him out. Nunez cooking a grenade, getting ready to toss this grenade in Fate's direction. Fate nowhere to go, but the lobby.
I'm telling you, these frags are the biggest MVP of our lobby. And if you have resource management where you can carry those into the end game, but here's a surprise, Alpha7 Esports down and out, 1 elimination to their name for the time being. Going to be a tough start for them considering all things yesterday. For iNCO Gaming, though, job's not done. We've still got a duo of them left, and we'll see what that rotation looks like for them because they are going to go all in. All Glory Gaming will be that next biggest threat to them. Granted, 1 member already down, 3 up. They got to focus on healing.
2 double point teams right now going at it with the third party from E7. Titan Gaming and Influence Rage outside of the play zone right now, just running into each other, inactive, really low in the health department, trying to get the last minute heal off in time. Fortunate for them, the smoke will be providing the soft cover, and the smoke is gone right now.
Oh no.
They know exactly where Inactive is. Inactive popping up, but shot from behind from Stars from Hyper.
And Titan Gaming fall with 2 eliminations. Only 4 points for that game. A tough start, albeit for the other squads that are able to hit that res and kind of focus on that end game. Entity 7, right? We saw them in Erangel, map number 1, really chilling inside a building towards that end game. Had some missed timings in terms of the third party to put that pressure and maybe go for a win. But to kick things off here against Death Wolves, we've seen them be able to look for angles, but we have to be a little cautious of what that time for stage number 5 looks like because we will have to hit that rotation. You can already see Entity 7 focusing, grabbing into the vehicles and just dipping.
Yeah, Death Wolves just kind of overwatching this battle over here. E7 just getting ripped to shreds here. They're going to be right between Influence and Hyper, trying to keep them outside of the play zone here. So Influence, one of the teams with the double points here tonight. They got 2 eliminations so far. That'll be 4 points total. They have a journey ahead of them.
On foot, too. It's going to be very tough. And Team Liquid already on 4 eliminations. Kind of tied with some of the teams in the lobby that are sitting on 4. You can see they're just looking at SLR, trying to grab that information. Not scared of those mid-range fights now. But the cautious thing about throwing down that power is you're just giving away your location also. And you're extended out quite far from your vehicles, doubling back on over.
See ya.
Keep things moving. Look, a lot of our teams, this is where everything starts to collapse, and some of our double points teams too. And then All Glory Gaming, man, even though you looked so strong on drop number 1, Erangel, yesterday,
Yeah.
It's not going to be the same today.
Our double points team trying to avoid the curse of the double points, the winner chicken dinner in game number 1. But Royals of War still alive as a 4-man unit in the hard cover. Reflections with the crystal ball out here tonight, so we'll see what they can accomplish from their current position. But the Death Wolves now on the move.
It's true. You've got to be. And Hyper has fallen 1 elimination to their name, and Death Wolves, they've got to get into that next circle. And one of our double points teams is going to be Team Queso. They're still a 4 stack just inside the next circle. They're going to have the main coverage here, looking down where Death Wolves rotating in by foot. I'm kind of curious to see how that looks because Team Liquid's to their north with the remnants of SLR kind of separated out. There's a 2-man stack looking at Team Liquid. You can see Woshan over there on that eastern side. Clips a frag and maybe wants to start putting pressure on that way.
And here's that vehicle cover we were talking about in the early game. Team Liquid doing just that, keeping their vehicles nice and healthy for the late game to show up and create their own cover. They got the soft cover with the smoke as well. Should buy them some time. SLR trying to take some shots their direction. Team Queso, though, I want to see them not get distracted with this because they need to make sure the Deathwolves don't sneak up on their front door. But we see the mini-map in the top right-hand corner, just everybody peppering Team Liquid right now. Here's the mowing down the grass right there.
Can we see them finish it out? Cardozen down and out. It's Team Queso actually picking up some of those eliminations, which are going to go far for them. Granted, they've only had 2, and Team Liquid will not be able to make it in towards that next zone. It will allow SLR to kind of meet back up group and start focusing on towards that end game, which is going to be relatively open. So I love that we're already setting our vehicles up, using the natural topography of Erangel, and just looking for any kind of head peaks that we can find.
So a huge game 1 for Team Queso and Royals of War. Those double points here so far.
Ooh.
They got the hard cover. The only 2 teams in hard cover, by the way, in the next play zone.
Quite interesting here as we just keep that pressure down. It's going to be David that was able to take out iNCO Gaming, and now Be Bold trying to hit that rotation. But when you've got Deathwolves from your north that is focusing on Fran, who has been isolated out, maybe sent forward to go ahead and scout that new location for the rest of the squad. That engagement, though, you're going to really find your attention coming in from Team Queso, who needs all the aggressive nature that they can get. And honestly, if that whole side, if that whole side makes the push, SLR just has the time and the space of the next circle to just choose where they want to focus on.
I love this from Team Queso. They recognize, okay, we're in the late game now. We had our hard cover. We got good position. Now they're going to be flexing out just a little bit to try to get some elimination points. They only got 2 so far. So definitely looking to take advantage. But like you mentioned, trying to keep in the back of their mind SLR. You would hate for SLR to backfill them once when they do get aggressive and try to get those eliminations onto the Deathwolves. Deathwolves, by the way, 10 eliminations here. Game number 1, and they're not done yet.
No, they're not. Let's see if they can make it out of that next circle. By the way, Royals of War did something quite unique. They go ahead and leave their compound, send some of the remaining teams, Victex included, straight on to Be Bold. You can see David is the only last member standing of Be Bold because they whittled them down to a solo and have thus regrouped up near that cover. Very impressed with the way they decided to do that. Currently sitting on 4 eliminations. Be Bold, though, on 5. And Deathwolves, I mean, look, a 10. Despite anything, that is such a good game, even when you don't have double points. If you're getting double-digit eliminations, that is, in my books, a very good game.
Yeah, and I'm happy that they're finally showing up here because Deathwolves, they were a team in the Brazilian qualifiers who were just farming the lobby, and their main strength was their aggression here. And we can see when they start to play their game, they do pretty well at it. So 10 eliminations going their way. I'm looking at Team Queso, though. We can see on the mini-map, they're trying to decide what they should do next, but it looks like a lot of them just loaded up in vehicles, anticipating the next circle shift, and there we go. Next circle shift will favor Team Queso a little more. They have some time to kind of pump the brakes here. Curious to see which direction SLR go, but yeah, the Deathwolves, they want to flush out Team Queso without a doubt.
I mean, they really do. If you think about their average placement at 7.72 per game, their elims per game are quite high in comparison with the people that are around them, right? The next underneath them is 3.22. They're sitting at 5.06. So no strangers to that fragging power and having those pop-off moments, because when they do, they just skew towards the double digits. And you were curious, where is SLR going to go? Well, Royals of War, they've got to move. And for now, that's where SLR is going to spend a lot of that time focusing. Welcome back to Land there, Dragon. It's been a year or 2, and you've been looking pretty powerful thus far. And I love that we're just kind of riding this hill line, overlooking, not necessarily overextending, but Victex, no stranger to kind of going rogue on their own and being able to put that pressure down, allow the rest of the team to focus on getting us into that next circle.
Yeah, it looks like both Koi and Victex kind of playing the off angle, trying to get that grenade knock to really open this one up. So definitely got to keep an eye on those 2 individual players. And we're going to have two different battles, pretty much. The battle for the East and the battle for the West. And on the West side, Team Queso, Deathwolves still going at it. Finally starting to see some smokes. Milo's going to be pushing out here with the buggy, trying to get some intel. Got chunked up pretty well right there.
That's tough, but at least we can get out, use the cover from the smoke before it dissipates to make sure that you are healed up and ready to go, because Deathwolves are not going to make this easy for you. This is going to be relatively open. There goes the mollies. And, well, let's see. Remember, double points on the line, and we've only got 2 eliminations with 4 squads remaining. We're looking at Team Queso, SLR, Royals of War, and Deathwolves.
Royals of War on the opposite end actually popping off too, but this is a big fight right here. Deathwolves, they are feeling it here this game, still alive. Here comes the initial knock with the vehicle here. That's going to open it up here, Tiff.
Yeah, but look at the flank that we've already talked about. You got Rataboy on that furthest south area, finally tuning back into where they are. That play zone restricting in about 50 seconds, and we are just going prone, looking for information, and SLR just gets disintegrated from a multitude of things. A frag from Royals of War will be one of them. Crazy what Blue can do, especially towards the end game.
Team Queso still trying to get the double points out here. Deathwolves down to just 2. Very separated. And now you got to take into consideration Royals of War after that last team wipe onto SLR. They're going to be flexing out here trying to get as much terrain information as possible here to get their winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, they definitely did what they needed to do, right? SLR, their biggest threat towards the north. They have to rotate anyway, so decide to go wrapping all the way through north, clear out their next threat. Now they just have to worry about Team Queso. Now Team Queso is already down to 2 players, 1 knock, and you just keep putting that pressure on because Deathwolves on the other side are a duo. So if you can maintain your player health, this should be a game for you to win. Now, granted, 1 has already been knocked. We're up to 8 eliminations. Very strong. Can we get that player behind the boulder? Here goes the res, courtesy of Tonka. But what's Team Queso going to do? They're not going to be able to extend out on this, not when they've got, you know, the other team right at their backs.
Yeah, there's a nice knock right there, too, and that's going to allow them to push up just a little bit. Now get into the grass here. Avoid those sight lines because they were not in the play zone. Silence, the last one alive for Team Queso here. No meds to go with it either. So this is it. This is where we are, and they are spotted, tagged, and bagged.
That's tough. Going out with 4 eliminations. Now everything turns to Royals of War and Deathwolves. Now you gotta look at Rataboy. Rataboy went rogue, kind of got towards the center of circle here for the end game, and, well, Colgoat here on your screen. Everyone's kind of maneuvering around, trying to find whatever cover. Victex coming in with the vehicle, lets it ride, and now the chow comes in. It's getting crazy, and you're going to get immediately punished for that one.
Oh, no. The 1v3 right now, going to start to toss some grenades, and that should do it. Royals of War looking to seal the deal, get the winner chicken dinner with the grenades here, Tiff.
Yeah, they just got to hit the collapse, and they don't even need to chow this up close. They're going to do it from distance, and they will clean it up. You know, maybe Reflections knew what was going on. He was throwing some hype their way. I was saying they could string eliminations together across all maps, but needed to connect it together to find major success. And if they kick things off with a map 1 on Erangel, that's what I call a success.
I'm not going to lie, I didn't believe it, all right? I didn't believe it, but now I have to believe it. 13 eliminations, almost 2,500 damage done. My dudes were tossing out grenades left and right. I believe they tossed 28 total grenades here in game number 1. Maybe all they needed were the double points here, Reflections.
Yeah, maybe that was the motivation, right? I could feel it yesterday. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's like they weren't the best team yesterday, but I was like, man, come double points. Something special about Royals of War. I think they're about to tear it up, and they did. Well done from them. But it was also a victory for a lot of teams that haven't been necessarily doing the best, right? Team Queso, for example, 3rd place. They'll take that all day, every day. I mean, it is their double points after all, right? Deathwolves, who haven't, they've been there. We've talked about them, and we even called them the biggest surprise on day 1. But they slowed down a little bit. But they ramped it back up, map number 1 here on day 4. So well done from them, 12 eliminations. Now, they don't get double points today, but that's still going to be something they are truly happy to get. But yeah, Royals of War stealing the show, 13 elims, and a winner chicken dinner. That drop was heartbreaking. I hated seeing. Couldn't stop it. Couldn't stop it, man. But is what it is. Tiff, I want to go to you first. You called it, and you called it perfectly, right? When that zone, I believe it was stage 3, stage 4 popped up, you're like, man, those teams from the West, they are going to go through the gauntlet, and they did. And we lost at least 6 teams as they rotated to the new zone from the West side.
Yeah, and this is exactly where Deathwolves was able to focus the large majority of those teams, take advantage of it, and really bolster their eliminations. Now, SLR here focusing on Team Liquid, which I love this replay right here because it's the moment that you see Royals of War just after this start realizing SLR is going to be that big threat for their win objective for this map. And as soon as they go through and clear them out, that for me just sealed the deal. But at the end of the day, Deathwolves was in the thick of it the whole time.
They were, but I mean, that speaks volumes about what they can do, Dave. They're in the thick of it, but they stay alive. Now, this play here, I was like, hold up. Royals of War, don't throw it now. Please don't throw it.
He's over here. You know what? I just realized every single bonus points day, game 1, the winner chicken dinner went to a bonus points team. You had Hyper, Group A.
That's the curse.
Exactly. You had AGG, Group B, and now Group C, you have Royals of War. So today we'll really be able to tell if the curse of the double points game 1 chicken dinner is legit or not.
And listen, I hope
it's crazy.
I hope it's not. Yeah, it is crazy, isn't it? It's not a curse yet, right? You said it's going to happen 3 times, and right now it's technically not a curse, but you're right. When it comes to double points, a double points team has taken map number 1, which honestly, I would take that for Royals of War, who needed to, escalate themselves up the leaderboard. After all Group C double points were on the second page, 9 through 16. I believe Royals of War should be on the first page after this. We look at 9 through 16 and Hyper there in 9th place, 1 point. So we're hoping to see a lot more from them today if we can. Titan Gaming, another team getting double points over in 12. But let's take a look at overall, Tiff. Who do we got in first place? Well, no surprise, Team Liquid. In fact, their lead, it's still the same over Alpha7, but Royals of War jump up to 6th.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Team Liquid have a 5-point game there, and as soon as you say, yes, they've jumped up to 6th, they came into today in 11th place overall, really trying to capitalize on those bonus points. So if they're jumping up to 6th just now, so long as there is no real curse here and they just keep on that movement. Now, granted, 4th place overall at the end of our 3 weeks is you're not in a safe space, right? You want to be top 3, and just seeing how first week initially shakes out for a lot of our squads, it's been quite interesting. What you got to realize that Alpha7, 196 points. That was a 1-point game for them on Erangel. So tough and kind of inconsistent, but what we've been witnessing from them. But when you jump on over from 9 through 16, it's the teams like SLR. They kind of make it towards that mid-pack of the game, Dave, but they cannot get out of that kind of bubble.
I'll take the 2 eliminations of Titan Gaming, though. I'll take it, all right? Double.
Will you?
All right, hey, it's 4 points. I'll take it all day.
Take what you can get, man. Titan Gaming, Super Lazy Reflex. I feel like those two, they've just been going back and forth. But unfortunately at the bottom of the standings, right? I saw somebody in chat say it's just unacceptable where Titan Gaming is currently sitting, and I agree. Hopefully today they continue to just hammer home and just get up to where they need to be. I really, genuinely, sincerely want to see our North American teams pull up and show out. But right now, it's all the other regions who are looking solid. Game number 1 is done. Erangel was exciting. The curse of the double points day for the teams. Is it going to live up to expectations? Will it truly be labeled a curse? We're going to find out when we come back. We're about to hop into map number 2. We're going to Miramar after the break.
Who will be the champion of PMSL Americas?
In my opinion, in terms of the current performance, Alpha7 should be the champions.
Alpha7 will INF.
For me, us will be the champions from PMSL. I really believe in our work, the job that we are doing all these months. We are pushing very hard, so I believe in us to win this tournament.
For me, also, we should be the champions of PMSL, but if you don't include us, it should be Alpha7.
Who will be the 4 teams that qualify to the PMWC?
I would say Alpha7, Influence Rage, maybe Team Liquid, maybe B-Bolt, maybe us. I give 5, but I give a bunch of maybes.
I would say Alpha7, Influence Rage, yeah, maybe us and Team Liquid.
Who will be the best NA team?
Us. You're talking to them right now.
Yeah, us.
Who will be the best LATAM team?
In my opinion, be bold.
Maybe RW, I'll say.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added two new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
The PMSL Pass is active today to the 30th of June and is free to unlock. There is a message pinned at the top of chat with a code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America's Spring Season. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Mustache Dave and Spider Tiff. There it is, double points team taking off and looking good. Royals of War take the victory, and they do it in a strong way. First place, but also 13 eliminations. Now, Deathwolves, don't discredit them. They are catching up, and we even have some spicy takes for production, but more on that later. Dave, headed to map number 2, which is going to be Miramar. I can't wait to get into that when we've had some teams perform very well on Miramar in the past, more specifically Alpha7, who got wiped out from Team Liquid, so they're looking to go into map number 2 and prove their consistency is still there.
Let me ask, are you still going with Royals of War, by the way? Game 2.
I don't back down. Are you still going with Titan Games?
Listen, they had their best game. The rest of the day, nothing but 1s and 2s, man. I believe in curses, all right? I found a chicken head one time. I broke my arm the next day. So I think the game 1, true story, the game 1 curse is definitely real. So we'll see. But when we're looking at other teams to pop off here, like you asked here, Alpha7 probably a little upset after their game 1 performance, so definitely keep your eye on A7. They're a team, they like to come back with vengeance, you know? I don't believe if there's one team in the lobby that don't let a bad performance get them down, that's where I was going with this, it has to be A7. And we've seen it time and time again.
A7. Don't let things get them down. I actually agree with that, and I think they're one of the teams that I could say is ironclad when it comes to their mental, more so than any other team here. Team Liquid would be a close second, though, given how they did recover yesterday, as we talked about in the pre-show, losing 4 straight games in a row, and then an explosive 98 points because they had double points yesterday. 98 points over 2 games was very, very impressive. Now, the only thing, though, that's interesting, Tiff, is Team Liquid, Alpha7, they were the ones who fought on Erangel Map 1. It was Team Liquid who took down Alpha7. Alpha7 got 1 of the Team Liquid members, but that was it. I wonder if that's going to be a reoccurring theme based off of rotations and their landing spot, specifically on Erangel. But if they do fight on Miramar, Team Liquid takes on Alpha7 on Miramar, there might be something to that, Tiff.
There might be. I mean, clearly we've identified that these are 2 of the strongest teams of our 16 that are competing here. And it's been really interesting to see how they approach those engagements when they kind of go up against each other. Now, granted, you start thinking about it, Team Liquid, they got a win on Miramar yesterday. Well, so did Alpha7. Alpha7 got their first ever win on Miramar in general when it came to it, because prior to that, they had that 100% win rate in game number 6 on Erangel. So being able to flex out and get different map wins, they even won Sandhawk yesterday. So I feel like that's just going to bolster that confidence. Now, granted, yeah, people are going to have targets on their back, especially if you've been performing so standoutish. And I think that's kind of what's happening, right? As soon as you get that opening knock, they're like, oh my gosh, that's Alpha7. We need to make sure that we can take some of their players away from them, deny them the ability to go into some of these end zones with their full power.
So yesterday, Miramar, at least the second Miramar that we saw, it was interesting to see those zones. They were, I believe it instantly went completely south. It was it was a 50-50 split zone that turned into a 50-50 split zone. All 16 teams stayed alive until about zone 4 in those 50-50 split zones. It was truly impressive. I wonder if we get a little bit more of that today. And by the way, keep an eye out for Super Lazy Reflex. They had a very rough start yesterday in the first Miramar because Death Wolves took them out. Will there be a repeat? So Death Wolves versus SLR. SLR needs to improve. We'll see if they do it as we head into map number 2. We're going into Miramar without further ado. Mustache Dave, Spider Tiff, take it away.
Yo, let us do exactly that. And I think you opened us up, Reflections, with a lot of good talking points, right? The first Miramar of the day pulls up all the way towards that western side by El Pozio. And then the second one of the day decides to go as far south as humanly possible. We saw NRG Galaxy putting themselves in a really solid position when it came to that, but unfortunately were not able to defend their terrain against Team Liquid. But from some of our squads, be curious to see where they decide to drop on down. You can see Influence Rage. Maybe they're going to kick things off on that southern side, Dave, and well, only a matter of time.
Yeah, you sure hope so. They got those double points going for them here today, and you know, we were chatting about it on the break, and it is really like the battle of the utility. Just looking at the last 3 top teams from last game: Royals of War 28 grenades, Death Wolves 18, and then Team Queso with 12. Not to mention all their smokes they use to, you know, allow them to have that soft cover to make those moves happen and maneuver outside of their hard cover from their compounds, right, to try to get those picks and those eliminations. And when you look at the other teams in the lobby, they maybe have like 1 or 2 grenades thrown. So you can definitely tell, like, teams that are utilizing this utility to the maximum, they're performing better here. So hopefully that will be the same for a lot of these other teams when they're looking at the VODs, like we mentioned on the break, from these top teams like Team Liquid, Royals of War last game, but A7. I guarantee you, almost every single game is probably consistent with the amount of grenades they use every game. So hopefully these bottom teams can kind of learn a thing or two.
I think that's a really solid point, considering when I look at a Battle Royale in general, I look at it as a game of resource management. And that seems to be very typical from what we've seen with some of our teams, right? If you go into endgame, specifically yesterday, we had this moment where there was like a 1v3 and it's just one member of B Bold left standing prone behind a vehicle, and it could have turned the tides of that last fight had they had some nades, but unfortunately had used them all on earlier rounds, so very tough for them to see. So if you can go in with maybe 3 frags at least for that endgame, you can really turn the tide. But as soon as we see SLR popping in the whip, hitting the rotation, we know where that Initial circle has pulled, and maybe they wanted to carry off the momentum yesterday from our Miramar drop number 5. We're going south. So NRG Galaxy, Hyper, 9Z already finding themselves with good positioning, but NRG is going from that mainland and just heading south towards the island.
Yeah, we did see circle number 1 is going to be favoring the southwest portion of the Miramar map, and we do have the Prison Island and Los Higos island in play, so that will be interesting. But you made a great call out. NRG not wanting to deal with the early to mid game clown fiesta when it comes to the rotates, and they're going to be the only team actually opting to rotate down here south first. So we'll see if that goes their way. Fate, though, also still going to be up there to the north, though, just kind of holding it down just in case these next circles do shift up to the north. But I feel like with NRG, we're looking at them right now, I want to see them commit a little more. I feel like that's been one of their issues here in this tournament so far, is they don't full send when it comes to the whole team just committing to one play. And I know Fate is the IGL and, you know, probably trying to hold down that position for their team and all, but I want to see them play a little more grouped up together throughout the entirety of the matches.
In my opinion, it makes sense then for Fate to be kind of extended out in that initial drop spot for Miramar, because granted, in that last zone where it did pull south, that is where they played, right? They were trying to hold some of those hillsides together against Team Liquid and such. And if you're already sending 3 of your 4 players down towards that island, right to the eastern side of Los Higos to try and prep for maybe that pull, they can scout out looking for teams to rotate, knowing that they have vehicles and they're looting down there. They can always come back, but getting that jump start across the bridge. Now, mind you, NRG Galaxy, they were the first North American team to go ahead and hit that win in day number 2, and it was on Miramar.
Okay, true. Yeah, you can't hate it. So we'll see what they can accomplish here. Definitely a squad that needs some points here to kind of play catch up on the overall leaderboard. Same could be said with Hyper. So both of these North America teams will be in circle number 1. But talking about circle number 1, 9Z. Okay, simple. Looking for some shots out there downrange. That's going to be Team Queso. Both these teams trying to fight for that centralized hilltop right now in circle number 1, and FURIA also in the area as well, probably with the same game plan. So we might have a little King of the Hill battle happening here.
I'd love to see it. I would, for sure, because we were talking about that specifically with Hyper, 9Z already landing inside that initial circle. Well, teams that have started that rotation immediately, it's going to be FURIA, Team Queso. 9Z was already looking down the barrels at Team Queso, still looking to kind of put threat on their terrain. And I love that Milos here at least has the vehicle, right? Because one thing about Miramar, this desert, the open areas, there's just not a lot of any kind of natural trees and structures that you can use in some of these moments. You just have to go with the hills and catch people off on surprise. So if Team Queso already starts scouting out, maybe wants to return back on through, not really able to pick off anything, because the next thing you know, 9Z is going to put the pressure on you, but so is FURIA.
Yeah, and these Miramar is so interesting with all the different dips. You never really know if there's going to be like a solo player in one of these trenches until you crest over the hill and you find out the hard way. So going back to NRG, it looks like they did loot up those islands down there towards the south, and they're going to be pulling back up here towards Fate. There's now everybody else in the lobby, all those teams in the north like AGG, A7, Titan Gaming, iNCO, all these squads in the north are now making the great migration, try to find themselves a solid position here in zone number 1. SLR going to be in the blue still, taking their time, but besides that, everybody else on the move.
Good shouts there for sure. Entity 7 here just making their way. Hate kind of rotated out, kind of caught out by themselves by Los Leones. And now it's curious to see what they're going to be doing for that team, because if you're trying to stifle people's rotations into that next circle, that's tough. SLR, though, good shouts on being out here in the blue. I'm curious to see why they're deciding, but granted, this could have been one of those things that they were trying to iron out in terms of their mistakes. Maybe some of those rotations where they were just getting caught between multiple teams, but you run the risk of being gate-capped yourself.
Okay, Mythic jumping out a little too early right there, losing half of their health, and then immediately spotted and taken out and flushed right there from iNCO.
part of that great migration you were talking about. Team Liquid still looking for a way to get into that next circle, but when you lose one on rotation, in particular Mythic, who was one of the highest fragging players on your team, you got to keep Chief alive, and iNCO's like, no, we understand the risk of what is happening here. I am going to at least try to disable that vehicle if possible, but you know, able to get out of dodge just quickly enough, and iNCO's like, all right, we'll focus on the task at hand.
Yeah, and Gary's trying to show up too. Remember, Gary getting subbed in here today. Gary's trying to get as much damage and eliminations on the board as possible, because that was, you know, a questionable pick for some people. I saw in the chat. I know in the pre-show we were talking about it, because Nenabete has been a staple player in this tournament so far for iNCO, really making some clutch plays and working in tandem almost with Nunez. The two go back and forth a lot with that synergy. You can definitely tell in the playfield. But gonna be subbing in Gary here tonight, so definitely a squad to kind of see how they perform with a new player performing here. Game number 2,
keep tabs
Miramar.
on that for sure. Deathwolves right there on that picture-in-picture as we get a look of where that circle is headed towards, and kind of more of that great migration. SLR obviously still in the blue, very spread out, but Be Bold from the north taking their time, honestly, and it's respectable, right? Because those are some of the things that you have to work on improving, are your timings of your rotations. Whether or not you get in too early, that collapse can happen. You can get caught out by multiple squads. And Deathwolves, you know, coupling down. Massive eliminations game number 1. Want to keep that moving. Nothing on the board just yet for this match, but what I do like for them is their position, right? NRG was kind of moving into their initial drop spot and want to set up there, and a lot of the teams have actually anticipated that's where the next circle will go, and well, they were correct.
It's like Titan Gaming going to be pulling up in the southern part of Tumasera, E7 on the east side, and still going back to Team Liquid. They just can't seem to catch a break right now. Almost every single time we tune in with them, they're getting shot from somebody. So that was going to be Royale from Influence Rage, taking some shots on a Chief. Chief quickly popping back behind that hillside. So Team Liquid, they are going to be safe for now, but they are going to have to be very careful because, you know, they're going to be down a member very early on, and they're going to be stuck between multiple teams. iNCO is going to be rotating in through the north. They might have some sight lines on a Team Liquid here shortly, so we'll keep tabs on Team Liquid. But for the time being, iNCO and SLR, Be Bold, the only 3 teams remaining not in the new play zone.
Wait and see. Entity 7, though, their macro has been quite strong, always finding themselves in a powerful position when it comes to those rotations here in Stage 2, specifically. A building, rooftops to work with, and we'll have plenty of information. My only issue with them is being able to time some of this good positioning with the rotations, with the fights. For now, you can see you've got All Glory Gaming just to their north that will likely keep trying to rotate in, especially when Be Bold and iNCO kind of mirror them on that southern area.
Yeah, I believe we just saw there Be Bold losing 1 player. Or they got knocked, so it looks like David did get picked back up. Probably jumped out there, Buggy, a little too early. Blue zone hurts a little bit, not too much, but it is going to force them. I mean, kind of going back to the utility conversation, talking about the meds, the nades, the smokes. Like, you want to keep that in the pocket for that mid to late game, and they're already being forced to use it now just because they are slow on the early game rotate.
Maybe take that next fight against All Glory Gaming, pick up some well-needed resources. Deathwolves, though, owns a compound, a few vehicles to boot, and NRG, very similar to what they did yesterday in drop number 5 on Miramar, just really working this terrain. Spec on your screen right now, trying to find an angle onto Deathwolves, maybe just some warning damage, at least show presence for where you are so you don't allow someone to walk up on you. My only thing when you start doing that is you get a good look at where that circle is. You have Hyper at your backs, kind of really spread out, looking for control. And if you start giving away all those audio cues, someone could make a chow for this, pending on where those later stages decide to go.
Yeah, I mean, best case scenario, you get a knock, but you're not going to get the confirm, especially if they're in the buildings, right? They should be able to get picked up safely. But you are going to be taking away their armor, unless there is some new armor laying on the floor there. So it all adds up, and like you mentioned, just kind of letting them know, like, hey, we're up here. So if you're going to make the push in the next circle, you will have a fight at your hand. So That's going to be NRG right now, keeping the Death Wolves at bay. And, well, I believe Fate is going to be looking over across the way towards that west, and Hyper, trying to relay that intel to their squad mates, making sure they don't get pushed from behind. But SLR out here in the foothills, in the zone. Welcome. How's it going? Still 4 up.
Gotta do what you gotta do, and finally making it on in. Now, we knew Entity 7 and iNCO Gaming were just around here, so trying to position their vehicles to allow them to cut off some of those sight lines. But Team Liquid, these are the things that we're talking about, and specifically what we saw in some of the earlier drops before making it into that end of the game series yesterday, is that on these initial rotations, they just seem to keep finding all of their squads getting caught out. Now that we've lost out on 2 of their biggest fraggers, Chief and Mythic, things are going to be tough. We noticed Ayala yesterday was able to really hold down at least the rear, look for that information and make sure no one is able to walk up behind them. But when you're already down to a duo this early on with all 16 teams still up, it can be tough to try and kind of navigate from there.
Yeah, and it looks like they're just going to be trying to be a pest right now in the lobby. They're taking shots at everything. But if there was ever one player that you want to have alive as a solo, it definitely is Ayala. We've seen him in this tournament like 2 days ago be able to get really high placements as a solo. But they don't just turtle up and hide. They go for those eliminations, and we saw him pop off and clutch out. So we'll see what the duo from Team Liquid can accomplish here. But talking about teams looking to accomplish something here in game number 2. Alpha7, 1 point in game number 1. So they got 2 eliminations here so far. They're going to be on the edge up here in the northwest.
Oh, sounds like it's already a better drop for them here in Miramar. Now, this is very typical to where they be. You call them out being in that northwestern side of things, right? They typically were landing very much in the north of Miramar, which is why they had so much success in that drop number 2, because the zone had originally pulled up there. So now that we see it just keep pulling away for them, they're going to have to do something that they're not afraid to do, and that's going to be fight their way in. You've got Titan Gaming, NA towards the north, who are on double points. Team Queso just inside that next circle, but it's 9Z that will be that biggest threat. And if you want to take them down, that will free up some space, because look at FURIA and Titan Gaming. The chances of them starting to kind of push in and really collapse around where Alpha7 wants to rotate to, it's going to be tough. So you have to do something about 9Z here and now.
Yeah, and it looks like Elite trying to stay back as long as possible in the buggy to really pinpoint exactly what A7 are doing, if they're fully committing to the push or not. It does look like a crate was over here as well. So A7 taking a pit stop, possibly getting that level 3 gear. Looks like Elite now grouping up with their teammates. Oh, or at least trying to. Not quick enough.
Very tough there. We see Team Liquid and both 9Z having some issues. Simple on your screen. Trying to find some angles. There goes the frag over the hill. He pops in the vehicle, wants to disengage, but it does enough. Simple wanting to kind of group back up. We have lost out on Elite, but from now, gotta get that boost.
This is gonna be an interesting fight over here. So A7, I believe, recognizing that they might be in danger from behind, gonna prioritize the zone here and not look to take the fight with AZ out there.
Wolves, though, Royals of War on the opposing side, and well, we're from a distance. It doesn't matter. We're still putting pressure. The trades come through straight from iNCO Gaming, and now you do have, yet again, another western side collapse, but this is the battle for the east, so you called it on Erangel. With Influence Rage relatively central, but the only thing is, it's Federal, last standing for them, so to make the most of it, granted, they're on 0. Royals of War. Yeah.
The curse. Down to just a duo. They got the Death Wolves and iNCO on top of them. The curse. Not like this. Okay. DBS shots coming in clutch.
As soon as you mentioned the curse, Tonka's like, what about a curse? Sure, we fall down. Tonka last standing. We've done over 550 damage, but only 1 elimination to show for it in iNCO Gaming. They say, see you later, Royals of War. Enjoy that big points of 46 points in Erangel, but you're not going to find much here.
See if the curse is real here tonight. So they are going to be done here and dusted for this Miramar map. iNCO quickly trying to toss out some smokes, buy themselves some time to get the heal up and the lay of the land, because NRG hearing those shots, trying to push up across the road here. But the Death Wolves, they're going to be a squad right between both NRG and iNCO. Let's see if they can lay a trap here and really catch either of these teams off guard. is going to be in the south. Ooh, Fate. Nice shots right there.
Death Wolves
I'll take that.
have fallen.
They're done.
iNCO Gaming was able to take out 2 teams that are in the double points. Not only did they take out what we were witnessing there from Royals of War, but they find Federal of Influence Rage, the solo trying to live, and now Titan Gaming starting to get in the mix straight onto FURIA, and I'm nervous about that, right? We immediately saw them third-partying down into Alpha7, FURIA on the opposing side, and albeit we're just willing to take whoever and whatever we can get from our position here.
Yeah, and Titan Gaming, a team that has those double points, so the incentive to get a little aggressive here towards the mid game definitely makes sense. A7 is going to be in those hills right between FURIA and Titan Gaming. I believe they're safe for the time being, but Titan Gaming recognize, hey, there's a squad down there. And I believe A7 not really comfortable sticking it out. Carilla looking to reposition, but Rin pulling up here. Mafioso not able to pop in the vehicle in time. Going to be hanging back with the DBS here. Let's see if Titan Gaming get the bait. Take the fight with FURIA. A7 still got Mafioso right between them.
Patience. Look, I'm not comfortable with this either, but maybe Frag's biggest win here, and the crest. Well, there comes Rin, grabs that knock immediately. Talk about that aggressive we wanted to see. The full elim does come through, and now you can see FURIA looks for the swing. It could potentially be onto 2. Ren gets the upper hand, finds with a large majority of that damage. Yes, a trade comes in. So long as they're not able to get the full on the Titan Gaming NA player, and Adrian just roaming free, finding angles.
Nice
the
volley.
nades onto an active, but it's not going to be enough.
What?
Not when Hyper wants to make a play into this.
The third party from Hyper from behind, and I'm not sure they're aware. Mafioso has not moved the muscle. Finally taking this window of opportunity to pop in the buggy while Titan Gaming are going for the revives here. Mafioso is laying down behind the boulder the whole time. Titan Gaming kind of stumbling over them. But now Titan Gaming looking to clear out FURIA here. Get the squad wipe.
Titan Gaming NA, you think of their journey here to PMSL America Spring. It was in those NA qualifiers where they found so many wins in those final games on Erangel, right? But Miramar, they'd love to find their first win of the tournament if they can. And so far looking so strong, quite impressive, right? 5 eliminations and navigating the third parties really well. Now we pop back into the vehicles. Alpha7 never fully sent back onto this, right? They're in a position where they're actually focusing on the long game. But Titan putting pressure not only on some of those squads, 9Z in Hyper. Hyper wraps on that southern side and focuses forward, right? They're split holding for now, but they never were able to suss out where the remnants of 9Z are.
Yeah, Titan Gaming just sweeping the edge right here, playing their game. Red Ox feeling themselves too with 3 eliminations so far. So maybe they'll continue to hunt down 9Z like you mentioned, but over here, NRG finally crossing the road. Gonna be up against Hyper.
Spec, last standing here. Big fight needs to stand up. At the moment you turn your back away from them, that is going to be like open season. You can just see they want to pick that angle. The swing comes in, and NRG Galaxy just not going to be able to do anything. They're picked away with 2 eliminations to their name.
It's not done yet. They're getting pressured from behind, and iNCO already here with the mini red zone, tossing grenade after the grenade. That insane shot right there on his stars in. Baton trying to hold them at bay with their own grenade. The Vector, Levitix popping up here.
Oh, iNCO wants to give Hyper a dose of their medicine that they just threw down onto NRG. Vitali on your screen. Maybe 10 HP, forced to reassess where we're going to be positioning, focusing on that mid-range while you can see that Hyper wants to hit that rotate. But at the end of the day, when you're sitting on 9 eliminations alone here on Miramar, a very strong start.
Yeah, and I feel like Hyper could definitely have committed a little more to that play. I mean, we saw right there, they're super spread apart right here, and they kind of let their 2 squad mates in the front line get picked apart for free from iNCO. Now iNCO is going to be claiming the hilltop for themselves. SLR still big chilling in the zone too. Not moving a muscle for some time now, but iNCO definitely coming out on top of that.
A lot of chaos going on. All Glory Gaming will fall in 11th place. So now, when you look to it, top 10 teams left standing, Alpha7. We've already lost out on 1. One more knocked as Revo and Corello last standing, trying to keep Titan Gaming at bay. They said in that interview they wanted to get hyper aggressive, knowing they had double points. Well, when you've got all 4 players up, you're sitting on 5 eliminations, but I say that as Rin falls, maybe a caster curse. Revo from the distance, looking clean.
Yeah, look at this. It's a little 2-1 split as well. So Revo taking shots from downtown in the shack, trying to possibly damage those vehicles too, and the other 2 squad mates from A7 right there in the trenches within grenade range. Lim going to be tossing a smoke, buying themselves some time, possibly getting the pickup here. But Revo just a thorn in the side right now. Titan Gaming. Look at, I mean, blew up a vehicle here. Probably looking for the truck towers as well. Titan Gaming, though, they will be looking across the map too. So Titan Gaming, very challenging push. They're not in the play zone still.
No, they're going to have to move soon, and I'm really curious to see how they're going to do it. At this point in time, you almost need to just bring the fight to Alpha7, be that hyper-aggressive team that you wanted to do, but how are you going to get that opening? You look at what you've got to work with, some smokes, and then Hyper finding some distance. They fall. They find a knock on their own. That's the lonesome, but there goes the onslaught of grenades we were talking about. It's going to allow them some time here to focus on healing before the next area of the fight.
Here comes the push now. Ren looking to go right to the doorstep of this shack with the M4 3 times, looking for the pre-fire, and looks like working in tandem. What's Mafioso saying? Yeah, come. I got the DBS for you, baby. Let's see, Red Ox with the follow-up grenade. Unable to hit the mark here. Red Ox, last one alive.
Just eats them, and every bit that we wanted them to make happen just gets disintegrated and finally cut down by Red Ox. We knew they were strong, but it doesn't matter because the cleanup crew, it's here. SLR falls, Titan Gaming falls, despite getting 6 eliminations on double points. Now we've got to worry about what iNCO Gaming's doing. 10 eliminations. They have 9Z in their sight. You've got to hide those ankles.
Yeah, my dude's out there just crawling, living life. Let's see, Nunez with a long Molotov right there, and that's good. Spread is going to be forcing them inside the compound. Let's see if we can get these follow-up grenades. Simple catching that one.
Ooh. Tough trying to crawl back behind the shack. See what we can do for that reset. It would really cost them to try and full send down onto this, so I don't think it's going to be smart just yet, considering 9Z not in that next play zone. And, well, Team Queso holding a large majority of the space. iNCO Gaming has that southern side, which would be strong for them, but Team Queso's on double points, and albeit on 7 eliminations. Granted, we haven't really seen too much of them on main thus far, but they're really focusing on the play zone positioning. 7 on 4, Vitali and Nunez on 3 each. It's Gary showing up, being able to do some damage and allow the other teams to find success.
Let's go, Gary. Team Queso, 7 eliminations. They're on their double day, too, so they are just having a great time with their little 2-2 split here. I think David's still alive all the way up there in the north, but E7, they are playing together as a unit. Looks like they're trying to make a move now that Papa Blue is going to be forcing them up this hill. iNCO's holding down.
This is their next biggest threat, and they realize that they want to clean out iNCO Gaming, take the space that they hold, and let's see if they're able to do it elsewhere. B-Bolt has fallen, and Franco still moving in tandem with the frag, grabbing that opening knock onto Vitali, which allows them to get into position and maybe whittle down some of those resources around the building we go. They cut off those lines of sight, but it's just chaos all over the place.
E7 showing up here with the aggression. You love to see it, but Gary trying to make a name for themselves, trying to defend their squad mates right there. Was finally able to knock out Franco and get the thirst. Like the play zone doing some damage over here. So E7 taking the hilltop, taking it away, ripping it from iNCO, because iNCO, they were trying to take 2 battles essentially at the same time, trying to fend off E7, but also trying to get those 2 easy elimination points downhill, because 9Z's still alive in the shack over there.
Interesting, because usually it's Entity 7 that finds any cusp of cover or buildings that they can in the final play zones, but them realizing what they needed to do, and you can even see that iNCO Gaming has backed off, right? They're giving up some of that space straight to Entity 7. Now you can work this ultimate high ground. You have the vehicles and all the lines to work with, and you can really get the advantage of what's going on. Now, Team Queso on that opposing side, right? There's still 4 players up. Having your players advantage for this end game is going to be so vital now that we're down to the final 4. iNCO Gaming, a duo, 9Z, a duo. Entity 7 has 3 up, but I'm really keeping my eyes on Team Queso, sitting with 8 eliminations.
8 eliminations. They got the whole team here. They got the zone. They just need to let everybody come towards them here. iNCO, the duo. No grenades, no Molotovs. Hate out here in the open with the jump shot. Able to take out Gary with the DBS. Now it's just Nunez, last one alive.
He understands the assignment too, and just keeps on putting that pressure. He's like, Nunez, you're over there. We are full sending. When Nunez is just trying to get through the open. D-Bloom down and out, but Hate finally gets over that crest, takes the shotgun to him, and well, goodbye iNCO Gaming. 11 eliminations though, so Miramar not for the week for them. But here's Team Queso. You're talking about it there, looking for double digits of their own.
Looking to get this winner chicken dinner. And, you know, throughout that whole battle, I thought 9Z would have been dead a long time ago, but they are still alive, at least securing themselves a 2nd place here. Just like that. Team Queso, winner, double points, chicken dinner.
Might I just add that Team Queso did take 3rd place on drop number 1 in Aaron Gale. They double down, grab the win on Miramar, and this is a team that's going to be getting those double points. You grab double-digit eliminations, 11, so that you're looking at 22 just from those Elands. A 42-point game. Maybe there's no curse.
Look at them, too. I mean, they look like they're a little bit relieved, but they know their job's not done, right? Like, yeah, it's double points. Done. Yeah, we got the chicken, but you could tell right there that they want more. And I love to see that here, Reflections.
Yeah, well, they need to want more. After all, they have to capitalize today. I think every team realizes, even from the back end, looking at the interviews and the questions we've been asking, not only to the coaches, but also the players themselves, you know, what's important going into today. And they're like, look, today's our double points day. We have to go big. And Team Queso realizes that, and they have gone. Tiff, you brought up a wonderful point. Team Queso from game number 1, 3rd place, 4 eliminations, not the biggest game, but game number 2, much bigger, 11 eliminations, winner, chicken dinner. Their positioning was wonderful. Team Queso showcasing why they could very well be one of the biggest surprise teams today. Eliminations spread out. Silence had the most with 4 eliminations, but the rest of them did exactly what they needed to do. So Team Queso taking the cake. But Tiff, 9Z also being 2nd place is huge. 9Z's not been that loud when it comes to the standings. E7, without question, hasn't been loud, but they get one of their biggest games yet. 3rd place, 9 eliminations. Then iNCO Gaming showing up with 13. This was a massive game for teams who need to get a rise on the leaderboards.
It's almost as if they've used the first 3 or so days as kind of just moments to test things, see what works for them. And Entity 7, yeah, their macro's on point. They know how to get into a viable area for that play zone in some of those later stages. But one thing that they didn't have was a building. Now, Hot Jukes yesterday said they just love buildings, kind of anchoring down and maybe not being able to get out of the cover and time those fights properly. But if you take those buildings out of things like Miramar, right, there's just not a lot of that in these end games. Well, they've got to fight for it, and they know exactly where they need to head, and throwing their attention onto iNCO Gaming, getting aggressive. That's more of what we need to see from Entity, and honestly, Titan Gaming here as well. Yes, we're getting that cusp of the final blow for Redox, but even swinging Alpha7. Sure, you didn't expect to take a DPS to their face, but no one really does.
Yeah. No, I mean, what you would hopefully not be planning for that, but sometimes it does. We've seen some nasty.
My boy Rin had 2 flashbangs too. I would love to have seen him just take his time a little bit, toss that flashbang in that shack, and they would have had the advantage right there, right? But instead, they kind of work their way in, one at a time almost, right into the DBS. So little micro mistakes right there.
I did see a nasty nade, though, onto the shack from the top of the hill. I've been seeing some beautifully placed nades as well as Molotovs. So shout out to the placements there. 42 points from Team Queso. That is massive, ladies and gentlemen. They started the day on the second page of standings, so 9 through 16. I believe with their first game performance, that put them at least on the top page, and they're going to go even higher. But you got to give the flowers to E7, iNCO Gaming, 9Z, teams that needed to improve and are absolutely doing so. Titan Gaming, though, another big storyline, Dave. 16 points, right? That's big. We take those.
Yeah, you take it. I mean, the double points definitely helping them here today, and they are kind of cranking up the aggression here and recognizing their opportunity with these double points. But E7, I gotta give it to them, man. That was like the most aggressive play I've seen from them so far, and they got 9 eliminations out the mix, almost 2k damage done. So E7, man, keep it going. I want to see more of that.
Well, on top of that, too, their ability to take over the hilltop like they did. They died shortly after, but like that showed... Yeah, and that showed that they were willing to make a move, where before they've been a bit stagnant, right? That big battle against A7 in the open field. But Team Liquid still in first, Alpha7, iNCO Gaming, they are going to better their score after that impressive finishing with 13 elims. But Team Queso skyrocket up the leaderboard, Tiff. They are now in 5th place, just behind number 4, Deathwolves.
That's what you need to do, right? Deathwolves remaining consistent, staying in that 4th place overall. But if you're going to move from 11th place up to 5th, it's very similar to what we had just witnessed Royals of War doing. They had catapulted themselves up to 6th place after that map 1 win. Yes, it's kind of moved down a little bit, but things that I'm looking for when we see this first page here is Team Liquid been very stagnant in these initial drops, have been stuck kind of in this realm, and Alpha7 has only been able to move up maybe 10 to 15 points. It's really opening the door for teams like iNCO Gaming, Deathwolves, Team Queso, the teams that are finding success early on. My goal for them is to just stay consistent, because at the end of the day, in this marathon that we have over the course of 3 weeks with 15 days of play, consistency is key. And if you find yourself down here in 9th through 16th place, maybe it's time for you to start working on those things. I know Titan Gaming, MC7, Dave, you were talking a lot about that. They're starting to show signs of life in terms of some of their fighting prowess.
Yeah, without a doubt. And, you know, they got their double points here today, so hopefully Influence Rage, Titan Gaming, they start to crank it up. 4 more games here to go. But another team that is not on double points, that they are cranking it up here, and I think at the perfect time too, is 9Z. 9Z have been showing up here in the late game, both game 1 and game 2, and tomorrow is their double point game. So if they can kind of get that confidence going, maybe even a chicken dinner to relieve those nerves, tomorrow's going to be looking good for 9Z. But yeah, today is all about Group C, Influence Rage, Royals of War, Team Queso, and Titan Gaming.
Want to see Titan Gaming, and I also want to see Influence Rage. I want to see them kind of, continue to move on up. We only have 2 teams currently in the second page, 9 through 16. That's, of course, Influence Rage as well as Titan Gaming. So Royals of War as well as Team Queso, they've managed to break free. They're now top 8. Although Royals of War, they go from first to last, right? Erangel first place. Then we hop on to Miramar. They get 16th. That's a little bit concerning, but also not that surprising. Miramar's not necessarily been their strongest. The good news is, though, for them, we're hopping into Erangel map number 3, right? So they're going back to where they just won and had a stellar game number 1, picking up a total of 13 eliminations. So we'll see if they can continue that success and obviously replicate it. Last point, though, Dave, Gary comes in as a replacement, right? And Gary, he doesn't pick up any eliminations, but he was still in the conversation.
It's Gary, man. You got to give it. Gary doing Gary things here, surviving towards that late game, staying alive. And you know what? Gary might just be out there relaying that intel to their squad mates to have the ability to make these plays happen. So we still got 4 more games to go. There's a lot of time, essentially, for Gary to really shine here. So not worried yet. And iNCO still doing good. I mean, 13 eliminations. They're doing just fine.
Yeah, if they can just stay where they're at. I mean, we've seen Alpha7 hold what they got, and they haven't even had their double points. iNCO Gaming, same concept, right? If they could just continue to stay steady and consistent, which we know they can be consistent because they've had, I believe, day 2, they were very highly consistent, right? So we know they have it within them to do just well, whether it's with Gary or whether it's without Gary. There it is, Miramar. Game number 2 has concluded. We're about to hop into game number 3, a halfway point, which is going to be back on Erangel. Will we see a return return of Royals of War. I know for the fan base out there, they want to see it for sure. And also, will we see a repeat of Team Liquid getting taken down, Alpha7? They had a bit of a scrappy battle. Will we see that once again on your screen? We'll find all that out and more when we come back from the break. And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Mustache Dave and Spider Tiff. 2 maps down, third about to come your way. We're heading back into Erringa, which is played 3 times a day. The bread and butter of the teams, at least it should be by now. If it isn't, they're missing out on a lot of opportunities. Now, when it comes to one of our teams today getting double points, that's Influence Rage. Federal, I love hearing from them, and I also like hearing Sarpak get to ask those questions. Sarpak had a chance to sit down with Federal from Influence Rage. Let's see what he had to say.
Influence Rage, Federal, you guys have been fighting NRG at Primorsk. How do you feel about it? How's the fights been going? Vocês estão brigando com NRG no Primorsk? Como vai isso aí?
Bom, é uma coisa chata, né? Trocação em spot, principalmente em Arangel. Mas a gente está estudando para ver o que a gente vai fazer, se a gente vai continuar caindo, se vai pegar outro spot. Mas vamos ver daqui para frente o que a gente vai fazer. Mas trocação de spot não é legal, né? Mas é isso.
Yeah, he says that sharing spot is not fun. It's annoying. They're starting what they're gonna do, if they're gonna change, if they're gonna stay there and fight. But yeah, they're not happy about it. Do you really think you're gonna change or you're gonna stay? Vocês vão ficar ou vocês vão mudar de spot? O que você acha que vão fazer?
Bom, veremos aí, mas que trocação de spot é ruim pelo fato que, tipo assim, você pode matar, pode morrer, aí perde a play que você zera ali, ou fica em duo, solo, você podia ganhar, se tivesse caindo em qualquer outro lugar, a gente consegue fazer a play, então a gente vai ver o que a gente vai fazer.
Yeah, he says that sharing a spot and fighting this, having a drop spot is very hard because you can win the fight, you can lose the fight, you can stay with win the fight, but just with two players, and it's harder. Federal, thank you very much. Good luck.
Hey, thank you for that, Sarpak, talking to Federal from Influence Rage. Dave, basically that comes down to Federal, Influence Rage. They're just not happy sharing a landing spot with NRG Galaxy.
Yeah, I heard day one on the way to the venue, those two teams, they were sitting next to each other on the bus. Ooh. Now, today, completely opposite and separate buses. So they're not even looking at each other anymore. So, yeah, they are upset about it for sure.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, the PMSL Pass is active today to the 30th of June. There is a message pinned at the top of chat with a code and a link. Redeem the code with provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arch Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. Map number 3 is underway. We're going into Erangel. Who's going to take it? We're going to find all that out and more right now. Mustache Dave, Spider Tip, take it away.
Let's do it. Erangel 2 of the day. We'll see this map 3 total times. For now, things are looking a bit different, right? That plane line relatively symmetrical from what we've witnessed, kind of chopping this map almost in half. Now, granted, I like that Sarpak was kind of talking to Federal, and he's like, "You sure? You sure you don't want to leave?" Oh man, now it's gonna be a meme for days. But I will say something about Federal's stance kind of spoke to me, right? He's looking confident, regardless of the decision between those fights between NRG Galaxy and Influence Rage. He's just kind of throwing down. Also, I really love the jacket. I kind of want it. I just finished up the most recent episode of My Hero Academia, and all I could see was the logo of Influence Rage was giving me Tomura Shigaraki vibes, and now I'm like, oh man, they're gonna throw down today, aren't they?
And that's what you love to see too, like that confidence, especially, this zone. But the confidence when it comes to like your double points day, and not only that, like just recognizing, okay, if we do continue to drop near them and lose one or two early, it sets you back so far. So when it comes to like the double points day, obviously they want to avoid that at all costs. And looking at the map right now, I mean, we could see Be Bold and Yasnaya, INF on the east side trying to chase out NRG a little bit to force them up north. So, I mean, both these teams still dropping near each other. Let's see, though. Hopefully they can kind of go their separate ways and not lose one of their squad mates early on.
Typically, though, if you already run that team off, in a way, I chalk that up as a win for NRG because Influence Rage just has to disengage and start rotating and maybe go loot somewhere else, which you can really run into an issue, specifically when there's already other squads in this nearby compound. Be Bold within the vicinity, so they're going to have to keep their eyes out. Though Milo would like to take that fight into the buildings, and that would be respectable. But the way David can get here, looking for some some of these angles, you've got to be cautious because it can put yourself in a precarious situation rather quickly.
Yeah, be bold with 2 of their squad mates on the north side of Yasnaya and the other 2 on the south side, working awfully close to each other. Meanwhile, Influence kind of scattered throughout Yasnaya, just trying to get the most optimal loot because they did spend the first couple moments trying to fend off NRG. So definitely see who comes out on top of the Yasnaya battle. Maybe both teams, though, we'll just call it what it is, get some loot, find a vehicle, and rotate, because remember, circle number 1 is all the way on the west side. It has about 25% of it in the water, so we're not going to have playable land, essentially, and already in the middle, Royals of War straight chilling in this circle, and that's just what they do. I mean, we're talking about bread and butter. Royals of War, They just get to the center as quickly as possible. They hunker down and they show up in that late game with their numbers, and they pop out, try to get some points. So this could be their game, you know, breaking that curse. I'm sticking with it. So let's see if Royals of War could do just that with having such a great heads up on this circle number 1.
I like that we kind of pop on over here because we got a good lay of the land of Influence Rage, right? We were showing kind of post that interview. They're on the opposing side of that. And, well, you know, little boy's out, Milo's in, and then we still have some of our remaining squad members. So we'll see what they bring to the table here for the second map of the day on Erangel. But Royals of War.
Breaking the curse.
That we're You've got to. Right now, you think back to history, right? Dropped winners for day number 2. Well, they open up and they take that initial map 1 on Erangel. Come into, you know, day number 4. They win map number 1 on Erangel. But what I would like to see them do is kind of carry that momentum forward into some of these later drops. And when you already have the advantage, priority to where that zone is pulling, you can kind of start setting up where you want to really play the rest of these mid-map, mid-stages, right? Because everyone's going to be coming straight towards you. So you look towards teams on that northern side where we usually see a lot of teams collapse. Well, FURIA being one of them, Alpha7 nearby, and even Entity 7 are going to be in this same rotation path.
Yeah, FURIA love going to Mount Everest hilltops too, but looks like this game they're not going to be taking that up. Instead, going for the western main road to send it a little more centralized here. A7 kind of following suit. I wonder if A7 did some scouting earlier on and may have spotted out one of the FURIA members, kind of on the hot pursuit here. And you're talking about E7. Looks like they're trying to group up themselves. So a couple teams fighting for a solid position here in circle number 1 on the west coast. Everybody in their vehicles for the time being. Over there on the east side, though, I mean, you got Hyper leaving Lipovka. NRG still in Stalber, extremely split for the time being, but it's okay. They got vehicles. Finally, Be Bold moving out of Yasnaya. So all these teams recognizing, okay, circle number 1 is starting to close in. Let's go find ourselves a position to call home.
I mean, it's very typical, and I love that you made a nod to FURIA when it comes to Mount Everest. If you think back to our map number 1 on Erangel, well, our Artisan kind of broke their feet falling off after some lackluster engagements in that vicinity. So to go ahead and just say, no, we're going to forego even trying to go through that positioning. We're going to actually go further west towards the coast because we believe that is where we're going to start seeing some later stages. Entity 7, though, they're going to go ahead and take up a lot of that high ground, start really scouting out what they can in terms of compounds. Are these free? Can we just waltz on up to these buildings, or will we get resisted?
Yeah, not only that, when it comes to FURIA, like, go to the coast because at least you can eliminate one angle from a potential enemy compared to on the hilltop that multiple teams might be rotating that direction to get a better vantage. So just the fact that now they have the ocean to their back, they can just focus on what's in front of them, is a good plan for me.
Pretty solid there. You already hear the shots in the distance, and it's Team Liquid, right? This has been the biggest thing for them on some of those early rotations. They often lose 1 or 2 even members, and even back on that Miramar map, they had Ayala that was last alive within the zone, but could not keep anything moving. They just have not found the good momentum boosting that they saw in the end of the drop series yesterday. But Royals of War, they found success. They threw down double-digit eliminations in map number 113. Yeah. Invictus was at the heart of a lot of it.
Pressed mini 8 times, ton of ammo to go with it too. So we're just gonna be taking some pot shots out here all day. Love the sound of the mini with the suppressor. One of my favorite sounds in game of PUBG Mobile, besides the P90 spraying you down, of course. But Royals of War Going to be making sure to not allow any team to rotate near them, making sure to take shots at their approaching vehicles and force them away from their current compound.
Yeah, that's true. Tonka on your screen. Kind of tough right there. We always see kind of the armor disadvantages, and we're sitting on level 1 for now, so I'd love to see them kind of be able to upgrade that. But when you've kind of already found yourself in that central area of the stage, it's tough, right? So let's see what Alpha7 is going to be able to do. When you've got FURIA in your sights, you talked about FURIA's position, right? Holding that coast eliminates one threat. But when everyone starts moving in on your territory and you've got Alpha7 towards your north, and then All Glory Gaming and 9Z kind of making their ways in, All Glory towards that eastern side, very typical of a rotation for them, but 9Z encroaching on that other position. You can still get slammed from multiple angles despite being on the coast.
Oh, without a doubt. And we do set next circle is going to center up just a little bit. There's going to still be some water in play. It looks like SLR were at the hilltops of Quarry. They will be moving out towards 9Z, so that's going to leave Quarry open for probably Hyper to backfill. AGG, Influence Rage, iNCO still out there on the east side, not in the current circle. But besides that, I mean, we have what, like 4 different teams just dead center, holding down as much terrain as possible here. Got some swamps in play. Team Queso showing up as well. They're feeling it here today.
Hey, you've got to, especially if you're on double points. So
yeah,
you want to feel it.
They're feeling it. Their last game. Looks like Death Wolves, they were trying to take up that tower. Okay, not able to do so. Finding out the hard way. Let's get the confirmed 1 point. 1 point. Let's get it.
The control, the way we're just navigating that. Look, Rataboy's been one to make plays for Death Wolves, and if you're already going to throw him down quickly, but I'm keeping my eyes specifically on some of these rotations that we're witnessing when it comes to iNCO Gaming in particular. They went ahead and full sent on to Influence Rage instead of gatekeeping Titan Gaming and All Glory Gaming. So good on them for taking the distance, but it looks like for them right now, Team Queso sitting on 1.
Going to be able to get the confirmation out here, the 1 elimination point, or make that 2 because they're on double points today. So going to be kickstarting their match number 3. But yeah, you were talking about Titan Gaming, AGG, kind of in a little cluster out there on the east side. We might see some action here shortly from them. 9Z Simple on the rooftops. Team Liquid getting peppered. Last game, they kind of lost 1 on their first rotate and another on their second rotate, so hopefully this game they can kind of tighten up here and make sure at least if one of their teammates gets knocked, you're within the area to be able to pick them up and allow them to get thirsted here.
Very true, though, for Team Liquid. One of our only teams, aside from Alpha7 Esports, that have found themselves 4 winner chicken dinners, have encompassed that 200-point threshold, and now Alpha7 has as well, despite not having those double points. But Titan Gaming, you were mentioning it, we were talking about that eastern side of the stage, and well, it looks like they're going to go ahead and take some shots. They were running into some issues out in the blue, had some earlier knocks, and had focused on that major reset. But now that they've finally get out of it, how are we going to approach this on All Glory Gaming? Well, we've got 2 down, and we just need to find the others.
Let's see what we could do. Cardi trying to evacuate the area here, trying to survive just a little longer. And Titan Gaming, if I'm Titan Gaming, I'm just full on committed. I'm going to chase them down. I'm going to continue to try to get these elimination points and not let these double points slip out of their fingers, because they are one of these teams in the double points, but they are going to be also getting close to Royals of War in the compounds there. Right there we can see on the east side. So Titan Gaming, yeah, I get it. The aggression, you want to get these points, but also don't get tunnel vision, right? You got to keep tabs on your opponents here. Looks like they're able to leapfrog and get right into the zone here. Ahead of AGG at least.
Tunnel vision. They said it in the interview. They said we're getting aggressive. And look, it's respectable, but think of what you did on Miramar. When you swing those shotties, right, you will get picked apart. So nice to see them look for those mid-range fights. Yes, they take down a few, but when you're going to allow for those resets, it can be tough. Unfortunately, they're not going to get reset from All Glory Gaming. Stuck to that duo. Influence Rage, though, on your screen, one of the teams from Group C here. Now, we knew they were having some early issues alongside iNCO Gaming, and despite not able to really do too much damage onto iNCO. Yeah, iNCO Gaming down to 3 stack. We still have to focus on that rotation in, which is exactly what they did.
iNCO just chilling right now. NE7, if this was NE7 from last game, the aggression, you know, I'm missing it. I feel like this is the fight, you know, trying to get a knock through the window, toss some grenades, maybe a Molotov. But they're going to be keeping their high ground vantage point for the time being up here. I was just such a big fan of their push last game. Not going to lie, E7, I was like, oh, E7, I was eating popcorn. I was ready for it. But
maybe
they're
we'll
playing
get
the
it
long
again.
game.
Hey, sometimes you just got to do that, honestly. Focus on that end game. Focus on that positioning. See what's going to happen, considering where the later stages keep pulling. We keep centering up. We keep losing a lot of that water.
Too. I mean, they want. I mean, why not just stay in the building if you don't want to take the fight here?
I mean, you say that. They might be in the building for the long game.
It is in the circle, so SLR down there as well. But they got 2 different teams kind of in the area, at least.
Ooh, Malaz out here. Now, look at this. Fight, you Fate
looking.
already down, out. We're spread out.
Ooh.
We can't get really over to them. And you can just see we're looking for angles specifically to see if maybe we can go on the saving grace, but not when B-Bold takes the action straight to you. Malaz now down, and now the all-out brawl comes through. You can just see they're going to romp on over towards the other side, and well, we'll check in with them later because Team Liquid and Titan Gaming out here in the mix.
Yeah, both the North American teams currently in a battle. Cardoza in the closet with the DBS, able to take out Red Ox and eliminate Titan Gaming right there. Bros of War, I believe, also in the area, trying to third-party this one, trying to really put the nail in the coffin for Team Liquid while they're hurting. But over here, going back to this other North America fight, NRG in the fields right now. They did lose one. Fate is going to be bleeding on out. Spec tossing some grenades, tossing some smokes, trying to provide some room for them to rotate around David. You hear David. Spec popping up. Not able to take the shots on David quite yet. David is going to be behind the cover of the vehicle, cooking a grenade themselves. Uh-oh. Spec.
Still a bit chaotic.
And
not
J7.
able to get in that control. That's really tough. We knew it was looking dangerous when you got B-Bold out here taking advantage of the situation with the vehicles, with the hills on their side, and just really being strong in that close quarters combat. Now sitting on 4 eliminations, but something's to be said, right? When we just looked at that Team Liquid Titan Gaming fight, all it did was both cost themselves the longevity in thriving in this game. Like, they are going to go out immediately, and it's rather unfortunate.
And look who took them out. Royals of War. Royals of War with 3 eliminations, trying to break the curse right here. And timing was everything, honestly. I mean, they recognized that Team Liquid just got out of a fight with Titan Gaming, so most likely they had a couple moments when Team Liquid were going for those heals, going for the resets, and Royals of War were immediately in their vehicles just pushing them. So shout out to Royals of War, you know, recognizing an opportunity and taking it.
Taking those smart engagements, making sure that you know what position you want to be in for that end game, and really working towards that. I'm curious to see, though, SLR on your screen, further northern side of that next stage line. Elsewhere, you were asking for Entity 7 to get aggressive, and they're going to take the issues straight on to some of the members of B-Bold who are looking to wrap onto where SLR has positioned themselves.
Yeah, B-Bold coming off of a really solid fight after the NRG wipe right there. Fluence Rage. Ooh, okay, hey, watch out. That window's open. iNCO. Still got Gary in the mix, too, so you got to watch out for that dude. We saw him in the chat earlier on saying, hey, watch me next game. I'm popping off, so looks like iNCO are going to be in the play zone. Influence Rage, that little shack no longer in play. See some smokes right now. They're looking to reposition here.
Gonna have to do that. SLR, though. Koi fully eliminated. White Elegy and Huashan also down and out. It's Dragon who needs to see if we can start getting some of those team members up. Able to hit the res onto one. And now you can see how they're going to try and navigate this before pushing out to maybe full send, because Entity 7 is on the opposing side and is going to go ahead, grab that full. Now SLR down to a duo, does have some cover, but only for the time being. Your goal for the squads like Influence Rage rotating in, and even iNCO Gaming being in a nearby vicinity, is hopefully, can they put the pressure onto E7 to allow SLR a chance to just survive a bit longer.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, there's just so many teams stacked on top of each other right now. 12 teams to be exact. Influence Rage just leapfrogging one at a time here, trying to get within the next play zone. And look at that. To make matters worse, the next circle still does not favor them. So they're going to have to keep pushing here. A7 already in the play zone. Same with Team Queso. So Be Bold, SLR, Influence Rage, iNCO, all these teams, they need to make a play here.
Definitely do. I'm really curious about this right here. FURIA down to 3. They were on the coastline and they've been just maintaining on the western side as we keep growing on. But Hyper has been getting closer to where they've positioned themselves. That right now, biggest threat for them is Hyper, and someone has decided to move in on Hyper. That's going to be All Glory Gaming. Now, if FURIA can go ahead and sense that and maybe put more pressure onto Hyper and sandwich them down between All Glory Gaming, that's what I want to see for them.
Baton right here with the Vector. It looks like Hyper are going to be pulling back up to where they were originally up against FURIA. Right here on the hilltop. There's a grenade. You could take that one right there. And look at this. FURIA, the other two squad mates in the back line, not really able to provide the support here. And Hyper, this hilltop is so crucial because they can just pull back and they have a nice little bowl to work with as well for cover. In case they do get shot, they can easily heal up.
Entity 7 falling off screen in a bout with Alpha7, but Hyper, they understood this split hole baton putting pressure onto FURIA. Now granted, when you get that full elim and leave FURIA as a duo and you get that information, it's going to be really nice, because at the time, if All Glory Gaming on your south side is a duo as well, you can decide with the player advantage on which way you'd like to full send. Baton is going to be able there watching FURIA towards the north, while the rest of Hyper fully sends down, trying to push All Glory Gaming out of the way. And you can see Kardik right there on your screen, kind of just laying prone, looking for angles and trying to hide out, because if you've got stars, you have FS, and they're just roaming out here in the vehicles, the last thing you need to do is just get run over.
They don't know yet. Well, now they know, because your teammate just gave away your position over here, pulling up in the vehicle right in front of them here. Possibly trying to bait them, maybe force them to run across their pathway here. We only got one grenade, one Molotov, 9 smokes to work with. I think they're taking the bait. Oh, Baton out there in the distance taking some M16 shots, so they know for a fact now where that solo player is from AGG.
SLR, Influence Rage, 2 of the teams that are going to fall out. Meanwhile, looking here at Royals of War, I'm very impressed with Gary. He said, watch me, and he dropped Federal before we kind of choose on over to here. There goes the nade, straight onto iNCO. 7 Vitali in the mix. Will they all connect? Let's wait and see. It's Tonka, though. Just 2 HP and roaming, maybe looking for some well-timed resources. And what's going to happen? Well, 9Z, they're going to make a play. The third party of the day, the one they were focusing on. They smelled this engagement, and there goes the full.
Yeah, I mean, 9 eliminations going their way. Great push from them, even if they do lose 2 of their squad mates in the mix. Hopefully they can continue to stay alive here, with at least the solo gets some placement points going for them. But with them having the double points, this is a huge come up right again. And I would even say breaking the curse, because, 18 points? I'll take that all day. The challenge is still here, though, trying to survive as a solo. You got Alpha7 in the dead center. You got Team Queso to the north. And then, of course, 9Z in the south. Elite already trying to take you out and get the squad wipe. So they are still going to be alive. Tonka probably calling for a revive over there. Slowly bleeding out slowly, but might be a risky one.
I think it might be okay given the timing left on this. If he's able to close the distance and pick him up, he's only just got 2 seconds left before Blue starts to kind of force them all in straight towards Team Queso. Be Bold still holding that northern side, and it's been Alpha7 just holding all the space in the center. And, well, love that our observers kind of bring us immediately on over to Team Queso. You can see where that Royals of War has made their play. Do we get them back up? No, not quite.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. Hopefully the placement points will come on through, but just playing this ridge line, still trying to keep and relay that information. Silence doing a great job of doing so.
Ooh, okay, Simple. I'll take that. Great grenade right there from Simple. Don't have another one for the follow-up, though. We'll be bleeding on out. I believe AGG got that last player right here. Sandwiched between the 9Z squad. Back against the wall, going for some pre-fire through the smokes, but they're not pushing quite yet. I do see one of the 9Z players knocking out the door here with the Molotov. But we're ready.
Ooh.
1v4. Can it be done? Look how focused he is. Look, the laser focus right there.
We're going to hold this angle
The laser
and
focus.
see if there's going to be any push, which is likely occurring. Here it goes, but when you're swinging the corner here, he's like, come on, peek me, but it doesn't matter. At the end of the day,
it's tough.
You can only hold off through multiple members of 9Z, and All Glory Gaming will fall. 0 eliminations, and 9Z have cleared out that furthest southeastern side of the zone. Well, and meanwhile, during that entire engagement, Hyper is left FURIA with 1 player left standing on the western side.
Yeah, and Hyper making some moves over here. They got 3 eliminations so far. They should be able to get the pickup onto Baton. They have the smoke kind of blocking the sight lines. I believe it was Team Queso across the way, at least Silence with the M4 taking some shots. And there goes Royals of War. 7th place, but they had a bunch of eliminations here. So 7th place only gets you 1 placement point, but they are on the double. That'll be 2. So regardless, Royals of War having a pretty solid game 3 here.
They're going to be one of those squads that makes the most of the bonus points. 58 is the most we've seen, and the shots coming out from FS here now back in, looking for that res, doing everything they can to prevent 9Z from sending on to their location. And 9Z doing very much what All Glory Gaming did in drop number 1, Erangel, yesterday, and they ended up walking away with a massive 26-point win. 52 points total because they had double points, but regardless, will they be able to replicate the success that All Glory Gaming had on that drop number 1?
I'm trying to zoom in here. I don't think that shack is in the next circle, so and Hyper, they got some cover to work with for the time being, but they got this one enemy up here on the hilltop. Laser focus right here. And then not only that, but A7 right in front of you to make matters worse. A7, they are going to be in the next play zone. As a 4-man unit, too.
Look, you got to have that player advantage. Look at Hyper. They've got 4 up. Alpha7 has been just running the center of the zones. But what they've done now is they've committed towards the northwestern side here. You can see just on that side and Hyper on the opposing south side. But what you have to turn your attention to is the entire northern side of our stage. Be Bold, Team Queso, and FURIA will still need to move on in. And I would imagine that Team Queso, with their 3 stack left, will have to turn their attention onto Be Bold. Or what they're going to do is rotate in towards the opposing side of the zone, which will run them into some of the 9Z members.
Oh no, Be Bold tossing some smokes right there, blocking their own sight lines. They could have taken some free shots on the Team Case in those vehicles here, but it looks like they're going to be using this boulder to get as close as possible to possibly flush out A7 right there. Oh, and the bounce from David. We still got 3 more grenades to go. I see some Molotovs over there as well, so Be Bold flushing out A7. This is massive.
That is insane if you were going to do that kind of damage straight onto Alpha7, who've only picked up 4 eliminations, and we just keep on connecting them. Not able to hit that reset. McGrellin, you cannot let that happen. I can see you over there. We're trying to prevent from being fooled, but you're going to see Carello just backing away from there. 1 player left standing. Not sure if you're going to be able to get that reset. It's Revo. You've been so strong throughout this tournament thus far that at the end of the day, if we can't get this reset, now granted, you could take the 1v2, but David picks up another elimination. All the fools come through, and well, we'll just check in with them later because we knew the 9Z and Hyper engagement was going to occur.
FSS taking some shots here through the smoke, trying to spray him down. 9Z got another one with the drop shot. FSS, the last one alive, tossing a Molotov. FSS versus Simple here. Swapping to the shotgun, going for some pumps, but Simple with the DBS to seal the deal. And hopefully get the revives in time here. But Team Queso right from behind trying to third party them.
See, we knew that was going to happen. I was curious where Team Queso was going to make their move, and well, we can't allow 9Z to hit that reset. If we push now, you clean up one player, you take out 9Z. Then you own the large majority of the playable space. But honestly, half the battle is knowing what exactly is occurring. So for now, Petro on your screen. Looks like Revo will go ahead and continue on that elim structure, finding the last member of FURIA. Now, if you're going to leave the damage leader of the entire tournament left standing, knowing that they were coming in looking for north of 40+ eliminations, not the one you want to leave standing from Alpha7.
Revo already with 5 eliminations and, well, taking them out, getting their vengeance after all. So 3 more teams to go. 9Z, they got a trio. Team Queso with a trio up. Team Queso in the double points, looking for another winner chicken dinner here tonight. They can take out Revo. Their odds are going to go in their favor, and I already see Revo getting peppered across the way. Team Queso fighting on all fronts right now. Okay, but we need to watch out for that grenade.
This is interesting. If Revo can suppress that push from Team Queso and keep wrapping around, we need to force Team Queso into the remnants of 9Z and look for an opportunity to third party, because it's a 2v2v1, now 2v1v1. Alpha7 still has a chance.
Wow.
No nades though.
Fell apart right there for Team Queso.
Keep your eyes out. We've got cover here. No one's going to be able to cover the distance here between, but we peek on out. We immediately start getting shot at by 9Z. Yes, Alpha7 doesn't have nades, but that is just an angle that Chuko's going to work with. There we go. Goodbye, Alpha7. 6 eliminations to boost 9Z. They could be looking for their first potential win here of the tournament.
1v2, 11 eliminations going their way right now. They got the high ground. They got the zone. Gotta avoid these grenades, though.
15th place overall would be massive for them. Can we find the last member of Team Queso? We're expending all of our nades here, trying to do everything that we can in this disadvantageous situation. High ground, though. We'll see. The peak comes in. We're already finding angles. It's Connor. You've got to deal with them on that left side, but in a moment of time, it's not going to be enough. 9Z will take their first winner chicken dinner here.
What a play. And I love how they didn't stay grouped up in the end. Connor kind of trying to get that wrap around, the surprise angle, and doing just that during that little grenade battle. So 9Z, hey, I was saying 9Z, they're warming up here. You could tell last game was like their confidence booster. They came into map number 3 feeling good, and they come out with 12 eliminations and the winner chicken dinner. But when we're talking about the bonus points here, Team Queso, 10 eliminations here this last game. They're having the bonus points. So this is a massive day for Team Queso so far.
Huge day for Team Queso. 3rd place, Aaron Gale, map number 1. Map number 2, 1st place right now, 2nd place. If they haven't overtaken 3rd place yet, they are dangerously close and might be able to do it. And I'm talking about taking over it from iNCO Gaming, right, which they've been in 3rd place starting today. Death Wolves, I know for sure they just passed them. Death Wolves, unfortunately, finishing off in 13th place with 0 eliminations. Double points day for Team Queso has been critical, and they are going to surprise a lot. Who knows how high they can go? Can they reach 2nd place, overtaking maybe Alpha7 or maybe even Team Liquid at 240? They're not having a good day. Anything is possible. But man, we got to talk about 9Z, the first win for them, Tiff. That is huge. And they started... So the reason why I like what 9Z did is they focused late game. They focused on third parties, and the third party that they ended up taking first was against Royals of War, who tried so hard to avoid being third partied.
It's one of those things, right? When you have to balance taking fights, being aggressive, but avoiding those third parties and a lot of those situations that can catch you out on those rotations. But something that 9Z appears to have been working on is their positionings and making sure that they're throwing out all of the nades they can, let that do the work for you so you don't have to overextend. So it's been very impressive. And iNCO just kind of exercising all of that towards that end game, right? Because if one of them decides to push on, similarly here, look at Simple, right? We grabbed that knock with the frag right onto All Glory Gaming. So a lot of these things that we're doing, you're just throwing all of that damage down. And at the end of the day, Simple walks away with 3 eliminations, iNCO with 6. It's relatively spread out, but the damage that has been made simple. Literally simple, too.
Dave. David with these nades on A7, man. I mean, he takes down 3 of them with nades. The nades on this map specifically were deadly. So many elims from nades and Molotovs.
Yeah, that's got to feel good right there. Getting some solid grenades onto Alpha7. I mean, we're talking about confidence boosters. But Revo ended up having the final laugh, taking out B-Bold. But B-Bold, 8 eliminations, over 1,000 damage done. I'll take that. I'll take that all day. But definitely a huge day for Team Queso here so far. As we see them, even though they didn't get the chicken, 32 points, right? But we can't take it away from 9Z as well. I mean, we talk about having games that can kind of kickstart that snowball, that momentum booster. This was without a doubt the momentum booster for 9Z.
Without a doubt. I mean, and also they get to look forward to double points tomorrow, right?
Exactly.
Alongside, A7, right? And they've got a lot of ground to cover, and they're starting now. Team Queso, 32 points. Wonderful job, really. And Royals of War,
20
again,
points.
just to say,
breaking the curve.
And 20 points for Royals of War, Tiff. That's great for them. And what I liked about it is when the first zone popped up, they were center zone. I knew at that point, okay, they have priority now to set up early on if they do. But what I like that they did is they actually went just outside the zone. So again, they can avoid third parties and be the third parties themselves. Royals of War, they were using the big brain strats.
That's true, because if you start getting the circle, right, and you are dead center, you know what that cost is going to look like. Everyone's going to immediately start rotating in on your position, and if maybe you're not ready to defend it and that's not your play style, maybe you wrap around on the outside and look to play a little bit more edge, and that's respectable. And as we turn on over to the overall rankings to see how that really benefited them, I'm really impressed with the bonus points that we've seen just after 3 games, because iNCO Gaming, from day number 1 on Group A of those bonus points, grabbed 58. The most we've seen so far with the bonus points. So if Team Queso and Royals of War are already coming in swinging with 46 and 34 respectively, they understood what they needed to do to stay consistent in terms of that overall leaderboard. And honestly, it's paying off. Team Queso finally breaking out of that 4th place spot and unseating iNCO Gaming.
Yeah, it's huge, right? Taking down iNCO Gaming. Hotjukes called it yesterday, right? He said iNCO Gaming's going to drop all the way down, Dave. But hey, they've only managed to drop 1 place. Team Queso tied with them at 189. That is massive. But Poor Influence Rage, Titan Gaming, the double point stay. Now, granted, they have gained some points, but not enough to break into the top page.
It's helping, though. I mean, it's helping. Titan Gaming, warming up, all right? I'm going to keep saying that. Warming up, all right? Honestly, the next map is going to be Sandhawk, and I think that's a great opportunity for a couple of these teams who started this day on a slow one, on a slump, maybe even a little tilted, to kind of get that reset going, right? So you never know what happens on Sandhawk. So looking forward to some shaking up, honestly. And if I had to pick a team that I want to see shaken up on Sandhawk, I'm sticking with Titan Gaming just because it is their double points day.
Fair enough. Titan Gaming, double points, and see how far they can go. 9Z, though, they do elevate themselves up that leaderboard, right? So 30 points collected today for 9Z alone. How high can they continue to go? They were a team that, I'm going to be honest, I wasn't expecting to really show up today. They've been there, but not really. After all, that was their first winner chicken dinner. But maybe they're turning things around as the days continue for our America's spring season. 3 maps down. We're about to hop into map number 4. It's going to be Sandhawk. Who's going to take that one? Dave's calling Titan Gaming. Who are you calling? We'll find out who's going to take that map when we come back. PMSL Pass is active today to the 30th of June. There is a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Mustache Dave and Spider Tiff, and today has been excellent. Certain teams are rising to the top that we weren't necessarily expecting, and one of those is 9Z, who knows how far they can continue to go without their double points. But next interview is a fun one, right? Next interview, we have Alpha7 with Revo, who happens to be our damage leader. We have Sarpak interviewing him to see how is he getting all that damage.
Hey guys, we're about to start the show. Here we are with Revo from Alpha7. Revo, first off, 3 days and still I gotta say congratulations. You guys are dominating. You haven't got that time 2 points and still you're in second place. Tell me about it. You guys have been doing really great.
I think we stay in the top of the table because we training so much before PMSL. So we are so consistent and our focus is that take out the end games and still the 4 players alive to get the win matches. So with that we focus on the end game. We don't try to fight in the era of the game, and is that we focus on the end game.
Focus on the end game. Rebo, tomorrow you got ×2, right?
Yeah.
Are you gonna kill more then? Are you gonna focus on more killing, or what's the tactic there?
We're gonna do a different strategy, but we're gonna still with our focus. Yeah, it's end game, and then in the end game we can kill so much. So with that, we're gonna focus on the kills, but still the focus on the end game.
Guys, that's scary. Tomorrow only is when they have the time 2 points. So let's see what happens then. Let's go back to you guys.
All right, well, we learned a whole lot about them, Dave. More killing, focus on endgame. They already said they want to come into Sunday with their double points with a little bit of a different strategy, which is, I guess, finding that right balance. But when I look at kind of the top performers over the course of the past 4 days, well, it's Alpha7 in terms leading the charge of eliminations, damage, survival time. They've broken 131 eliminations as a team. They've got 4 wins. The only team that's been able to kind of rival them is Team Liquid. But one thing that Alpha7 has been able to do is they've really bested the entire lobby so far on consistency.
Oh, without a doubt. And let's be real, the real buff for Alpha7, the whole squad's got those eyebrow slits. I know that for a fact. And that's where the true power comes in. But yeah, I mean, if Revo, the #1 player in the lobby when it comes to damage and eliminations right now, I believe there's an MVP award at the end of season 2, but if Revo is telling us, hey, tomorrow we're going to pump it up even more, I would be worried if I'm everybody else in the lobby, because my dude's already popping off here. And Alpha7, currently second place, I believe, with the most eliminations out of everybody in the lobby. So I can only imagine what's going to happen on double points day, because I guarantee you coming into tomorrow, they're already feeling confident and comfortable on their position on the overall leaderboard. So that's a scary squad.
Speaking of confident, Titan Gaming right here, duking it out against Team Queso. Both squads have double points here, and we've already seen Inactive get knocked, and Redox here from the building throws down, answering back for a little bit, grabs the full, but here comes the flank. We've got to be weary about this, and we're just relocating to a neighboring building, and, well, we're going to see, can we get closer to Inactive? Can we fend off this push? But 2 members of Team Queso, we jump on through the window, trying to reposition. Don't get caught out, though.
So close right there. Oh, and we got him. Redox being able to clutch it out with the DBS. Needs to get the reload, though. Reload it. The blood is pumping.
Do it.
Reload it. There we go.
It.
There we go.
All right. We just need to find the angle. Mind you, this will be... No! Milo's able to grab the craziest angle. Now he's going to start looking for some fools if he possibly can, which really, in my opinion, quite frankly, shambles. Now we're just doing a little do-si-do, ring around the rosy here with Titan, who's going to be able to find the angles first. Milos just kind of ADS'd here,
35.
trying to see if we can do it. Look, get your numbers up, but it's going to take 10 seconds. And it's only a matter of time because if one of your players goes down, you lose out. Here it goes.
Whoa, Milos had 2 more bullets, by the way, in the AKM. Went for the pre-fire on the tree to force the revive cancellation from Olimo. Oh! I didn't expect that. The third party from iNCO. Taking out 2 of the teams on their double points day. Team Queso, Titan Gaming, gone. But, yeah, the reload, I mean, 2 more bullets to go. So close right there, the 1v1 between Team Queso and Titan Gaming.
Relatively interesting there. Be Bold on the opposing side. Catches one out of their own with the frag as they put their attention straight onto NRG. We'll check in with that later. As you see, Alpha7 9Z may have won the prior match on Erangel with 12 eliminations, but think back to our last Sandhawk match on day 3. It was Alpha7 to be able to get their first win there, and they want to keep on that aggressive nature on Sandhawk. You know this map can get super mixy. It's a high, fast-paced action, right? You maybe see just a few minutes of looting before everyone starts to full send each other. And I already like that Carrillo kind of understood the assignment. Yes, we've been talking a lot about Revo, currently sitting on 46 eliminations all together. But let's go ahead and run it back with that opening moment, Dave.
Yeah, let's check out this replay. So I believe Redox not going for the reload on the DBS immediately because they didn't want to give away their position because it makes a lot of noise. So going for it at the right time, but I cannot believe the third party through the window right there. When you think you won the battle, you know, you lose the war essentially, just getting shot through the window. But Be Bold, let's see what they could do up against E7 here. Couple grenades on the battlefield, and Hate99 going for the reload with the ACAM, finally able to get it here, and I believe Be Bold going for the pickup on their side. Hate gonna be cooking a grenade, tossing it. Does it hit the mark? And it sure does, taking down Fran. I believe it's a 1v1.
It looks as if it is so, and it's very similar to what we had witnessed from Hate previously, but when you've got your last member of Be Bold up here with the angles, holding the high ground, a bit of Obi-Wan essence, if I do say so myself. But when you start kind of focusing on the stabilizations on the lower, but it connects. Now we can go ahead and pick the homie up, continue on.
So Fran going for the pickup onto LaRosen. We were talking in the pre-show, LaRosen is like the key player from Be Bold when it comes to the team fights, right? So coming in clutch, now it looks like they're both going to be back in it here. Here comes Papa Blue to apply some additional pressure in the back line, but this is a clean 2v2 right now. I love to see it.
I also think this is going to be very nice to witness, but we'll just have to keep an eye on because here we go. In the back.
Deep with the AKM right there, the pre-fire. Fran, meanwhile, snaking it out right here with the DBS. The 1v2. Getting chunked out a little bit from the blue zone. He's going to be tossing the smoke to give him a window to evacuate the area on the vehicle. But NRG from behind? What the? J7 trying to get some elimination points. There goes Fran. But let's see what NRG can do now.
Oh, Be Bold, Fallen, NRG. They need to have a pop-off moment here, and I would love for that to happen. But when you've only got a duo left standing this early on in the stage of Sandhawk, we knew it can get mixy, and I don't love saying that because a lot of our teams that we want to see do well get their numbers down, and NT7 a duo as well. The only 2 duos of the lobby. 9Z, we saw some early action against Alpha7 there early on, and they still have 3 up, which is not necessarily bad, but you think to what happened yesterday on Sandhawk. We went so far north that it was crazy. And Alpha7, when you saw that interview there, they were talking about playing their game, focusing on the end game, and that's exactly what they did to be able to get their first win onto Sandhawk. But for now, we'll just have to see because they're not going to be focusing up on the north. This time they're coming in from the southeast.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they just focus on surviving that late game, and then once when they see the opportunity, they kind of spring the trap in that late game and start to get aggressive and then they have the opportunity to capitalize on those elimination points. So I love to kind of get the insights. These interviews have been fantastic here during the PUBG Mobile Super League Americas, because we really get to dive a little deeper in the player's mindset. And talking about player's mindset, I want to get the mindset of Law out here, doing a little bit of jump action, trying to get some sight lines over here down range. But talk about the calf muscles that might be warmed up after those.
Very impressive vertical leap, if I do say so myself. Look, I mean, I'm only 5'2" there, Dave, so I can't go very high. I am taking inspiration from Law here, though, so maybe, just maybe, I'll be able to improve on mine.
That's why we swapped them in here, the big calves. So, looking around, though, Influence Rage, they have a pretty solid position. All things considered, nobody in boot camp for the time being. FURIA, I believe, looting a little bit around boot camp, but pulling on out, so... Looking around, just looking at kind of the Sandhawk, the palette cleanser map, as I like to call it. I wanted Tank Gaming to come out on top of this one, but we saw what happened to them. So I'm going to swap gears to SLR. All right, this is a team at the bottom. I haven't really seen anything from them here. I know, you know, they're going to be missing one of their players, getting the fresh squad mates here on land compared to their online performances, but. I want to see them do something on this Sandhawk map. They need it because I believe they're like last place right now, and they really haven't been doing much here this week.
That's very true, right? But granted, it is only week 1. We have 3 total weeks, a lot of games still to be played. However, it would be nice for them to at least get closer to that triple digits. 9Z with that win on drop number 3, Aaron Gale. It hit them for the first time into triple digits, so that's nice to see. But Royals of War, they've looked pretty solid when it comes to today. I've been quite impressed. Historically, though, have not found themselves a win on Sandhawk. Currently, Team Queso, iNCO Gaming, and Alpha7 are the only squads to have done so.
Yeah, Royals of War, very impressive here today. But, I mean, kind of going back to SLR, just playing it so slow. Like, what are we doing out here in the blue? Like, why? Just go a little bit into the zone. At least avoid having to dip into your med reserves here. Very questionable play.
Oh, this seems,
I mean,
pretty typical. A bridge. SLR loves bridges, and well, they're kind of looking for some of these other squads. There's 2 actually very deep out into the blue that are going to need to be coming through. NRG, E7. We'll check in with them later. Obviously, there's a course of action that they are looking to make happen, but E7 hitting the largest wrap of their entire life. But Hyper is going to be that next team that will be SLR's biggest threat. And you want SLR to do well, right?
I do.
Well, keep your eyes on Hyper, though, because they're the ones that can potentially stifle that.
Thing is, SLR, they're just spending too much time. They're committing too many resources to this bridge camp. Sure, you might get 1 or 2 eliminations, but by the time you get those, you're not going to have any meds, and then you're going to have to reposition to the next play zone. And like you mentioned, Hyper already gatekeeping you, so you're probably going to be dead on sight. So SLR, just spending too much time down there, in my opinion. I want to see them kind of prioritize the zone a little more here. I do see them finally popping in some vehicles, I believe, calling it quits with the blue zone bridge camp.
I respect it, but for Hyper, let's go ahead and see where they decide to make their next move. Get in the car, we're going shopping. No, just kidding. We're looking for elimination.
Shop it.
Yeah, I would love, you know, it's fine. But in the meantime, maybe shop for those eliminations. Royals of War in the nearby vicinity, 9Z, even Team Liquid kind of out here towards the right. Now, granted, if you can keep on putting pressure onto Team Liquid, that is going to be Alpha7's dream, right?
Oh,
you
yeah,
talk
for
about
sure.
the teams that have that ability to really kind of rival them. And it's really been the story of Team Liquid and Alpha7 here in week number 1. And here we go. SLR.
Yeah.
Look who's on the other side of that. Chief.
Big Chief. Yeah, I mean, this is what we were just talking about. SLR spending too much time in the blue, trying to get 2 elimination points, possibly losing 2 of their players very early on. Still 13 teams to go. They lost all priority when it comes to finding themselves a position here. Kind of weaving their way between both Team Liquid and Hyper. Finally able to find somewhere to get into cover, but it's already occupied. And they're not satisfied, so they're going to be going on their merry way. Still
They're going to have to do that.
Ripped to pieces.
At the end of the day, though, if you've got 2 alive hitting that rotation, it's not going to be what you wanted to happen. However, Hyper did find Entity 7, and now we have to start worrying about them down to a solo. But the job's not done because Entity 7 finally getting out of the blue, Hyper was lying in wait. We're still waiting to see when and where NRG will resurface, but for the time being, Hyper, Team Liquid, both waiting to make a move.
Yeah, if I'm SLR, I'm going back to the basics, and that's just survive until late game and play in the zones. I don't think they can continue to go with this late on the edge strat, trying to gatekeep stragglers on their rotate. I mean, just play the zones, kind of take a page out of the Alpha7 book. You know, we heard in the interview, they like to play the late game. They like to survive as long as possible, kind of going from one zone to the next, not really spending too much time in the blue right there. So learn from your opponents, especially if it's working here. So SLR still a duo, but I'm just bringing that up because we saw in the player cams on the left-hand side, they look disappointed, you know, and I would hate for them to kind of start going downhill because of these calls, right?
That's definitely true. Some of those calls can be the best ones you make, or they can be the worst, and sometimes something looks like this is the best play at that time, which turns out not to really be that way. It's tough, but even if you have a bad play and you execute it well, sometimes it's just not enough. But look at that wrap from NRG. I love that we got to check in with the map because we're curious where NRG was going to move in. They were recently on that most southern side, and that wrap all the way over to the east side. Now you look at your threat. Deathwolves, Alpha7, knowing which way we want to approach. You do have cover should you decide to kind of go towards Deathwolves, who's going with that split play. You got 2 up there on the hill, 2 more towards the compound. But Alpha7 Revo.
Yeah.
Silent over here, just out here scouting.
Yeah, the quarry no longer in play, so they are going to have to move, and they're probably going to wait a little bit just to see if they can backstab somebody. Deathwolves, like you mentioned, to the north of them. Influence Rage already in the zone, and then 9Z still on the edge of quarry. So they do have some intel. They see some vehicles, so they know for a fact there's going to be at least one opponent over here. Opting not to pop the tires yet, you know, kind of waiting. It's almost like a bait play almost, going to wait for them to pop their vehicle because they do have to rotate. So very smart heads-up play from Revo here, looking for some eliminations from the guard tower. Oh, let's see if it works. Let's see if it works.
When your biggest fragger
Here we
is
go.
quite cerebral and does
200
capitalize,
IQ.
a lot of damage goes through. Yeah, it doesn't really manifest into a knock, but he's kind of done what he needed to do. He's forcing them to move. Now they know that once they hit that rotation, that someone is there looking down the barrels, ready to have that mid-range fight. Does this do enough for NRG to full send? Or does NRG decide, no way, this is too congested, maybe it's time for us to look for a different position, and they will do just that. They've already went out into the blue. They want none of this Alpha7 move.
What a beautiful play from Revo. Like you mentioned, not able to get the knock, but still just the game sense on another level. And then the pre-fire trace through the trees because you couldn't really see the opponents, but you can predict where they're heading right there. I mean, that's just game knowledge to its core. But iNCO in the blue on the edge. Looks like they're going to be looking at FURIA over there in the distance, trying to avoid these shots. Nunez crossing the road, using this tree for cover for the time being, but FURIA just focusing on repositioning.
It's so crazy how in a blink of an eye, so many different teams can make a move. Influence Rage now doing what Deathwolves was trying to do to some of their squads, doing a massive gatekeeping movement, but Royals of War here in the mix of things also.
Big Tonka out here with the grenades, only one more to their name. Royals of War had a really strong position last zone, no longer in play. FURIA, Kowalski kind of off on their own. Looks like they're doing some scouting, not really finding anywhere safe to go here. Almost got picked apart from Koi. Koi in their own little battle over here with the M4 3 times onto iNCO downrange.
Koi needs to be careful. We do have this boulder to navigate around and put that pressure onto iNCO and really force them maybe over into SLR and let SLR kind of clean up. You see Huaoshan, they want to keep him away from there, right? We don't want to necessarily focus that.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but Rose of War over here forced to defend their buildings. The crash from FURIA. Rose of War just a little too separated and a little too split, but let's see what they can do from the hilltops here. And they flush out FURIA. Get the revenge for their teammates. They know Gonna be a couple of opponents over here. Vitex. 1 grenade, 1 Molotov. Oh, they got the cover though.
Now it's true, SLR still down to a solo, but I do love cover. If you can just take angles, make it happen. There's the solo. FURIA in the distance as well. iNCO Gaming rotating on over, wants to get into that party alongside of Royals of War. My question is, where will Influence Rage go into the grand scheme of things? Because if all 4 of those squads decide to just really throw down, and Koi is just prone, trying to say, no, I don't want any of this fire that FURIA is dealing with.
Oh no, FURIA just burning in the shack right here. And look at that, the third party, Royals of War, not snaking it out, looking for some eliminations. iNCO, Gary now. Definitely aware of the opponent on the boulder, but they need to take out this FURIA squad member here, right ahead of them.
Okay, Gary. Do it.
It's your moment, Gary. Ah, Gary.
He didn't really have any cover at all, and as soon as he extends out of there, iNCO Gaming will fall.
From the blue.
He stands up, he comes through, and just gets eliminated. FURIA falls, SLR falls, and now Entity 7, Hate, last standing. Has 4 eliminations, though.
Little nice spot here. Bolting up here on the roof. We're cooking a Molotov. We're tossing it. Why not? FSS definitely recognizing, hey, we might have somebody over here playing the anchor position, but Hate might be aware of it. Hate keep popping up, trying to take some free shots, but FSS needs to cross the road and group up with their teammates here.
There we go. Ayala on the screen constantly overlooking. Now granted, Cardozen down. I don't know if we're going to be able to hit that res, but we're going to cross the street and maybe get back on over there. Elsewhere, Chief gets knocked. It's Alpha7 finally starting to make a showing. They had been on that eastern side, but hadn't necessarily committed to any engagement just yet.
Trying to mow down the hilltop right here. Yeah. Alpha7, they got the high ground. They got the boulders to work with. Team Liquid, they are going to be in the next play zone, but if you're looking ahead, just a couple trees and that's about it if the next circle doesn't favor them. Not to mention all this noise, you're going to be getting the attention of Hyper. I mean, you have to assume, right? So really Team Liquid in a difficult position down there.
No one wanting to move out from their boulders. Everyone on the outside of zone looking in. Just mere cover to work with. That's what Sanhok can do to you. And Team Liquid, they're going to have to move a little further in. At least Ayala and Chief, which is really tough for them.
Mythic is sending it. He's like, there's a boulder. It's got my name on it. I'm moving. Surprised Hyper. I mean, Star, we see Star kind of looking in this direction. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I'm surprised Star isn't trying to take these shots over here. Looks like finally opening up on Mythic. Mythic trying to crawl back to their teammates, but Star is going to be thirsting that one out. Now here comes a difficult uphill battle for Team Liquid.
Elsewhere, Royals of War have fallen 5 eliminations, and since they're in that double points, that's not a bad game. Alpha7, though, that's tough for them, considering they were your last winners on Sanhok, which means the potential for us to get a different winner here for Sanhok is through the roof.
Y'all are putting so much work here. I mean, there was one thing they needed to do, and that was hit those shots, and y'all are hitting shots on A7 uphill, and then immediately, quickly flicking their attention over here onto Hyper. Still going to be alive. But look at this. The next play zone does not favor Team Liquid. Once again, it will be favoring Hyper. Influence Rage still alive. Remember, Influence Rage in their double points day. Trying to clutch this one out, but now we're down to just 2 teams here, Tiff.
This is what you want. If you're Hyper and you have not won a map just yet, why not let it fly? Why not do it on Sanhok? You've been looking for all of that information. Stars, we've heard so much from them, but finally, they lock it in, get that first winner chicken dinner. That's gotta feel good.
Oh man, and all we need to do was just blow out Reflection's candle and Hyper will get a winner chicken dinner. I mean, we saw in the player cam how excited they were after that one. to try to help them get out of their slumps here. So, and Hyper, let's go. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Let's go. Canada coming in strong here.
Right, in Hyper, getting a victory's gotta feel good for them, because where have they been? I don't know. They took a vacation, but now they're back right into the driver's seat. In Hyper needed to step it up, man, because they were just slowly going down and going down and going down. Now, it's on Sandhawk. Sandhawk's only played once a day, so I would love to see them now go next map Miramar, ultimately Erangel, and then perform very well. We know they can do so. But also, not only in Hyper performing well, but Tiff, Team Liquid, also getting second place, which is huge for them because now they're starting earlier than they did yesterday on map number 4.
I mean, true, right? They did have those back-to-back wins in drops 5 and 6 yesterday. And if you are going to start putting the eliminations down and playing really well, kicking things off in 3rd, the map on 4th, I mean, look, it's fine. It's fine.
I'll take it. It's fine. It's fine. You know, Team Liquid, they're a team that let everybody feel comfortable at the first half of the day. Like, yeah, we're not showing up here today. We're having a bad day. But then come Sandhawk, they start to ramp it up while everybody else is maybe a little fatigued, a little tired from their first couple of maps. And Team Liquid taking full advantage of that here.
Taking full advantage, but also this is where we started, right, Dave? We had Team Queso, Titan Gaming facing off. It was an absolutely epic battle, but ultimately resulted in both teams cannibalizing each other and iNCO hitting that final random shot that even took you off guard.
Yeah. And you know what else? Something to kind of take into consideration. We see the player cams pretty often, and almost every single time you see the IGL with like a map in front of them, and that map has like the preferred drop spot to their opponents. If I'm playing a game and I know for a fact that there's going to be a team that's in their double opponent stay dropping near me, I might drop somewhere else, because you have to assume, we keep hearing from these players, double bonus day equals more aggression, right? So if you're both in your double bonus day, why not just avoid each other at all costs until you're forced to fight each other? And I'm kind of bringing that up because we saw Team Queso and Titan Gaming right off the rip just clashing at it, and you already know they're feeling it because it's double points there.
But I do believe, even though they are eliminated early on, so they're going to miss out on the bonus points, I want to say Titan Gaming had 4, and on the opposite end, Team Queso had 5, or maybe those are flipped. Regardless, that's still a decent amount of points because of their engagements early on. So even though they cannibalize each other, not a bad game double points-wise. It's still going to lift them up as it needs to be. But we started getting further into the game, and this is where we started noticing in Hyper might have a real chance based off their positioning, working up from the end of zone, Tim.
Yeah, everything that they did in the prior stages really set them up for success here. And maybe it was the circle pops that kept being in their favor, forcing a lot of the teams on the north to really vie for that position. If you can just get into that area, which they were doing, they were gatekeeping a lot of teams. Whereas, you know, Entity 7, NRG, they really couldn't commit to where they wanted to approach and get out of the blue zone. Entity 7, well, they start going straight into N Hyper. They pick up a few, leaving Hate last standing, that solo on the rooftop, trying to make a play, force NRG over to the East Coast, and well, then you've got N Hyper doing what they do best, maybe kind of finding some of that earlier days success.
That's right. Well, being aggressive, they said that's what they wanted to do, right? So, hey, aggression was needed, and aggression is what we got as viewers, spectators, casters, analysts, wherever we sit, right behind the screen in Hyper. Well done, and a big victory going your way. We're going to take a quick break as we tally up the standings. Can't wait to see how far up in Hyper is going to go based off of that win. We'll find out all that and more when we come back from the break.
Hello guys, today is the 4th day of PMSL Americas. I'm Redox, and here next to me is Button from N Hyper. They had a rough day, you see? They had a rough day yesterday. And how do you feel for today? What's your strategy and team play? Tell me everything.
We're feeling very good, you know. We have one very good strategy. We dropped to Lipovka and the cross Milta Power Road and fuck Titan Gaming. Also, our player got stolen his phone. I don't know how he will play today. Yeah.
So, basically, you played yesterday very bad. What's your strategy again? Don't lie.
No, bro, I don't play very bad because I have one KD. It's okay for me.
He doesn't have. He has minor skills. good. Okay, see you guys. Today I hope they will do better and Titan Gaming as well.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
And welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, and that is 4 games down, and we have 2 more left to go. About to hop into Miramar. Let's bring in our casters, Mustache Dave and Spider Tiff. After a wonderful Game 4 on Sanhok, the only thing to answer is, where do the teams stand? Dave, let's take a look at our standings and see where everyone's at.
Oh, I got baited right there. So this is after the last game. And Hyper, okay. 19 total points.
Not bad.
9 eliminations. But look who's just so consistent here tonight. Team Liquid with their 14 total points. I mean, almost every single game, Team Liquid are putting up some type of numbers here.
That's right, Team Liquid continually staying on top, and they wouldn't be at the top if they didn't consistently put up the numbers, Tiff. But also, Death Wolves make a return at number 3.
Hey, look, you've got to be consistent. And I like to think that a 6 to 8 point game at best is where you need to be to have a decent game. Anything more than that is just icing on the cake. Look at Team Liquid. They grabbed 14, Royals of War 14, and Influence Rage as well. 14. Now, granted, some of that is because of those double points. And as you jump on over to that back half of it, NRG Galaxy, they fought so hard to get out of that blue zone, constantly looking for ways to enter the play zone. And unfortunately, that was what caused them to go out with only 1 elimination. Be bold, though. They found some good, strong moments in earlier drops, but fell a little earlier here on Sandhawk, and that can really do it to you.
That's it. Well, Dave, I hyped you up for it. Now we get a chance to do it, right? Here's the overall. Team Queso still holding on strong. The third, taking a 5-point lead over iNCO Gaming.
Hey, I'm looking at iNCO Gaming still. Hot Jukes tomorrow, man, all right? Listen, Spider Tiff, by the way, like a day ago, Hot Jukes like, iNCO, they're going to be like 7th after week number 1.
Wow.
Yeah, I was like, whoa, what? And he was trying to do the math. Me and Reflections like, what is this guy talking
Caster
about?
math.
I don't know what math he was doing, but still top 4. They are losing their lead, but similar story, you know, with Team Liquid. iNCO Gaming, every single match, they're consistently getting some elimination points on the board, some placement points on the board. So even though they're not in the double points, they're just being consistent with them.
Oh, I like this, though, Tiff. Influence Rage moving up a spot right to number 10. We might have 3 teams from Group C in the top page by the end of the night.
Look, you got to do that. That's what we want to see. We just saw a lot of our teams move from this second page onto the first one, and Hyper in particular going from 9th to 7th place. And Influence Range and Titan Gaming, this is a chance for them to use those bonus points to the best of their abilities. I would love to see them grab more, but that's just me.
That's just you, and honestly, a lot of fans out there too, okay? They want to see them grab some more as well. Well, here it is, map number 5. We're going back to Miramar. Last time we left up on Miramar, it was Team Queso not only getting the winner chicken dinner, but also 11 eliminations. Can they do the same? If they do, second place might be up for grabs. Let's go ahead and head into it. We're going into map 5 Miramar. Dave, Tiff, take it away.
Ooh, this is where things got good for Team Liquid yesterday, Dave. Team Liquid started their domination, 98 points over the course of 2 maps, Miramar and Erangel, to kind of end things out. And you said it, Team Liquid started looking really strong just off that Sandhawk, and they finally pushed themselves north of 250 points, sitting at 261 in the overall standings. Could they be our first team to really break through 300? They would need, 39 more points. It's doable.
Yeah.
If they're perfect here.
Easy. Team Liquid, 135 total eliminations. Alpha7 with 136 total eliminations. So both these teams really soaking up the points here throughout the week, right? But real quick shout out to Hyper. I mean, I saw Shifon in the chat. That win actually bringing Shifon to tears. And Shifon is an ex-pro player, now the manager for Hyper for some context right there. So we did see that one amazing day from Hyper on their bonus day when they had winner chicken dinner with a bunch of eliminations, but then kind of sliding down after that, the overall leaderboards. And we mentioned it last game, right? So huge come up for them when it comes to just kind of getting back into the groove of things here in this tournament.
Ooh, speaking of groove of things, as that circle starts to pop, a lot of that southern side of Miramar in play. Not as far south as we've typically been, but NRG will still have the upper hand. And then Hyper in particular, right? Think of the strategy that they took on Sandhawk by just kind of working that south side. Now, granted, they had worked to get there and got to gatekeep a lot of squads. So for the time being, the chances of them getting gatekept by the likes of 9Z is very prominent. So to see how they approach that from the start will be quite interesting.
SLR is still in their parachutes.
It makes sense when you think of the plane line going from that western side over to the eastern side. They'll be one of the last to be able to get boots on the ground and start that looting, which White Elegy will do for us here all the way on that coastal city
some
on
game
the
time
eastern
in.
side.
You love to see it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Hyper just kind of put a bow on it. Hopefully they can kind of keep up with that momentum, from their last game's performance. I know you mentioned they have a challenge when it comes to being down there on the southwest side of things here, and 9Z are already kind of in a optimal position when it comes to possibly cutting Hyper off the rotates. But let's see, man. Let's see if Hyper can keep it together and not lose stragglers on their rotate early on and stay alive for that late game like we saw last match. That would be great.
Yeah, would love to see that for them. And honestly, for NRG Galaxy, very similar to what we've witnessed on the strategy from that first Miramar, right? It was Fate isolated on the mainland while the other two kind of drop down onto the island, loot the buildings, that compound just off the bridge before they reunite back up alongside Fate within a couple minutes of being in the map. So not too bad. It allows them a lot of time. But with 9Z deciding to hit the rotation pattern based on where they think the later stages are going to be pulling, I'm worried, right? Where Fate has kind of found themselves.
Yeah, and I'm just kind of looking at the overall, like NRG still 15th, right? Overall, SLR, Super Lazy Reflex 16th overall, Titan Gaming 12th. So I want to see our North America teams start to show up here on land, you know, get some respect on our region as a whole. Right now, in Hyper kind of carrying the flag for us, I guess you can say, at LAN. And it has been difficult because a lot of our teams that did qualify from the PMSL qualifiers, they had some roster swaps, right, heading into the LAN. So it's understandable to have like a day 1, day 2, where it's a little rough, right? It's a little rocky. But you would hope now that we're in the later half of the week, of week number 1, things start to kind of come a little more together, right? Because this is a huge opportunity. Yeah, there's $220,000 on the line prize pool for this particular event. But looking ahead, top 3, you go to the Groups of Worlds. 4th place, you go to Survival Stage. So there's just such a huge opportunity here as not only an org, but also an individual player, right? To kind of get some respect on your name when it comes to competitive PUBG Mobile, that you would hope, boots on the ground, they're doing everything in their power to really correct these mistakes, work on the synergy, get the teamwork, energy flowing, I guess, together. I mean, everything in their power, right, to pull it together, because this is a huge opportunity for a lot of these North America players.
Yeah, very blessed to be able to kind of throw it down on land, compete for that. When you talk about the cutoff, right? The top 3 that want to be guaranteed advancing on, it's Team Queso in 3rd place in the overall standings, about 197 points, where iNCO Gaming finds themselves. It's just 5 points outside of that. That can be the difference between one singular drop. Honestly, it could happen here on Miramar, and we would really be excited to see that. But when you really start getting kind of northbound, it's Team Liquid with 261. Alpha7 does not have double points. We'll check in with them tomorrow and kind of see what their day looks like, because obviously they've already got a plan in place to unseat Team Liquid at the top. But when you just isolate down to the eliminations alone, they are so close on that score line that it just keeps going back and forth every single drop.
Yeah,
now Team Liquid, just based on that performance.
Yeah, for Alpha7, like they're already extremely comfortable in that top 3, right? And they haven't even had their bonus day. And we heard in the interview from Revo, their possible MVP of the lobby, saying, hey, it's double points day. I am going even harder in the paint. And not only him, but the whole team. So if they're already doing this well and they're kind of just, you know, sticking to the playbook, and they're going to change it up tomorrow, ramp up the aggression, the double points is going to be massive for Alpha7.
They need to be awesome for Royals of War here on the outside looking in, currently in 5th place, looking to unseat iNCO Gaming and Team Queso, but it's Entity 7 is going to be the next people that they've set their focus on. You've already lost out on Deblim, so you've got a trio left standing. Our first player to exit our drop here in Miramar, and it just seems like we're looking to potentially reposition. We have 1 frag grenade, and you know how much our players love to use those to open up these engagements.
Yeah, Royals of War having a really solid day here. Only game 2, I believe, 1 point going their way, but besides that, have definitely been taking advantage of their double points day and the opportunity to really play catch up on the overall leaderboard. And looks like they're going to be scaring away Entity 7. They did lose that member, like you mentioned, and don't want the smoke here. This is going to be on the west side of Los Leones, so one of the major focal points right here of our current circle.
Interesting enough, Titan Gaming running into some real serious issues. You can see All Glory Gaming here in this cluster alongside of them. 2 members of All Glory Gaming down, 1 last standing member of Titan Gaming. Drino, on your screen. There it goes, the full on to Red Ox, and we're going to be able to double down, spend a nice 10 seconds trying to get your teammate back on up. It's only a matter of time before this is done and dusted, and Titan Gaming eliminated.
That hurts. That hurts. One more game to go here tonight for double points opportunity for Titan Gaming. They've been getting a couple eliminations sprinkled throughout the evening, but I can't really say they capitalized on the double points opportunity, similar to like Royals of War. Team Queso have been able to do so here this evening. So we'll see. One more game to go. Hopes are still high for our North America brothers. But look at this next circle. Looks like Las Leonas is going to be dead center. So we might have some city fights happening here. Pretty exciting.
At least it's a very urban environment,
yeah,
right? If we're going to have all of these buildings to work with, the cover, it'll be quite exciting, of course. Team Liquid, though, really, this is where I want to see. I want to see them get closer to that 300. I really do. I said it yesterday, but their bonus points, they didn't really start showing up until drops 5 and 6. But if we can at least set ourselves up to have that go forward tomorrow, and Silence from Team Queso just gets caught on out. I love the play we were trying to make. Just unfortunately, a bit of an overextension.
Team Queso losing Silence and another one. Right, they're losing 2 of their squad mates there, trying to be aggressive against the Death Wolves. It's not going their way, unfortunate for them, but they still are going to have a duo alive in the play zone. Have some cover to work with, so they can't just kind of wait this one out and attempt to go for the third-party picks and some placement points. Best case scenario going forward. But SLR, hey, showing up here. Dead center, Las Leonas. So not deciding to spend most of their time in the blue zone here this game. You'll have to see it. We'll see what they can do here. And looking at potential fights on the horizon, Alpha7 on the west side, FURIA as well. Both these teams are going to be rotating right towards Hyper, who we mentioned had a nice opportunity to set up some gatekeeping action here.
Ooh. Checking in here, Alpha7. Love that. You're right. 100% that western side where Hyper has been kind of working towards playing. But there's a lot of opportunities here for these teams to collapse upon each other. You mentioned FURIA. They're kind of rotating into the split Hyper, which is going to allow Alpha7 to really use these vehicles to position around in the hills and maybe make a play going into kind of these later stages as that blue zone keeps crawling in, forcing FURIA ever so closer to baton from Hyper.
Yeah, my fear right now for Hyper is I love that you're able to gather the intel out here. But if one of your squad mates are spotted, you're essentially going to be up against 3 or 4 different opponents. I mean, we might see that with Baton and FURIA, right? And if that's the case, you're most certainly going to lose your scout out there on their own, because you're not within a close enough range to be able to provide the support, to get the cover fire, and maybe even the revive. So we'll see if the strategy works out for them. There's the map feed to really get a better detail vision on what we're breaking down right there. Next circle goes up. Las Leonas still in play. Okay.
Looks good for Be Bold, for SLR, for Royals of War, who have still got their eyes set on Team Queso. Team Liquid kind of on that upper center area, but it's All Glory Gaming, who had just taken down Titan Gaming NA in the north, finally making a play on the inside. And, well, FURIA having to commit on where they would like to hit that rotation to. Hyper is not going to sit there and focus on that gatekeeping. They're going to kind of move further north, right? We got still Alpha7 in the nearby vicinity, which they are very aware of. The Team Queso on your screen. Really conservative gameplay left for them here, especially when there's only a duo.
Yeah, Team Queso just chilling, trying to make it to that late game, get as many placement points as possible. I really do like Royals of War position. They got like a little 2-2 split on the main road of Las Leonas that cuts right through the city, and they got the high ground. And not only that, their current position, so much vision on the west side of the open hills over there. So definitely keep your eye on them. But you were talking about FURIA and Hyper. You're getting caught in the mix over there, but we're looking at SLR showing up, putting in some work. I get some picks out there in the distance themselves, but really, I mean, the Hyper FURIA conflict over there has me concerned.
I was a little concerned, but also when you throw the 4X on Huashan's gun there, it's just the angles that you're able to take. But we finally get to tune into what's going on here out on that western side. Now, mind you, Hyper just getting their first win on Sandhawk to move them from 9th to 7th place. If you go down early, it's not what you want. FSS already fully down and eliminated, but they still are able to send it to Furia, leaving them with only 1 elimination as they set back towards the lobby. And now Hyper has to get out of that blue zone, set your sights forward, decide where we want to play from, because Los Leones, so many teams have already set up shop there, and we might just have to get some of those outer area buildings.
But you know what? They took out Furia. They got the 4 elimination points. Yeah, they lost FSS in the process, but these 4 points definitely going to be helping them. And now they're able to make their approach into the edge of the play zone, hopefully avoid A7 for a little bit longer. But they have a lot of room to work with. So honestly, if you're Hyper, you're just kind of hoping and praying that the circle does favor the west side and doesn't force you to go through Los Leones, like you mentioned, because Los Leones right now, it's just packed. You know, a lot of teams really committing to the city.
Seems as if that's been the case, but Royals of War staying the same. Same with Team Queso. It's all the teams around them doing this dance, kind of maneuvering around, and it's 9Z, Entity 7, and then Royals of War, all kind of in this line from south to mid of Los Leones, and it's up to Hyper to decide where they want to make a play from this. But I respect Vitex here, just kind of prone, waiting it all out, because Alpha7, they're not going to play like that.
No, not at all. And especially kind of going back to Hyper, if you're them, you hear these shots out to the north, I'm going to stick in my vehicles and hug the blue and wrap all the way in the south and just try to avoid Los Leones, because you have to assume it's going to be just jam-packed. But over here, Alpha7, another strong contender here in the lobby. Mafioso is going to be bleeding on out, but Revo close enough to be able to pop their vehicle and try to get the quick pickup.
For now, still only 0 eliminations on the board. A nice reset here will come through, but this is the time for other teams to maybe make a play. We saw some really solid shots out of Huashan early on, and keep an eye out of what's occurring straight ahead. We're using the stairs for a bit of an angle to gather that information, but
grenade.
Be Bold, Influence, Rage just in front of them. Do it to them.
Ooh, that's an eviction notice right there. Getting the initial knock already, going to be opting to push a little bit closer. I'm looking for the support from the squad mates. Do we even need it? Another knock coming out here. A huge play right now for SLR. At least confirming 2 eliminations. Looking for the squad wipe. It's up to Diego. 777 now. 5 grenades. SLR, we can see them over there in the distance. They're going to begin third party from Team Liquid on the push. Somewhat benefiting Diego.
Yeah, it's just tough, right? If you're Diego from Influence Rage, previously speaking, you've performed stronger on Miramar. And when you're already down to a solo, that's very uncharacteristic of that team. And we'll just have to check back in with them later, because Alpha7, they're still on this rampage. And this time it's iNCO Gaming on the opposing side. McGrellin there opening things up with the nade, looking for the full. It does come through. And now we just need to set our sights on to the remaining members of iNCO. 3 still standing.
Yeah, you're looking at the mini-map in the top right. I mean, you can immediately see McGrellin getting that knock and their teammates in the vehicles trying to close the gap, trying to get within range to provide the support to take the team fight now that they have the numbers advantage up against iNCO. That's just communication right there.
Communication, dedication, whatever it is, it's kind of working here. And Hyper, when Stars, your IGL, last standing, you're still on those 4 eliminations that you garnered from Furia, and we're still kind of waiting to see what we can do with these grenades, letting it cook, not committing it, not necessarily a decision. You got Death Wolves on the other side, so many members of that squad still up, 2 of them fighting the time.
Royals of War still up there on their rooftops, overlooking all this. Be trying their best to third party anything that moves down there. Hopefully they got enough ammunition. Take the shots. Vitex with the mini. Stars in. Cooking a grenade, trying to toss it onto the Death Wolves here.
They're kind of dipping out, though, honestly.
Right there on
I
the
think
edge,
it's respectable.
Last one alive, though. So, Tarzan, not a lot of support to work with, but here comes Alpha7. They are going to be pushing it up the hill. Looks like a little traffic jam over here, running into iNCO. iNCO done.
There it is. Yeah, they cleaned him up. They already set their sights on him just a few minutes ago and then really put the finishing touch on it. Now their next course of action is to determine where we want to go to approach that next play zone. We're still on that upper edge of the blue. And the team in front of them on the opposing side where iNCO Gaming kind of was sandwiched between is going to be All Glory Gaming, who is still up with all 4 members sitting on 4 eliminations. And is this our best way to go? Do we just kind of clean them up, or do we focus on playing our game knowing that there's about 5 or so seconds left before blue starts to kind of filter through?
You would hope so. Alpha7 going to be playing the edge here, just trying to sweep up anything that's in their pathway here, and it might be AGG, the next team that they do clash with over there in the north. Deathwolves finally making their approach as well in their vehicles, and well, we might have some city fights here very shortly. At least the northern tip of Las Leonas is going to be taking up at least 50% of our play zone right now. So it's going to be a lot of cover for these players to work with, and it's actually going to benefit our solos here when they, you know, try to maneuver through the city to survive a little longer. But here comes Alpha7 taking the fight to Team Liquid.
We were curious where they were going to set that approach on, and Revo falls fully eliminated. Now you've got Mafioso and Magrellan both down. It's Carrillo last standing on your screen right now. You asked what Team Liquid was going to be able to do. Mind you, these are the 2 squads of our 16 teams competing out here that are neck and neck for elimination totals. And if Team Liquid bests A7 here, it's going to be a different story. But now Carrillo kind of setting their sights on pushing straight on in the spray. It's a little bit wild, looking windy, and Team Liquid eliminate Alpha7.
That was getting real dicey. I saw a Team Liquid on Team Liquid grenade right there, so they should be able to get the pickups. They're still going to be in that garage in the hard cover. Be bold. They were trying to be bold and make a play happen right there with the third party, but AGG kind of pinching themselves right between the 2 squads. Entity 7, though, a trio. 3v1 here, trying to take out Star. Last one alive for Hyper. And Hyper coming off of a massive game 4 here. Feeling confident. Star's got a couple grenades to work with, but the 1v3, can we get it done? Stars with the DBS. There's 1, there's 2. Can we get the 3rd one for the squad? White from Stars, cooking the grenade, avoiding the pre-fire here. It's up to Stars, the IGL for Hyper, trying to get the confirms right now, trying to get some points in the pocket. Going for the reload. Can we take out NA7?
Looking to do it. 2 bullets in the chamber. I've seen him make plays on staircases all day yesterday. Was trying to clutch up for Hyper and let it cook. Not going to commit it just yet. Resetting that timer, and here we go. They're just going to miss each other. He's going to catch him from the back, but now we have to focus on reloading. What is Entity 7 going to do? The timing, unfortunate, because now that opens the door for Royals of War to come on in. Hyper gets eliminated with 5, and they can work on cleaning up Entity 7. So at the end of the day, Royals of War, on their double points day, are the real victors of that third party.
Yeah, and Royals of War, they've been doing such a phenomenal job here tonight with just timing their third-party fights and just recognizing when they have the advantage and when they should make that push to close the gap, open up with the grenade shots or the pre-fire. And that's just been their bread and butter here tonight. Yeah, it's double points night, so even better, but they're just a team. They're calm in the early game, and they show up towards the mid to late game very methodical. So they have definitely been one of the teams that has made a huge improvement from day 1 or day 2, in my opinion.
That's true. SLR on the screen. This is one of those squads, Dave, that you want to have that improvement today, too. Just 20 points outside from triple digits that 9Z was able to hit today. A lot of teams having that success with yeeting those grenades onto opposing enemies, and it's going to be Team Queso on that side. Maybe we can find some damage. Maybe they'll connect. If not, just keep on committing. You've got 6 more to go.
And look at this. Once again, Royals of War also making the push. I saw them out there in the distance, recognizing the opportunity at hand for the potential for some additional third-party eliminations. NRG also showing up in the late game here. still with a whole squad. But Team Queso back against the wall, only down to just a duo since early game.
See a lot of that damage used up on the helmet, but I love that we're just out here with the angles, knowing that you're a duo and have just not had to move for the time being. But as in the later stages that circle starts to pull further and further away from the buildings that you've called home for so long, we may have to rethink. And with SLR, we also have Royals of War in the distance, NRG on that south side. It's kind of like, where do we go from here? Because Deathwolves, just a few minutes ago, were able to roll up into the buildings that they're inhabiting for free. So I love that, because there's so much space to play, and you mentioned that earlier, but no one's been able to kind of cross on in, nor have they had to. 9Z would be one of those teams to be able to make that play, but honestly, I'm scared of Rataboy. He's clutched up some crazy things early on, and maybe we'll do so again.
Dude's getting his aim ready, and yeah, I mean, kind of going back to Team Queso, there's still 10 teams left, so if they get taken out here, it's still the goose egg, the 0 points for placements, because 9th through 16th get you 0. And that's kind of like the double-edged sword of having a city finish. There's just so much hard cover, and it just gives these other teams the opportunity to continue to survive here.
Eyes out.
Dragon, you got this.
Yeah, Team Liquid, though, going in with 4, and I'm looking a lot of teams with 4 still up. NRG, 9Z, Be Bold, Royals of War, and Team Liquid. A very healthy lobby here on Miramar, and it's largely because when you get city gameplay, you have plenty of cover for our teams. It's not allowing people to kind of catch people off on rotation so much, specifically if you've already been here.
Team Liquid got 2 vehicles in the garage ready to go. They're just trying to map out their next move. Their current position no longer in the play zone here. I believe Be Bold or take some shots down range at him. AGG also in the area as well. So this is going to be a challenge. They're looking to get a knock before making the push. And Chief doing just that with the spray down of the Dragon. Remember, Dragon was in a little window, a little 8-time zooming in on him. Huge knock. But look at this. NRG going to be centering on up here.
Hey. Got to get that rotation and Spec to follow. We'll see if they'll be able to reunite alongside NRG. But something to note when we were just sitting on Team Liquid's player cams, did we see the fact that on LAN, we print out the map, we print out the drop spots, and you constantly have that in front of you. They came to play. They're stepping it up day in, day out. So quite interesting to see. But for Royals of War here, Team Queso on their lines of sight, and they just fall apart.
Falling apart, but that's good for Royals of War. 7 eliminations going their way, and they're not done yet. They got the whole team alive. They got a lot of smokes to work with. Looks like they're going to be trying to close the gap. Team Liquid, they're going to be right in front of them here. Got to also watch out for NRG, who are also in the zone. Looks like NRG have the high ground and trying to take out Royals of War on their push, but AGG as well, making a push on the Be Bold.
Hey, we need all the eliminations we can get. Currently sitting on 6, but Melgar will fall on that push, and I love the angles that we've got up here. Yeah, you're gonna fall. That's unfortunate, but we love what you were trying to do. At the end of the day, it's going to be all Glory Gaming picking up some more of those eliminations, and we have to pick the player up. We've got to full send. We have to keep moving because Blue is at your back.
Let me ask you, Tiff, if you see a player not on your team just running across an open field with their teammate on their back, do you take the shots or you just see what happens?
If you've got angles, you take the shots. But for right now, there's a little cover that we're working with, trying to get inside, and that is their saving grace. Plus, if you've got energy that are going to be in that next play zone, working on everyone else. Royals of War, SLR towards the south, and Royals of War fall with 8 eliminations.
Yeah, still a great game for Royals of War here. 7th place gets you 1 placement point, but they have a lot of eliminations, so they're going to be feeling good with their performance. AGG still active with 7 eliminations going their way, but NRG showing up to the late game finally with the whole team alive here. They're going to be holding down the south in a little 2-2 split, trying to keep 9Z and SLR from being able to safely make it into the play zone.
Now, mind you, NRG Galaxy got their first win here on day 2 in Miramar, and they want to run it back, maybe find their second win of the tournament thus far. 9Z got theirs earlier on today. However, on 0 eliminations, we don't have Connor making it into the end game, and we're still looking to find the top 5 teams. Let's see what Simple can do. Had success with nades early on, and looks like Deathwolves is going to be the object of their interest for now.
Yeah, Connor has definitely been like the clutch player here, at least tonight for 9Z when it comes to making the plays happen here. Looks like NRG are going to be pulling back just a little bit, trying to focus a little more on their backside because we still got 2 members of SLR right behind them, but we cannot discount the duo still alive from Team Liquid. Chief being one of the top 5 players in the lobby when it comes to damage and eliminations done. Ton of ammunition here. My dude's ready for war.
Gotta do what you gotta do. Playing alongside Cardozan here, lurking the ridge line. All Glory Gaming will fall. 7 eliminations to their name. We've found our top 5 teams here on Miramar. That picture-in-picture of where that zone pulling to. Deathwolves really able to gatekeep 9Z over there. I'm curious to see what this rotation's going to look like, because we're going to have to keep moving eventually. Yes, we're safe for now, but as it starts to close, gotta keep going.
Yeah, it just centers up from here. I mean, that's all. So, we'll see.
Ooh.
Looks like NRG are getting peppered apart right now. Committing just a little too much on trying to keep both 9Z and SLR at bay. They're going to be losing one here, right there. Now focusing on SLR on their backside. But look at that. They're getting some help from Chief with the Molotov.
Team Liquid on 7 and 9Z easily put themselves on 3. Chief really doing a good job of focusing on a lot of these different squads here and a good aerial view to really allow us to see what's going on. Malaz here with the chow, but gets caught on out by 9Z. NRG will fall down to our final 3.
Up, up. Let's see. Can we take it? Can we connect on the Chief here? Chief with the M4 4 times. Got 3 teams to go. 9Z showing up here in the late game once again, but Simple connected on right there. Deathwolves now with the numbers advantage.
Ooh, Deathwolves 3 up.
Ooh.
And as soon as I say it, the curse comes in. Cardozan able to drop Rataboy. We'll have to keep terms on what's going on. A 2v2v1. Deathwolves, 9Z, and Team Liquid in that final zone. This would be a massive game for Team Liquid. Think about how they performed on that prior drop of Sandhawk. Yeah, they didn't win it, but they're pushing their numbers, bolstering those eliminations and the overall standings, trying to solidify that. And as soon as I say it, Chief makes a rotate, can't get to cover, gets caught out, and 9Z, 1 member, last standing here.
Grenade, tossing it. At least able to get another elimination point, but now we got a 1v1 for the winner chicken dinner.
Who's gonna get it? The picture-in-picture, Deathwolves staying healthy, but look at that. What can you do when the Deathwolves come crawling your way? They last took a win on day number 1. They've won an Erangel. Now we're getting yet again of their first Miramar win of the tournament.
Deathwolves clocking in here on this Miramar game. 10 eliminations. The winner chicken dinner here. This team dominating the Brazilian qualifiers, showing up here, showing the world, you know, how they qualified, showing their play style. You love to see it. 9Z, another pretty solid game here as well. Reflections.
Yeah, 9Z is a really big takeaway, right? 9Z's been struggling throughout the previous days, and now they find themselves in second place after getting first place just a little bit ago. You go back to just yesterday, and we were like, wow, we haven't had a team win 2 times in one day. We haven't had a team win back-to-back. Team Liquid obviously broke that alongside Alpha7, but now 9Z nearly getting that same accolade just in the same, just a day after, which is really impressive. So good job for 9Z. Deathwolves, though, the big takeaway from them is another team, right? Stepping it up. We brought them to the conversation just a little bit earlier. In fact, at Sandhawk getting 3rd place with 4 eliminations. So, Tiff, Deathwolves, 9Z really stepping up, and then you can throw in Team Liquid, right? Again, performing very well in the back end of the maps, now getting 3rd place with 8 elims.
it's good for Team Liquid at this point because they were a duo so early on and trying to put all of that pressure on in a very scary zone for Miramar. But I think those are strong moments as we kind of run through some of these replays here, a lot of these rotational aspects of Alpha7. But the call out on 9Z and even Deathwolves, who are able to take that win with 10 eliminations. And I said, you know, they've won Erangales on day one. They were able to grab an Erangale yesterday, drop number 3. They had yet to get a win on Miramar. And once you start connecting those wins on other maps that you'll see only maybe once or twice in a series, that's where I think it allows you to really enact on the consistency.
All right, consistency for 9Z, Team Liquid. NRG Galaxy also, a good job from them to get 4th place. We're coming up in SLR. Today, Dave, I think the theme has been teams that have been struggling over the past 3 days now as they enter in day 4 are starting to find some footing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just kind of coming together as a team, maybe doing a lot of VOD reviews, maybe pinpointing like a team like Alpha7 or Team Liquid and trying to emulate some of their play style, right? I mean, that's all it takes, right? And I think 9Z definitely one of these teams that have shown us the biggest improvement here so far, at least looking at them today. And we mentioned it a couple games ago. This is exactly the time. You want to start showcasing your abilities, especially when we're looking at 9Z. Tomorrow's your bonus day, right? So you're starting to do good today. You're starting to feel it. Finally starting to show like, hey, you're a squad. You belong here. Tomorrow, you can only hope for better, right?
That's right. You can only hope for better, and it will be better, I'm sure of it. Nice to see Royals of War getting 18 points, finally showing some life again on their double points day. They started off the day hot. We're talking victory, or we're talking winner, winner, chicken dinner. We're talking 13 eliminations on Erangale. That was massive, but then relatively quiet from there. Now 18. You can't argue with that. Let's look at overall TIFF. Start breaking that down. No surprise, though. We're going to have Team Liquid still in first. Now, I will say, this is a much different story from how they started. I think they only got 5 points in the first 2 games. Now they sit 274, so that lead over Alpha7 continues to grow.
It really does, and that just goes to show what is going to happen for Alpha7 tomorrow, because nothing is out of the picture just yet, because once they get a chance at getting some of those bonus points, even Deathwolves in particular out in 6th place, right? Those teams have not had a chance to play for those, so we'll talk about that more once we see those drops tomorrow. But for Team Queso and Royals of War, at the end of the day, after 5 drops, they've both found themselves with an extra 50 points. The most anyone's acquired is iNCO Gaming sitting in 5th place with 58 and Team Liquid with 55. So depending on how they perform, they could actually walk away with the most bonus points that we've seen thus far.
Wow. And honestly, Team Queso, depending on how this last game goes, could potentially pass Alpha7. I'm sure tomorrow that would change as Alpha7 go into double points, but think about that. That is massive for Team Queso, something I didn't see starting at the beginning of the day. 9Z will jump up one more place, Dave, as they overtake Titan Gaming once again at 113. They're starting to get to that talking point where now it's like, okay, they can break in to the top echelon, right? That top page, especially given tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. Just have one more solid game like you've been doing here today. That way tomorrow you're within range, you know, to be in the conversation when we're looking at like top 5, top 6. And bonus point day is where it's at, right? So 9Z, they knew the mission. They're clocking in here today. They're putting in the work and pretty much setting themselves up for success come tomorrow bonus day.
I'm so happy how this tournament's been working out as a whole. We're only 4 days into it. We have some dominant teams starting to show. Obviously, Team Liquid, Alpha7 currently leading the charge. But the fact that we get to talk about Team Queso now breaking in the top 3, iNCO Gaming holding on tight to the lead that they gained, a couple of days ago, but still in the conversation. Royals of War starting to elevate themselves, right? I mean, just team after team starting to come into the conversation, which makes things spicy as the days goes along. Who will be at the top come day 15 once America's spring has come to a conclusion? Who will gain first place, $44,000, but also the opportunity to call themselves champions? Well, at this point, Team Liquid, Alpha7, they're the front runners, but who knows what's going to happen come day 15, the final day. It's getting exciting, and one more map to go for the day. We head back to where we started. We're going back into Erangel for game number 6. Who's going to take it? Will Alpha7 return as champions as they typically do? Or will Team Liquid start a trend of winning game number 6? We'll find all that out and more when we come back from the break. And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, your host, and Game number 6, Erangel, the final game of day number 4. The question is, who's going to take it? It's the last chance for double points for Influence Rage, Team Queso, Royals of War, and Titan Gaming. The big story, Team Queso, if they win, can they overtake Alpha7 as the second place team? That would be massive. It only lasts for today, though, because double points for Alpha7 starts tomorrow. And, well, they might dominate, to be quite honest with you. Let's bring in our casters, Mustache Dave and Spider Tiff. Final game, Erangel. Things are starting to heat up a bit, Dave. Who do you want to prove themselves?
I'm sticking with it, man. The pre-show, I said Titan Gaming, this is your day with the double points. They had one okay game here this evening. I think they had like 7 elimination points, but besides that, we really haven't seen much from them. They just kind of fallen apart on their early to mid-game rotation. So I can guarantee you, if Titan Gaming gets some circle luck, maybe stay up for 4 in that late game, they'll come out swinging, baby. Double points. Titan Gaming, one more game. Come on. Let me get it.
One more game, Titan Gaming. If they do very well, they might break into the top page, but just barely, right? Something to think about. Let us know in chat, who do you think is going to take game number 6? By the way, the PMSL pass is active today to the 30th of June. There is a message pinned at the top of chat with a code and a link. Redeem that code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. Well, here it is, game number 6, back to Erangel where we started. Hey, double points time. Let's see if Group C can finally earn enough to break into the upper echelon. Without further ado, Mustache Dave, Spider Tiff, take it away for the final game of the day.
Love that we're already highlighting, can Group C break into that upper echelon? They found themselves 2 of them with 50 bonus points thus far, Dave. But it's the final map. It's Erangel, and it's Alpha7's terrain. When you think of day 1, day 2, they were the ones that were able to show out in the final game of the day. Yesterday, it was all early on action for them. But they haven't actually won a game yet here in day 4, which is quite uncharacteristic of them.
Yeah, Alpha7, they're just getting ready. You know, they're getting cooking out here, getting ready for Group D double points day tomorrow. We heard in the interview from Rebo, they are planning on just cranking up the aggression throughout the evening. So looking forward to Group D, Alpha7, Death Wolves, and 9Z. Honestly, all 3 of those teams have been performing quite well here today. Pretty consistent, but when we're looking at double points, the final opportunity for Week 1 double points Group C, Royals of War, Team Queso, I think they did a pretty solid job here this evening. Now it's up to Influence Rage and Titan Gaming to see how many points they can acquire here in this final map of the evening.
So I guess that's what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to focus on that. We get a good look at the plane line. Let's see if it actually benefits them, because where that circle is pulling, we're going to the northwestern side of Erangel, where Team Liquid, Death Wolves out on that island down by military base. Because honestly, when you have a plane line that goes from north to south and favors the eastern side, that long kind of parachuting way to make their way over. But honestly, I know we're getting some interviews with our teams that are, starting to win some maps, and I would love to go ahead and tee it up in this time of Erangel.
All right, guys, here we are. It finally happened. First victory for NHP. Guys, congratulations. Great match. How'd you guys feeling?
Finally, we won a match, I would say, and also after a lot of bad games. It's a good reset.
Yesterday, you had a very stressful day. What did you do back at the hotel to try and, leave that behind and try to reset? What did you guys do?
You say, so okay. I don't know what to say.
Let's go.
We just do the normal thing, like learn from our mistakes and keep studying like how other teams play. Just normal things.
Nothing extra, just keep going, right?
Yeah, just keep going. There's still a lot more matches to go.
One more victory?
What?
One more victory?
One more win?
Yeah, of course. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. Okay, but for real though, one of these times, these players are going to have to let us in on the secret sauce. I get that it's week 1, it's day 4. No one wants to share the secrets of what they're really doing. If I have a day where I'm starting to come back swinging, I get my first win, but if I'm letting go of a bad day, dude, I'm hitting the gym. I'm getting in the hotel, finding some good food, hitting the VODs, and maybe like I don't like to run, so I'm not even gonna lie, but I would lift some light weights.
Okay. I mean, respect it. And you know what? Stars didn't want to let us in on the secret sauce like you mentioned. I know they're going to the beach this weekend. They're big chilling in Brazil. You know, they're going to be getting a suntan and just having a good time, relaxing, because you can see in the interview it is nothing but business, you know, every single night. And for good reason, but you also need to get in some relaxation time to get the reset heading into week number 2.
And that's what's really cool about what PMSL is doing down there. If all our teams playing on land, it's a course of 3 weeks, 15 total play days. And I keep harping that it's a marathon, and it's something that our players are understanding, right? It's, hey, there's still plenty of time left in play to make our move. And honestly, a lot of our teams using up that time here in Erangel, knowing that that circle is not in their favor considering where they dropped, such as Be Bold. David on your screen, hitting that rotation, very spread out, but we are just covering a large chunk of the terrain.
Yeah, very clean, very clean. And, you know, look at the teams in our group, our double group here tonight. We were talking about Influence Rage. They're finally going to be moving out of Yesnaya. They were sharing it with Be Bold moving out before them. And then also Titan Gaming all the way on the east side at the Milter Power. So both these teams, they're going to have to be cautious of their early game rotations here. They want to try to survive as long as possible. But talking about surviving, Star out there from Hyper currently being hunted down.
Oh no, the hunted become the prey. That's scary. That's real scary. Team Queso though, out here on your screen. Pretty solid day from them thus far. I've been really impressed when you look at that overscoring. They found themselves in that top 3, the top 3 where you want to be week in, week out. The only issue here is look at Royals of War, right? 196 points, just one shy away from overtaking Team Queso. So if I'm Team Queso coming into the last drop on the day, I want to try and make the most of my points and get away from Royals of War, who are trying to do the same.
Yeah, Royals of War feeling good too. I mean, bonus points, we're talking 50 points so far. So definitely the bonus point structure makes this whole thing so unique, because all it takes is one really good day on your bonus point day, and you're right back in top 4 when you were on the second page of the overall leaderboard. So we'll see what they can accomplish here as well. But in my opinion, they've already done everything they need to do here today on their bonus point day. But we saw last game Star Z get a 1v3, almost clutching it out. And we do it now, currently being surrounded by Team Queso.
Ooh, Padron goes right out the door, but gets caught in the hallway. Stars on the opposing side. I love that we got M2MV holding the angles, trying to make that happen. But Stars able to jut himself back inside. But look at the collapse that's happening here.
From all angles. And there we go. And Hyper getting picked apart right here from Team Queso and Royals of War on the other side of North Georgia Pool. So just unlucky, you know, they're so split when it comes to their drops right here. And, you know, other teams are being more proactive than them, trying to get a good position early on. Circle number 1, that obviously when you are forced to fight up against a whole squad, the odds just not in your favor.
Definitely not, but for Team Queso, I mean, look, we've already lost out on 1. So it's kind of tough for them. We'll pull up the map and see where that circle's going to keep on moving. Look at Team Liquid. This is very similar to what we witnessed in day 3, right? A bridge and All Glory Gaming on the opposing side. Will the timing work out in their favor? Because Cardozo's still down by military base. Chief trying to get over that bridge. Ayala is going to be that scouting forefront, maybe running straight into All Glory Gaming. And honestly, at the end of the day, I would love to see Team Liquid come out on top of that engagement, but who knows? It might not even matter. They might just be like, you know, 2 boats in the night, just drifting by each other slowly.
Throwing some deuces out there, like, hey, this is the last game of today. Let's just end on a high note. Let's big chill. Let's not get into the fight here this early on. But it does look like Cardozo and just full on sending it. Trying to group up with their squad mates in the elimination feed. NRG, okay, NRG up there in Severny getting involved with Alpha7 as well. J7 behind the tree trying to avoid the grenade. Murillo trying to crest the hill with the DBS, taking some shots on the J7, but Revo with the support right here. able to help their teammate Spec on their own little mission downtown as well.
Didn't work. He got
Trade
dropped.
on as well. Yeah. Did get one, though.
Very typical.
Confirm.
Let's see. 4 seconds or so left on this res here. Want to make sure they can get their players all picked back on up. And
Fate's out of there.
yeah, I would be too. I would be
Yeah.
too.
You would be too. You'd be like, let me get this. You know, the revenge. I got you. Alpha7, no sweat.
It's just been a very tough game for NRG Galaxy today. Like, they just have not been able to get things moving. Things that might start out on a solid footing just seems like it falls apart. But a lot of the things that our players have been talking about are fixing individualistic mistakes, the communication, and NRG Galaxy, right? Yeah, that's great. I'm excited to see what they do in some further days here, but it's just unfortunate when you have one player left standing. Now, granted, B-Bold did have a similar situation when you think back to the drop on Sandhawk yesterday. Played very precisely, just slow, cool, calm, and collected, and was able to make it all the way into the top 3, even second place, I believe. So there's still hope for Fate.
Yeah, you think so? Tomorrow's their double points day, and I would say, yeah, there is hope for Fate, but I think the whole squad of Alpha7 are currently hunting down Fate, the last one alive. For NRG, so we'll pay attention to the elimination feed here.
We'll have to go ahead and do that. And honestly, I know we've got an interview with Energy. We can kind of tee it up while a lot of our squads are still in this early game. Yeah, let's do it. Let's send it. Let's see what they got to say.
I'm gonna get tired too fast there. Melas, it's been a rough day today, perhaps. How are you guys feeling?
Yeah, it's been a rough day. Too much mistakes, but we're working on it. Still have one game. We can save the day. But it's still first week, and tomorrow is our double points. We have to take advantage of it and move on.
And tomorrow, I mean, we have to be more aggressive, right? I guess that's the game plan for tomorrow.
Yeah, double points are very important, and we just need to take a good advantage of them.
Well, let's see. Let's hope tomorrow will be better. We got one victory today for North America. We need one more tomorrow, or perhaps today.
Yeah.
Let's get it. Let's get it.
Yes.
All right, let's go, Nate.
Let's get it. Let me just tell you something there. When you've got Sarpak over there, just, hey, what are we going to do to improve? What are we going to do with those double points? Let's get it. And at the end of the day, that's enough motivation that I need is those 3 words. Let's get it.
And with the hard questions here. So finally, it looks like Alpha7 did pull off of their hunt here and prioritizing the cube over there. Next circle does go up. So both Team Queso and Fate from NRG, they're going to have to be cautious on how they rotate into the next play zone. But yeah, I mean, let's get it. Let's get it on bonus day, honestly. And yeah, we do recognize NRG. It's week 1. It's a learning curve, right? But coming into week number 2, we need to be coming in strong. I don't think we can afford another week where we don't really have solid games.
I mean, that's very true, especially when there's only 3 weeks of play, 5 gameplay days a week. And when you're on day number 4 and you're about to wrap up week number 1, it's kind of like, what happened to us? How do you regain? You talk about kind of relaxing on the weekend. If I'm me, I'm like spending 1 day maybe to relax in the morning and then really hitting the VODs hard, because if that week number 2 is going to be the biggest differential maker, you don't want to leave everything down to the final games. And I think that's essentially what Team Liquid and Alpha7 are trying to avoid, right? They're kind of in this arms race against each other to see who can keep on driving that score line. And well, Team Liquid has really kind of found a more solving moment to some of their issues they had, right? They only showed up in the last 2 drops yesterday. They started to be a little more consistent across the series as a whole today, and it's something that you've been asking for SLR to do.
Yeah, let me ask you this. VOD review at the beach, yes or no? I mean, we're still doing the business, but we're also relaxing, chilling.
I wouldn't be able to focus, to be fair. Like, the beach is meant for just relaxation, maybe pop up the Kindle, read some books and stuff. You know how it is.
Yeah.
I just want to be in the lab if I'm going to be VOD reviewing, because I just have to, like, that's what I do in my office, right? I'll come in here, I'll pull some VODs up, and you just have to, like, cut yourself off from any distractions. But then again, I'm easily distracted.
Same here. And, well, who's not distracted? Mythic right here. Just zoned in.
Locked.
Bell tower. Trying to get an elimination point over here. In the smokes. They're going to be in the play zone. This is going to be north of Runes. So SLR holding down Runes, but we'll get to that because Titan Gaming, baby. Double points. Can they get it done up against iNCO?
Ooh, some big fights right across this. Gotta focus on healing, though. We've taken too much damage. Hopefully the team can hold down the fort for the rest, but we've got shots going all over the place elsewhere. It's Team Queso under fire, but finally, hop in the whip. I know there was a vehicle elimination not that long ago, and those are some of my favorite.
Jason, yeah, definitely, especially when it's the opening knock. It's just so, it feels so good. You're like, oh, I got one. Let's take the fight now. It looks like 7 from iNCO is just weaving their way through their opponents right here. Might even send it to the water, especially with this new play zone. We got the little island in the middle. Team Queso holding it down. NRG Fate actually on the island underneath the bridge here. Fate, the bridge troll, trying to get the Team Queso squad mates in the water swimming.
Oh.
Milos knows exactly where Fate is.
We're approaching, but here we go, making that noise that should allow for Milos to hit that peak, but we come on out of the water. We're getting closer. There goes the warning shot. Silence on the opposing end, cooking that nade. Let's get that both sides of the engagement. Some of my favorite ways to approach this. Let's see who's going to be able to go, though.
Grenade battle. There we go. Yeah, just take out the gun. Go for the pre-fire. Take the shots. Jumping off the boulder. Accidentally going in the water with the double-barrel shotgun. Doesn't matter. Popping out like a Navy SEAL. Taking them out. And there goes NRG Fate. 15th place here on the last game of today.
Real tough. Tried to make something happen, but unfortunately will fall. Now let's check in. Influence. Rage here now on your screen. We had a lot of action hitting the rotations early on, specifically because of where the circle keeps on pulling to. And I like that we have this boulder for cover, but in the grand scheme of things, there's too much action on this surrounding area, and I'm just not feeling too safe.
Much sauce. So they got the Death Wolves wrapping around them. We'll get back to that because Titan Gaming looking to make some plays happen here, going into Sunken City, trying to flush out 9Z Elite with the UMP, going for the pre-fire. Doran able to get behind the cover of the vehicle. Not get connected on yet, but the Volt through the room, sealing the deal, and 9Z, 7 eliminations. This team has been showing up here tonight, getting
really
prepared for their bonus points tomorrow.
It's true. It's true. Unfortunate for Titan Gaming to take an exit here early on. They just were not able to string some things together. Hopefully, we kind of come back swinging tomorrow, but for the time being, very impressive of 9Z. 7 eliminations so far. This is a massive game. I don't know what they were working on, but it is paying off. Death Wolves, on the other hand, will fall to Be Bold.
Let's see, Be Bold coming off of that fight with the Death Wolves. Influence Rage trying to take advantage of it with a third party. Pump on the brakes, though. If I'm Influence Rage, I'm just full on sending it right there. You have to assume they're going to be trying to get the reset after that Death Wolves engagement here, but instead Influence Rage pulling back. I know David was kind of playing the Guardian Angel up there with the M4 and would have been able to get some nice sprays on the vehicles, but Influence Rage, a team that has not really taken advantage of the double points here today.
Pretty tough, right? They're only on 1 elimination thus far, but I will say something about this being the last drop of our series for day number 4 is that the pace has been hastened, right? And a lot of that is because where the circle is pulling, we're north of Ruins towards that water, kind of in the island area. We saw Team Queso there. iNCO Gaming is making a play for the bridge, albeit it's just a solo, and that just seems to be where solos like to frequent. They go for the bridge, they go for the cover, and at the end of the day, I just love the pace that we get from map number 6.
Yeah, and those solos that you were mentioning, blessed once again. 7's still going to be alive from iNCO. Team Queso trying to flush them out, but main focus right here, Influence Rage. The final game of your bonus points day. It's do or die when it comes to trying to get as many points as possible leading into tomorrow. Going back to the fight, though, underneath the bridge, 9Z getting another elimination point.
That's crazy. Our solos have officially been found out. iNCO Gaming, Entity 7 have fallen. The only solo left standing in our lobby is Royals of War, which when you think about them being on their double points day, not necessarily how you want to start it, do have 3 eliminations thus far, and 9Z is looking for double elims of the day. They're really on top, just behind of this area where the bridge is, and Team Queso needs to keep an eye out, because the more you shoot at SLR, the more you keep eyes on Team Liquid, it's tough because you're going to let 9Z know exactly where you are.
Without a doubt. They're going to have the cover from above here. Ooh, okay. Working together as a duo here to get those shots down range at the same time. Hopefully get the confirm. SLR in the castle over here in Ruins. Team Liquid, we're looking right at them. Look at this though, AGG right beneath them as well. It's going to be a cluster over here for SLR. And they need to move too. Yeah, they're done.
That's tough, right? Our top 3 teams in the overall standing still alive. Team Queso breaking that 200-point threshold, wanting to keep things moving. We were asking, could they do it? Could they really stay up there? And best Royals of War, well, since they've already fallen early on, it looks like we'll only be able to expand that points differential between 3rd and 4th place, which will be nice for them. Team Liquid, on the other hand, finding some issues. As you can see, kind of this big standoff. Team Queso still occupying that bridge. 9Z just in the open area, kind of playing around smokes, and All Glory Gaming, Kardik crawling around on the ground. And there goes the full elite trying to get it.
Yeah, Team Liquid, it looks like they tried to send 2 across the river while keeping 2 on the shorelines to provide the cover fire. But I believe Cardozo not being able to make it. Chief also getting peppered across the way, but Elite grenade confirming the elimination, and AGG probably gonna bleed out to the blue zone over there. Really nowhere else to go. Might even opt to deny the point, honestly. Wouldn't mind.
Definitely tough though, and now we have to turn our attention towards that western side, albeit FURIA is going to be on that opposing side where that bridge connects, that main roadway, really wanting to take down Alpha7.
They're pushing them too.
They're
they
trying.
Got the vehicles. Yeah.
And you can see Team Liquid over here with their boulders, just keeping eyes on it. Let's jump on over to FURIA's POV. All Glory Gaming has fallen elsewhere, but the nades straight on to Alpha7. The pressure, it cooked in the perfect timing. Will it connect? Will it do what they need it to? And, well, it seems like Team Liquid is also trying to sandwich Alpha7.
Yeah, Team Liquid with the 3rd party across the river on the Revo. That's a huge knock right there, and really helping FURIA right there on their mini red zone. There goes Alpha7 eliminated. 5 teams to go here. FURIA are going to be hopping in their vehicles, sending it back towards north, towards Influence Rage, and honestly, that gives Team Liquid a nice little window here to try to swim across the channel and avoid the sight lines from 9Z.
There's a lot to be said about what that engagement was specifically for Team Liquid, kind of knowing what their biggest threat was and to cause a diversion. Like, you're right, to hit the water, start that rotation in, because we are still going further north. 9Z is going to be that most southern area, still dealing with where Team Queso is, but Team Liquid now will have to likely deal with not only FURIA, but Team Queso itself.
Oh, Elite just shooting fish in the barrel right here. Also doesn't want to allow the revive onto Team Queso underneath the bridge, but need to be cautious of the sight lines they expose themselves to because they influence Rage on the high ground. So 9Z trying their best here to get as many eliminations as possible. It's like Team Liquid make it to the shoreline. Very surprised by that. And behind the boulder too. They got some cover. So Team Liquid, timing was everything right there.
Ooh, all right. Team Liquid, we've got natural terrain to work with. Influence Rage, though, on your screen. And granted, all teams have all 4 members alive for the time being. And if that's the way we're going to go into the final 4 squads, the question is, who is going to be the first to fall of these teams?
It's like 9Z just trying to throw all their grenades towards Team Liquid, flush them out behind their hard cover. But honestly, this final map has to be the hugest or the biggest come up potential for Influence Rage, the double points team here. Now in a top 4 situation, they got the high ground. They need to make sure FURIA doesn't wrap behind them and backstab them. But Team Liquid, Mythic, taking shots at a lead over there.
Just waiting for him to come out of that prone stance and just be able to unleash some damage into him. But for now, patience is a virtue, and we'll keep our eyes on because FURIA, for the time being, is deciding to split hold this. Team Liquid needs to keep not only their attention on to 9Z, but for FURIA, because there come the incoming frags right onto where Cardozan is. Mythic falls. It's Adrian coming through from FURIA.
Exactly. Team Liquid getting peppered from multiple angles now. They had the hard cover, but it doesn't protect you against the grenades, and FURIA are able to get close enough to start to toss the Molotovs, take the shots, and throw the grenades. And the duo from Team Liquid, they also need to be cautious of the sight lines they expose themselves to, because remember, Elite locked in, tunnel vision right there on their current position. Next zone goes up. Looks like FURIA going to be opting to prioritize the north, the high ground here.
That's tough. You should not. If you're Team Liquid, you can't allow that to happen. When you get so hyper-focused on 9Z and you don't have someone able to anchor back, the moment we see essentially one knock come through, and we know that's from our western side, the fact that FURIA was split, you would have had the player advantage straight onto that. And in fact, Adrian is still down there in that vicinity with Team Liquid. So keep your eyes out on that. That split play goes crazy. And Influence Rage coming in from the northern side. If we're just keeping tabs on everyone, well then we'll have to keep seeing there. Ayala, Chief there. Now it's 9Z's turn to put the pressure on a Team Liquid.
Yeah, exactly. Adrian just trying to hold back and anticipate the push from Team Liquid. But look at this, the Molotovs. They're going to be denying the points right there. Smart play from Team Liquid. I'm a fan. I'll take that. Denied the points. They knew that there was no way they were going to make it out of there. There's 2 different teams looking right on top of them.
Very nice to do. And now into the final 3 we go. FURIA, Influence, Rage, and 9Z. An incredible day so far here for 9Z. Just really finding that final form ahead of their double points game day tomorrow. We'll see if they can end this one on a high note, knowing that they won drop number 3, Erangel, with 12 eliminations, and you're already sitting on 12 here.
Yeah, 9Z have just been feeling it here today. Best case scenario, FURIA push uphill onto Influence, and that'll give a nice little opportunity for 9Z, at least Connor, to get a little closer within grenade range. The only thing is, we only got 1 grenade, 1 Molotov to Connor's name. Long throw right there. Going to be missing the mark.
And as you see here, where Influence Range has kind of positioned themselves, 9Z still able to keep tabs on Adrian from FURIA. They're not allowing any flank, any course of action there. Simple, though. He's going to be that standout player for 9Z right now on 5 eliminations, and it's Adrian from FURIA with 4 for the current lobby. And as that blue zone starts to encroach on our final teams here, it's going to be a matter of time before we see where Influence Rage wants to set their sights on, and they're closer to FURIA, so this is a likelihood of that happening.
Yeah, exactly. And look at this next play circle. Favors 9Z for the most part downrange, and they got the cover to work with. So Influence Rage, yeah, they got a buggy. Let's see what they could do. They got 2 buggies, actually. They got the high ground for the time being, but they will need to push just a little bit. Might be able to use that crate for some cover. Like you said, FURIA over here in the mix as well. It's going to be a challenge.
Ooh, but Federal kind of flirting with deciding if we want to go and push on to 9Z. But the space that 9Z is controlling, like you mentioned, not only that, they've left Chuko over there kind of trolled up underneath the bridge, but still by that relic that's still in Simple, holding the opposing side, waiting to see which area FURIA will determine to roll up on. You can see 2 right there holding that tree. Adrian has not moved a muscle since that Team Liquid engagement. And the patience that 9Z is holding, they've created this horizontal line throughout the playfield. They're like, we shall not budge, you shall not pass.
Here it goes. It's going to start to open it up right here. Influence Rage losing 2. Elite going for the pre-fire with the M4 behind the tree right here. Ducking back behind the cover to get the heal off. I'm looking at FURIA. Let's see, can they use this window to get the third party? Connor throwing out their last Molotov. That spread should be good. Law should be burning, but Law is going to be popping up from behind the boulder, taking the shots here. Law, the last one alive for Influence Rage. 5 eliminations going their way. And the next play zone centers on up. All there is the bush, so it really comes down to just simply hitting these shots here to get this winner chicken dinner.
And this is tough, right? FURIA lying in wait. The moment Influence Rage chooses to fight 9Z, it opens the door for FURIA to take that advantage in a 3v1v1. What is 9Z going to be able to do? Can they hit that res? They're looking to pick Connor up from behind the tree. Unfortunately for Elsewhere, Influence Rage still pushing in. FURIA to do the same.
One more elimination. Law looking to take out Elite, going for their last heal opportunity right here. But like you said, FURIA looking to close this one off. They got the whole team alive.
Oh no, the swing. This is going to be tough. Influence Rage. To see what you can do, but 9Z trying to make a final stand here from Elite. Grab the knock. We grab the full. Finally, some help from Law, who steps back into play today. Grabs one from FURIA. We're still in that 1v1v2. And if Elite can just really anchor down out of that line of sight and really play for second here, because any team that decides to full send on to Elite right now will likely lose and get eliminated in that process.
Actually, saying the 2 solos kind of both taking their shots on a FURIA, who had the whole squad alive. Law getting chunked out right there from that grenade. Here comes the final play zone now. Papa Blue is going to be hurting here.
Okay, here we go. No more meds, but we are just prone crawling here. Oh. And there we go, Law with the knock straight onto Adrian, and Elite falls, and this is going to be that moment. The 1v1, the angles around the boulder. Now, mind you, Law stepped out yesterday to analyze everything, and do we do enough? Winner chicken dinner there for Influence Rage. Hey, baby, it all paid off. It did. It worked out in their favor.
Huge final game. Remember, Influence Rage Group C. So that was worth double. We've been talking about Group C all day. Royals of War, they've been showing up. Team Queso, they've been showing up. Finally, Influence Rage ending the night here with a solid points to put in the pocket here.
First ever win, too, for the day. I mean, look, not just for the day, but out of the entire tournament thus far, Influence Rage grabbing that first win there, Reflections.
And it's big, isn't it? And also give your props to Law. First off, winning that final fight, but also coming back onto the team, as yesterday he was benched for Milo. We had the questions, how well would Milo be able to do? Well, unfortunately, he didn't do as good as they were probably thinking. Only 3 eliminations. They put Law back in, and it pays off as they get the winner chicken dinner. Map number 6 on Arigel. And more importantly, Dave, I think that should put them into the top 8. I might be speaking prematurely, but double points, 8 eliminations plus the winner. I believe that's enough to finally break them in the top 8 for the first time.
Heck yeah, that's what you want to see. These teams really capitalizing on their double points in the format we have during this marathon, we're calling it, because Royals of War doing just that as we're looking at their replay package of some early eliminations. They had a great day here. Influence Rage now kind of in that conversation with that chicken dinner plus their 8th eliminations.
That's right.
And honestly, the biggest takeaway for me here today, I know they're not in the double points, but we keep talking about 9Z, another consistent game, 16 eliminations. So they were just popping off here this final map of the evening.
Their double points start tomorrow, which is exciting because Alpha7 was the main conversation and still are. But now it's a question of how far can 9Z go after showing what they're truly made of today, getting 2, or almost nearly, I should say, getting 2 winner chicken dinners, which would have been phenomenal, but you can't dispute how well they've done. Now, I do want to talk about 9Z, Tiff, but I want to relate them to Team Liquid. You were very passionate about Team Liquid and 9Z in that fight, especially going into end zone. What was all that about?
It's just crazy the way that they're starting to approach that, right? Just we're anchoring down on that side of zone. And if Team Liquid, once they rotated in, they're playing that hillside. They know 9Z has all the space towards their right. If Team Liquid would have just maybe sent more teams to keep an eye out, similar to what FURIA was doing, right? They kind of split 2 and 2. And yeah, you think from there, once they've whittled down the numbers of Team Liquid, that should be the lobby for it all right there. But Influence Rage from that north decide to send some players down onto 9Z, and I love the fact that a lot of our squads are just trying to cut off those lines of sight in an atrocious endgame. But this is where it starts here. Elite making plays, but Influence Rage Law. When you're last standing and you know that you need to clutch up, same with Elite though. Look at this. I mean, oh my God, honestly, this was crazy, to be fair.
It was. I mean, even, you add Fury in there, who was already on fire. They finished in second place, 10 eliminations. You come down now. We're getting close to the 1v1, and it's just like, who's going to take it? It's a tense moment. It finally ends with Law taking it. You love moments like that as a spectator, as an analyst, anytime that you're watching. Influence Rage, 36 points to finish the day off. Talk about a come-up, Dave.
Yeah, GG's to them. Honestly, this is exactly what they need on their bonus day to feel at least comfortable heading into tomorrow, right? And real quick, like the Team Liquid denying the 2 points, I still think that's huge because
absolutely
they might not have known, but Influence Rage still active in the late game. Like those 2 points would have been 4, right? If they would have connected and taken them out right there. So just trying your best to make sure and recognize, like, hey, we're not going to make it out of here alive. Why donate the points, right? So just deny them, and I thought that was a smart play from Team Liquid too.
Not bad from Royals of War. Still getting 6. Their double points day will end here alongside that of Titan Gaming getting 2. Let's look at overall. Curious where we are going to see, or if we're going to see top 8, and Influence Rage will join us there. Well done. They will be the 3rd team from Group C, from double points today to join into the mix. The only one missing is Titan Gaming. That comes to show you, Tiff, how impactful double points is. All of Group C were 9 through 16 starting the day. 3 of them now on the top page.
I mean, this is true. This is why we keep reiterating it when we see some of our teams that have those bonus point days to really have that standout performance. Now, at the end of the day, iNCO Gaming in 5th place still has made the most of them, but we now have 4 teams that have entered that realm of 200 points, and Team Liquid 16 points shy of moving into that 300-point threshold. And this is only after day 4, and I think it's brilliant that we're looking at some of our squads because Influence Rage backing off the win there that Law was able to clutch up. They were sitting in 10th place with 137 points prior to that. Now, just on the heels of where Deathwolves has found themselves. Now, granted, Deathwolves is in Group D, along with Alpha7 Esports, and they're the only 2 teams that have not had a chance for bonus points that are sitting here in the top 8 already.
Absolutely. That's a great call. Alpha7 tomorrow's going to be wild. Deathwolves as well with how consistent they've been. We look at 9 through 16. Titan Gaming will finish the day for their double points in 13th place at 111. That gap from 13 to 12 continues to grow. We'll see how well they can do tomorrow. It even gets bigger when you go from 13 to 11, right, with Furia. Looking at Group D, though, here you got NRG Galaxy, 9Z, who have made a colossal uptick in their placing, Dave. So tomorrow, 9Z, NRG Galaxy, Deathwolves, A7, all 4 going for double points.
Yeah, Deathwolves is like a toss-up for me. They're either hot or cold, in my opinion, so far.
That's fair.
We already know Alpha7. They're planning on popping off tomorrow. We heard it from Revo himself, the #1 damage dealer in the lobby. But today was really a huge day for 9Z. Even though they're still in 12th place, imagine where they would have been, right, if they wouldn't have popped off today. But not only that, they're just setting themselves up to be possibly top 5 come tomorrow with their double points. And I'm believing it because today the whole squad, it wasn't just like one player popping off. It wasn't just like Elite getting all the eliminations. I'm pretty sure it's evenly distributed throughout every single map. So that's a good sign when all your players are putting in an equal amount of work.
Without question, a great day for a lot of the teams to come up, Tiff. And that's, again, and that's what I love, right? I mean, it's like every single day you get a new team who's going to be coming up, plus the usual suspects, of course, Team Liquid, Alpha7. But Deathwolves, a great day. 9Z tomorrow. Who's it going to be? Well, for double points in Group D, they're hoping it's going to be them. It was a wonderful day, Tiff. What are your final words before we get out of here?
Final words, man. If you've got to lay it all on the line, do it. Because I am really excited to see. Maybe we get a team that bests 300 points tomorrow. I'm still waiting for that. Will it be Team Liquid or will Alpha7 make the most out of their bonus points? But at the end of the day, 9Z, you were extremely impressive. And something that Dave said really hit home. It was the kind of equal load between the squads, right? If you can make sure that that fighting prowess between all of your team members is in sync and you know that synergy is starting to get really ironed out, then this just means that tomorrow is going to be one heck of a day for all the action.
I can agree, man, with that. It's going to be great for tomorrow, our final day, which is pretty exciting, our full 5 days running its course. Dave, always great to be with you on the desk, man. You bring that energy, and you love to see it. The mustache looking as glorious as ever. Titan Gaming, they didn't get as much points as you were probably hoping, but you know what? They were just fine. What are your final words before we get out of here?
Listen, they got heart, all right, and they still got tomorrow, you know, pulled together, and then they got, 2 days off chilling in Brazil. Maybe they need that reset. Maybe they need to relax and then come back with fresh eyes come week number 2. But ending tomorrow, all right? I'm calling it. Write it down, Reflections. iNCO, top 4. I'm sticking with it, all right? Top 4 for iNCO. This one, a little spicier. 9Z, I'm going to say 5th place. I'm putting them there, man. I'm believing in 9Z come tomorrow. So 5th place for them, top 4 for iNCO.
It's a jump, but it's a jump that can happen. Look at Team Queso, where they started the day, right? Now where they ended. Anything is possible. Double points is just simply wild. And if 9Z can be consistent from start to finish tomorrow, who knows how far they can go, but also how far can Alpha7 go, right? They got a 50-point gap between them as well as Team Liquid. So I know they want to clear that and they want to reclaim their throne at the top. It was a wonderful day. 16 teams, they put their heart out there, and so did you as the spectators. Thank you for being here. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. We'll be back 5 ET tomorrow, but that's all we have for today. For myself, Taylor, Reflections, Noble Mustache, Dave, Spider, Tiff, you in chat, and our production crew, thank you for being here. Be back tomorrow, 5 ET, as we go again.
Everyone's kind of maneuvering around trying to find whatever cover. Victex coming in with the vehicle, lets it ride, and now the Chow comes in. It's getting crazy, and you're going to get immediately punished for that one.
The winner chicken dinner with the grenades here, Tiff.
Yeah, they just got to hit the collapse, and they don't even need to chow this up close. They're going to do it from distance, and they will clean it.
iNCO, the duo. No grenades, no Molotovs. Hate out here in the open with the jump shot.
Is just trying to get through the open. D-Bloom down and out, but Hate finally gets over that crest, takes the shotgun to him, and well, goodbye iNCO Gaming. 11 eliminations though, so Miramar not...
I thought 9Z would have been dead a long time ago, but they are still alive. At least secure themselves a 2nd place here. Just like that. Team Queso, winner, double points, chicken dinner.
Not cover here. No one's going to be able to cover the distance here between, but we peek on out. We immediately start getting shot at by 9Z. Yes, Alpha7 doesn't have nades, but that is just an angle that Juco's going to work with. There we go. Goodbye, Alpha7. 6 eliminations to boost. We'll see. The peek comes in. We're already finding angles. It's Connor. You've got to deal with them on that left side, but in a moment of time, it's not going to be enough. 9Z will take their first winner chicken dinner here.
Feeling confident and comfortable on their position on the overall leaderboard, so that's a scary squad.
Right here, duking it out against Team Queso. Both squads have double points here, and we've already seen Inactive get knocked, and Redox here from the... They just need to find the angle. Mind you, this will be... No! Trying to see if we can do it. Look, get your numbers up. But it's going to take 10 seconds. And it's only a matter of time, because if one of your players goes down, you lose out. Here it goes.
Went for the pre-fire on the tree to force the revive cancellation from Olemo. Oh! I didn't expect that. The third party from iNCO.
This is what you want. If you're in Hyper and you have not won a map just yet, why not let it fly? Why not do it on Sandhawk? You've been looking for all of that information. Stars, we've heard so much from them, but finally they lock it in, get that first winner chicken. This would be a massive game for Team Liquid. Think about how they performed on that prior drop of Sandhawk. Yeah, they didn't win it, but they're pushing their numbers, bolstering those eliminations and the overall standings, trying to solidify that. And as soon as I say it, Chief makes a rotate, can't get to...
Now we got a 1v1 for the winner chicken dinner.
Who's gonna get it? The picture-in-picture, Deathwolf staying healthy, but look at that. What can you do when the Deathwolves come crawling your way?
Main battle, there we go. Yeah, just take out the gun, go for the pre-fire, take the shots, jumping off the boulder, accidentally going in the water with the double-barrel shotgun, doesn't matter, popping out like a Navy SEAL, taking them out, and
no more meds, but we are just prone crawling here. And there we go, Law, with the knock straight onto Adrian, and Elite falls, and this is gonna be that moment, the 1v1, the angles around the boulder. Now, mind you, Law stepped out yesterday to analyze everything, and do we do enough? Winner chicken dinner there for Influence Rage. Hey,